The first 20 days of this FanCode European Cricket Series have brought lots of thrills and spills, and right now it's Group B who are jostling for position. That'll continue this morning. The undefeated Tigers are on show against the undefeated Ali Youngstars on ECS Taboo. I'm Mr. Maximo. This is the FanCode European Cricket Series Spain, Barcelona, and it starts right now. Good morning to you. Buenos dias y bienvenidos a España. Welcome back to Spain, to Barcelona here. Beautiful morning here in this region, and we are ready for more action. It's going to be day 21 on the way, starting with match 81. And this is a clash between two undefeated teams in the tournament. It's going to be Catalonia Tigers taking on the Ali Youngstars. Let's see what happens at the toss. Rob Kemming has the two captains.
Your call.
Yeah. Tails.
Tails is called.
It's heads. Yeah, we'll bat first.
You're going to bat first?
Yeah.
Okay, good.
That's all.
Well, a bit of chaos at the toss there. Looks like they eventually did find that coin, and when it turned up, it was Catalonia Tigers that won the toss, and they've elected to bat. So I do think that's a pretty good move, pretty solid move from the Catalonia Tigers, who are defending champions. We know they have a lot of firepower with the bat, and they want to really muscle this first innings of the day, I think, with some of those key options at the top of the order, including Always Ahmed that you saw there. Now, he's a guy we saw batting a little bit lower down. Wouldn't be surprised to see him at the top of the order this morning. Catalonia Tigers, like I said, they are undefeated. They've had a pretty impressive start to the tournament. I just wonder how they'll manage their resources this morning. I think they really want to send a message to the competition that they are the ones to beat here in Group B. Ali Youngstars, though, I don't think their captain Tanzi will be that upset about having to chase or know exactly what he has to do. They've been a little bit of a surprise packet, if you like, so far in this series, but I do think they'll be really tested this morning against the Catalonia Tigers. I think they'll have a really good idea of where they're at after this match. Let's talk about the conditions today. I can tell you no worries about rain. I don't think at the moment. A little bit of cloud cover. Sun's just come up here in Barcelona, and we're getting going 8:30 local start. So often there's a little bit of surface moisture around first innings of the day, but I don't expect that to stick around too long. Right now, it's a pretty chilly 7 degrees to get going, so it's probably the coldest start we've had so far, and we're expecting a maximum temperature of 15 today. So hopefully, when we get to the afternoon session, it'll be a little bit brighter than it is right now. All right, well, here is a guy. He's always bright in the mornings, Rico Four, and Rico, it's hard to believe, there's only about a week and a half left in this season, but I can tell you the news from the toss in match 81 is that the Catalonia Tigers, they have won the toss, and they're going to have a bat. So over to you, and let's get ready for the start of day number 21.
Good morning, everybody. Buenos dias, and thank you very much to Mr. Maximo giving us the insight of what we got in store for you today. But before we focus on today, let's have a quick look back at yesterday, and it was a day where Ravel Sporting, well, they continued their impressive start. They're the unbeaten side, and Catalonia Tigers today will try and keep up with them, winning their first match 122-52 against the Hawks. Play of the match performance from Zain Aberdeen, the youngster, taking 3 for 13. And Ravel certainly looking good, and the other youngster, Manish Mamwani, continues to impress with the bat. Jai Patel also was in the run, so that would be good news for Ravel Sporting. And second time round, it was the Hawks that decided they would have a bat first, but it was the little maestro, the spinner, Gurang Malvanshi, who was on top form. Play of the match performance from him, as he picked up 3 for 5 in a very good, sensational bowling performance. Almost picked up a hat-trick as well. And Ravel Sporting, well, they knocked the 76 required of just 6 balls to go. So a very comprehensive victory for them. Then it was time to see Fateh up against the Ripple Warriors. Fateh were the team that were on a high. They had won their previous 2 matches, whereas the Ripple Warriors, well, they were beaten convincingly by Ravel Sporting the last time they played. But this time around, Fateh, they batted first, but found the Ripple Warriors just a little bit too strong for them with the bat. Ripple Warriors winning the first with 10 balls to go, thanks to Mohamed Masood's 25 of just 8 deliveries. And second time round, it was the same thing again. Fateh batting first, and this time, well, they weren't able to get the 100 mark. They got to 90. And it was the moment to see some more magic from the Prince Diman, or the Prince of Montjuic here in Barcelona. Not only did he score a brilliant great knock of 74, but he was outstanding also with the ball. Picked up 2 wickets again, 4 wickets in the day for him, and then there was an outstanding run out as well. What that meant was the Ripa Warriors, they move up into 4th place with 6 points. Fateh stays sort of in the 5th place with 4, so they're going to start to get a little bit worried about how things go here today, because they could find that the other teams really start to pull away from them. But Raval Sporting, thanks to their 2 victories yesterday, they sit pretty at the top of the standings. But Catalonia Tigers have got the opportunity today. They can pick up 2 from 2 against the Ellie Young Stars to catch up with them. But Raval have got a very superior net run rate as well. So good morning and welcome. And thank you to everybody that have joined us. Namaste, salam alaikum, sat sri akal, and eyeball one to everybody watching via FanCode in the sub-Indian continent. And the first match up for you today, Catalonia Tigers up against the Ali Young Stars. Both these 2 teams are unbeaten. Catalonia Tigers 4 from 4. The Ali Young Stars team making their debut in the European Cricket Series won their first 3 matches, including an impressive victory against Gracia. Unfortunately, the second game against Gracia was the one that got abandoned. And, well, I think the early Young Stars were probably grateful for the rain, because they were required to get 151 in that match. But unfortunately, the rain came and it didn't happen. But they are unbeaten. They picked up a point courtesy of that abandonment. This one is the Catalonia Tigers are favoured 116 to 100 to be victorious. And both teams, as you see there, a similar record. That one, no result for the Eddie Young Stars. But the Young Stars have made a very good, positive start to their European Cricket Series career. I like the way that we've seen, especially in the field. I think they've fielded very well. They're very good. They take all of their catches. They throw themselves around. So this is going to be a very, very interesting encounter. We've seen that the established team here in Barcelona, the Catalonia Tigers, remember, they are also the defending champions. And they're up against the new boys who have made a very impressive start. But can they keep this form going? That's what everybody is asking. The umpires, our match officials, Asif Zamugal and Umir Aftab are out there, and so are the teams. So let's get ready to rock and roll. And it will be Wasim who will be on strike for the first delivery. And Wasim Abbas, and he's up there for one reason, and that's to go ballistic right from the word go. Mohammad Riaz bowled the first ball to him. And this one, defensively played back. Well, I think Wasim Abbas probably thinking, nah, I'm not getting out first ball. Plays that one down very defensive and respectfully. Riaz, Mr. Evergreen. Well, they are the young stars. They've got a few senior stars as well. And this man certainly has been outstanding for them so far. This one gets on the toe end of the bat. They take the single on and they'll get there. So another man who impressed the last time we saw him is Tahir Ilyas. He was promoted up the order against the Yaida Tigers, and he made a fine 46 of 26 deliveries. So obviously impressed the captain. So Ghulam Sarwar saying, okay, son, have another go. Let's see if you can do it again. And Tahir Ilyas, who's also listed to be the keeper in this one, so Awais Ahmed won't be behind the stumps, gets another opportunity. Up against Riaz first up. And this one will be a wide. It gets under the keeper. It's who dives to his right, Mubashir Ali. But can't stop it. So 2 extras to go onto the board. Bit of a cloudy start this morning, but we are told that the sun will break through. But it will be chilly. I think temperatures staying around about 13 degrees, the high. So those temperatures are starting to fall. And this one is in the air, but just, oh wow, that's a great pickup. Just falls short off the fielder. But Usman Mustaq, once again, just showing the standards that the Ali Young Stars have brought to this series so far. It's a great pickup. I mean, you always got to be cautious of the bounce on this artificial surface. He dealt with that really well indeed. He hasn't quite got the movement away that sometimes he does. Well, there you go, right on cue. He does get it. That's what we're used to seeing from him. He really does get that ball to dart around. Good movement. See here, outfoxing the batter. Oh, he knows what's to come now. That's Ilyas. Oh, this one's not a good ball. It's another one that Riaz loses his shape on. You can hear there's a bit of a groan from him as well. He knows he's better than that. Good work from Mubashir Ali. Getting down first thing in the morning. Sometimes not easy. It's a chilly morning, as I've said already. And I think he's gone too wide now. Yeah, so having just a few issues getting the ball in the right areas. As Riaz this morning. As you can hear, some of the parrots that have made this their home as well, waking up in the morning, chirping away. Better ball, just into the legs, hoping that it will come back. It does start to come back, but the batter does well, gets to it, gets to the pitch of it early, not allowing it to cause him any trouble. Yeah, a lot of ringneck parakeets around here, the green ones. They certainly like coming out and watching some of the cricket as well, maybe. Hit up in the air and gets enough of it to go over the fielder. There's a one hand stuck out by Haroon Salik, but he's just not able to get to it. I think it was maybe just a little bit wide of him as well. So a boundary off the last ball takes the score to 11. So needed that just to stay at around about the 10 and over. They're looking to get the 100 plus on the board. Have a quick look at some of the stats here. Thanks to Shazad and Ravi for providing us the info. Yasir Ali, 79, is the top batter at the moment for the Catalonia Tigers. 68 from Awais Ahmed, and Ilyas, after his fine knock the other day, is right up there as well. And the young stars, Mubashir Ali has been good, Mushtaq as well. And bowling wise, you see the top bowlers, well, Ishan, Gangadeep Singh and Surinder Singh for the Tigers. And one of the early young stars, Ahmed Salik. Salik is an interesting one. Doesn't always get an opportunity to bowl. Sometimes he only just gets to bowl the one over, but he can be very dangerous. He's taken a forfer in the series. Well, he'll have to wait. They're going to go with Ahmed. So Ahmed starts well. Good areas. He's just a tall man. So if he hits the deck, he hits it hard and gets the ball to talk as well. Goes to the up and over again, and it's a similar shot to what we saw Abbas play, with this time to Ilyas goes the same route. So they're keeping the ball, see, religiously outside the off stump here, and I think if you're the captain, having seen that one go in the same place, I think Mohammed Tanveer will probably just be able to think about this and say, right, okay, if the bowlers are going to bowl this line and they're going to be consistent, then let me set a better field to it, and I think he's far better off just maybe bringing Long on into the circle and pushing that man back, and that's exactly what he's done here. It's a good captaincy, I think, this. And this is a marvellous shot, straight down the ground. It'll be one bounce, 4 runs. What a good shot that is, and what a good response. Good morning to Sam Williams, Medadalb and Max By there. Scorers. Nicely wrapped up in this cold, chilly start to the day. But what a lovely shot that is. Well, that will warm the batter up. I'm not so sure about the bowlers or the fielders. Lovely shot there from Ilyas. Not trying to hit it too hard. It's all about placement. And this time he does want to hit it hard, and he absolutely cracks it. This is a stunning shot. Balle, balle, balle. Kinna sona. Well, this one is sweet. out of the middle. And if you like a bit of sweet in the morning, well, that was sweeter than a bowl of rasmalai. What a great shot that is. Uses his feet brilliantly. Well, we've seen the placement and timing the ball before, hit for 4. Oh, now, that one was brutal. Loving the way he uses his feet, gets to the pitch of it and smashes it away. Good start. And this one's a bit up-ish, but he gets it right. It's good batting, you got to say, in the power play. Sensible batting, because it's all about getting these lofted shots. See the effort that's put in there to get right under this ball and get it over the infield. And they're the type of shots you can get away with in the power play. And he's certainly doing really well. Remember, Catalonia Tigers still plenty of batting to come. Still got the likes of Yasser Ali, the Spanish international, Wais Ahmed as well. Gulum Dastgir back into the side too. This one is in the air and we go all the way. Balle, brrr. And that over the second goes magical. Goes for 24. Israel Ahmed just had no reply to Ilyas. Well, he takes the bowler to the sword. And just like that, after 2 overs, the Tigers raced along to 35 with no loss. And you can see how important this is for them. They want to get back on top of the table, or at least level on points with Raval Sporting. And who knows if they can get 2 very good victories here, maybe improve their net run rate as well, and finish the day sitting at the top. Top spot, remember, in the group means that you go through automatically to finals day. That will be on the 11th of December, remember that. And it also means you get the double chance. So at the moment, whoever finishes top here will be having the better chance against the Barcelona Shaheen, who were the Group A winners. They were joined by Hiras Abadal, the unlikely team to join it. Nobody thought that was going to happen, I didn't think, when Sabadell had to win 3 on the spin on Group A sort of finals day, and including winning against Pak Ikea Barcelona, the ECL champions of 2021. And, they actually blew them away, bowling them out for just 42. This one's a little bit too wide. So issues at the moment here for the early young stars. Be interesting to see how they respond here. I think this is probably the first time they've been put under any serious pressure like this. And Nawaz Sharif is the new bowler to see if he can stop the carnage. And the answer to it is not just yet. This has been picked up beautifully. Both batters look in very, very good shape indeed. And Wasim Abbas, it's his turn just to wait on this and just clips it away. Really good shot. And it's getting to a point here where Mohamed Tanvir is wants this over to be done with pretty quickly so he can start to spread the field. Because at the moment, he's not got enough body on the boundaries. Slower delivery, well bowled, well disguised. But good cricket also from the 2 batters. Good cricket all round. Good delivery, good reply from the bowler. And the batters were showing that they're not just content in hitting the balls to the boundary, they'll take the singles when they're there as well. And a very good running from Ilyas, who's, well, he's moved on to 25 from just 8 deliveries. The experience of Mohamed Riaz, just having a chat with Sharif. He's just saying, hey, you seen what this guy is doing? So he's probably going to come down the track here to try and get it full and right up there. And let's see if he takes note. Sharif. And though the length was okay, the direction was not. It's going to be another wide. So under the cosh a little bit here. It's a beautiful setting in Montjuic. This is where we're coming from. You're watching the FanCode European Cricket Series here in Barcelona, Montjuic, which is the Olympic part of Barcelona. It's another wide. So yeah, just struggling a little. You can see frustration on the face of the bowler here, Sharif. And, I think he's toying with the idea of maybe coming over. I think he is going to come over. Yeah, see him struggling maybe a little bit, perhaps with his back or his hip. A couple of times he's bowled, he stopped, and you can see he's doing trying to do a bit of stretching, and don't know if he's got a bit of a niggle. He's trying to work through. Riaz has another chat with him. So coming now right up over the wicket, and the ball still goes down the leg side. Oh, you've got to feel for the bowler here, Sharif. You've got to feel for him. A little bit of the lurgies, and Riaz is trying having a chat with him just to try and calm him down, but that's not worked. And this has happened. I mean, it happens to all of us. You know, all bowlers have been through this. And I think the only way through it is you've just got to try and get it out of your mind and say, you know what, I'm just going to charge in and I'm just going to hit the deck as hard as I can and get the ball to go where I want it to. And he does. He gets it right. So well done. The batters once more. Very good. Very nimble. Take the single. Yeah, going back to this area, I mean, we're on top of this hill, Mount Juic. It translates to Jewish Hill. And go back to the history of this part of Barcelona, and it was a big Jewish settlement here. But it's absolutely beautiful. And we're not at the highest point of the hill. The top of the Mount Juic is the castle. Into the pads, goes for the big shot, and then also gets sent back by the non-striker. I think that's a good shout from Ilyas, saying, hey, there's no leg by there. Have a look. And Abbas recognises that Ilyas was right and apologises. But no harm done. Yeah, castle at the top of the hill. We got a lot of Olympic architecture around us as well, including the Olympic Stadium. And also got the Telefonica communications tower, which towers over us. Talking about towering, this one has gone a long way. And this is a one-hand six. Well, what a hit this is. Well, he's chosen the right club as he clubs this over the leg side boundary. And he's reaching for it, and he backs himself to get it right, and he does. Here we go. Boom! One-handed. Shaka Lagya. Big hit to boundary, so issues continue. He saw a magical over. The over before, which went for 24. Here's Ahmed. And this one, where the ball to go, is on 17. And, looks like they may need to change the ball. So it's been battered so much. That Kookaburra says, I've had enough. I'm out of here. Kafi kutte mein kha liya. Aur ball aa jave. Main hun ghar chalna. Well, that ball is going home. It's been put in the box, never to be seen again. Oh, one man we're quite happy to see again as he comes into our box is Mr. Maximo. Buenos dias, Maximo.
Buenos dias, and buenos dias, viewers. Hope you're well. Yeah, quite the start, isn't it? Interesting opening combination. I thought maybe would have seen Always Ahmed up there, but he's listed at 3, Yasser Ali at 4. His last ball, the third over.
And this one is an opportunity if the fielder can get in the right position and takes a very good cat. So the Maximo bought the 50 up, 52, but it will be 52 for 1. A nice catch taken. I mean, Israel Ahmed had all sorts of trouble with the ball. He's the man who got peppered for 24 if he's over. But Nawaz Sharif has gone for 17, but he has picked up a wicket and is the wicket of Wasim Abbas. He'll go for 17 of the 9 deliveries that he faces.
Yeah, he got there in the end, didn't he, Nawaz Sharif? But yeah, it does break the opening partnership. 52 for 1 at the end of the power play. So I suppose as soon as I walked in, brought the early wicket. Maybe our youngsters would like me to come in an over or two ago. Anyway, let's have a look at that power play, the over by over, and pretty good work. 11, 24 and 17. So yeah, there's 5 consecutive boundaries in the second, really hurting the other youngsters. And this is the thing, they've got some pretty good players to come in at 3 and 4 as well. Looks like Always Ahmed's coming in here at number 3. You've got Yasser Ali at number 4. And I still think the Catalonia Tigers are making a bit of an effort to try and mix up their top order so that they have more batting in more people. So, yeah, should be an interesting phase of the game coming up. Good platform for the Tigers. And the youngsters, they kind of got out of jail a bit the other day, didn't they, with the Grathia game where they got hit for 150 in the rain. I'll say saved them, although they did bat well against Gracia in the first game they played. But, you know, you don't see too many 150-plus chases. Anyway, it will be Ilias to face up in the 4th over, and this is going to be Harun Salik, who's going to bowl some left-arm spin. Yeah,
Harun Salik, we've seen two sides of him. We've seen the good part and the bad. What we're going to see today, well, it starts with the bad side. This one, well, I think the batter would have hoped to have sent this away. Ilias, he's been hitting the ball so well. You don't bowl there to him. Gets lucky, but it will be a wide. He's been joined, Ilias, out there by Awais Ahmed. Oh, he's got him, knocked him over. So, like we've seen so many times, once you get one opener, the second one follows. So both openers, they go, well, within balls of each other. Well, they do, because the first ball was the wide. So both are gone, and they've got the dangerous Ilias, who's batted really well. That's the first shot, really, the first error that he's made. He's gone for the big shot, but look, doesn't move his feet. And Harun Salik does it again.
Yeah, and he just gets it right the second time. First one was bad ball down the leg side. That time, Ilias wants to elevate over the leg side, and it's a bit risky to do that. The ball outside off ends up coming in and just clipping the off stump. So it's the second wicket to fall, and good fight back by the young stars. It's 53 for 2. Yeah, very good bowling. The first time that we saw Harun Salik, he certainly did. Entertain us. Took 4 for 11 against the Yeda Tigers. Looked the part, but he hasn't shown us that form since. I mean, last time we saw him, he did pick up a wicket, but he went for a lot of runs. So he's looking to come back to his best. And, well, just like that, the early young stars, after it's been a cracking start by the Tigers still, remember, have still got plenty of batting to come. We know that. But they've sent 2 dangerous batters back already. So they'll be happy with that, no doubt. And let's see if they can keep it going. Harun Salik picks up a wicket, and I'm sure he'd like to get another. The new batter comes in, and a slight change. We don't see Yasir Ali yet. It's Islam that comes out. They did this the other day, though, didn't they? They held Yasir Ali back for the second match to bat up the top, and kind of same with Awais Ahmed. So maybe that's what they're thinking here. Here's Harun Salik, though. Oh, that's pretty close. The question. Oh. The umpire suggesting that, I think the little suggestion with the umpire saying it's going down the leg. Let's see this again. Yeah, this gets me nervous when I see the umpire's hand moving at all. Probably is just going past the leg stump, but it doesn't really turn. That's the thing. But it's very close. It's close, but I think the right decision. And that means the batter decides, okay, I better get a little bit more aggressive and use me bat. He does use his bat. He gets off the mark, the single. Well, he gets off the mark, Awais Ahmed. Now, taking guard to get ready to face his first delivery. And let's see how much patience Awais Ahmed has for this. It's like just sliding it into the right-handed batter. Goes for the offside side shot. Slices at it. And this goes back to some of the things that I say, Vinny. It's like 2 new batters in. Just be a little bit more attacking in the field. Everybody's on the ring now. And I think you've got 2 new batters in. I know they've gone off to a blistering start, but you've got the openers. I mean, if you had that fielder, it's Mohamed Riaz, if you had him in by, say, I don't know, 5 to 10 metres, you're taking that catch. So just put a bit of pressure on here. Have a look at the mid-wicket. Nobody, they're all 4 fielders on the leg side on the boundary. Yet nothing's been hit that way. And this one could prove my point, and it does. They get the wicket. They get the wicket of Awais. He will go. And that's brilliantly done. And well, the batter makes his way. It's not Awais, actually. It's Naveed Aslam, of course. Got a single ball before. He just wasn't in control of that shot, was he? One hand came off the bat, and that's actually pretty good catching by Nawaz Sharif, because he had to spot it was a miss hit early and get in quickly. That's exactly what he did. So another hitter is walking back to the dugout. It's 55 for 3 after 4. Yeah, and again, this is what I was talking about. That catch was taken just behind or just outside the 30-yard circle. So keep some pressure on here. New batters coming in. You know, they're probably thinking, well, look, there's loads of runs on the board here. If the opening batters could smack the ball all over the place, maybe we can do it as well. It's not that easy. You know, you've got to get yourself in a little bit as well. So keep some pressure on. And you see, good catch taken there by Sharif. So both the bowlers that took a bit of stick, a bit of punishment
when they're bowled have come back and taken good catches to remove good batters. So Catalonia Tigers have gone from a very good, strong position to one which is now, look, they've still got runs on the board, but they need another partnership.
Look who's coming in now as well. Yasser Ali is coming in at 5.
Yeah.
So he's obviously given a couple more opportunities, saying, okay, we'll give a couple of other people a go, see how you go. But if it all goes wrong, you've got Yasser as a pretty handy backup in the middle order. And he won't be facing first up. So, yeah, you've got Always Ahmed and Yasser Ali, which I can imagine these two would make a very good opening combination, actually. Maybe that's the way they'll go later in the day. But right now, they're having to do the work with 6 overs to go.
Yeah, I'm sure they've batted together on plenty of occasions before. But a good over there from Salik. Took 2 for 3. 55 on the board. 4 overs gone. They've got 3 wickets. Here comes the man who took the catch. And this one almost carries. Almost. And where's Ahmed? So he will get another run. This one just gets past the bowler as well. Just have a look at this. He almost gets one hand to this. But as he's diving forward, the ball ricochets off his wrist. And away he says, okay, let's go. So Yasser now gets ready to face his first delivery. Both these batters, of course, would have batted plenty of time together, wearing the national team colours.
Yeah, that's true.
And let's see if they're able to put a good partnership together here. And this is pretty wide, but Yasser says, I'd rather take 4, thank you very much. As that's a thunderous cut shot. And he'll get 4 off his first delivery.
Yeah, good footwork here. Back foot, back and across. Gets in the perfect position to hit down on that. So very low risk option. Gets the boundary first ball. Not a good ball though. Save from Nawaz Sharif, who I was a little bit surprised that they did give him a second over. He bowled an 11 ball over the first time, but I suppose he was better towards the end. He didn't bowl wide in the second half of the over, but still, that's a little bit risky.
Sharif once more to Ali, who goes for the cut again, and this is an even better shot than the one before. Shot of the day so far. I know we're early on, but you don't get too many better than this. It's not a bad delivery at all. It's just a little bit wide off the off stump, but he rocks back, cuts this away. That's a marvellous shot, top draw.
Caresses that one. That was better because it wasn't as wide. And so now they put a fielder back there. So it's also good field awareness to know that it's a high value, low risk option. And he plays it very, very well, Yasser Ali. Yeah, there is a fielder there, Vinay Bangalore. Just mentioning they didn't have one there before, and you're absolutely right. Of course, you're limited to 5 outfielders.
Goes down the ground, and he'll get this. It will go all the way. Volley. Innas on a shaka. Well, Yasser Ali says, well, let's go back to hitting the ball to the boundaries like the openers did. And, well, 2 4s and a 6. The first 3 balls that he faces, he's not there to hang around.
He stays really balanced as well, despite being on the move there. So he started very, very well, Yasser Ali. Still over half this innings to go, you know.
Short and absolutely smashed, and he goes all the way. There is a fielder out there. But, well, Sharif just doesn't know where to bowl it. He bowls outside the off. He gets cut. He bowls just outside that off stick. He gets cut. Pitches up, he gets hit down the ground, slightly short, and he gets hooked away for 6 as well. And, well, his first over went for 17. And now, well, he's 38. 1 wicket, a ball to go. Yasser has laid into him big time here.
Sure has. Last ball of the over coming up. Can Sharif get out of trouble?
And, well, he tries to get a bit funky. Get the wide here. I did hear a sound, but I think that might have been just Yasser hitting his own pad, perhaps.
It's good running by Always. Spotted the opportunity, so he'll get back on strike for the last ball of the over.
Yeah, 40 off this bell. It's another over that's gone magical. 23 off this one. They included that doesn't include the leg by, so 78. With 3 after that little blip in the last, well, the wicket falling and then Haroon bowling a brilliant over. This one, it's got a bit pear-shaped. As Sharif looks to try and finish it off with a dot. Ahmed, and he plays this intelligently. The fielder does well, gets fingertips to it. stops it going to the boundary. Probably would have been a chase on for him, may have just dropped short, but it's a very good over for the Catalonia Tigers. 79 for 3 at the halfway point.
It is, and so that's a very healthy run rate. I want to welcome you into the cube. It's Finney Sander here, Mr. Maximo. Alongside me is Rico Full.
Good morning, everybody.
It's day 21 of 31. And so, I know a lot of people are wondering how we're looking this morning. Hello, we're here.
Yeah, we're here.
There we go.
Hello, everybody. How are you?
How are you guys?
Well, we wrapped up because it's chilly.
A little bit chilly. Anyway, let's get back to the action. Good chat.
Nice to have you with us, folks.
Yeah, here's Harun Salik.
Yorker length delivery, nicely bowled. Salik, he's probably wondering what. I mean, when you look at his figure, he bowled 1 over. He's taken 2 wickets, and he conceded. Well, it was only 3. That's poor, really. It should never have been a run there. And the other young stars, they don't need to be giving the Catalonia Tigers extra runs. Poor bit of cricket.
One thing I noticed. Oh, hello. A bit of National Geographic here. A bit of dog watch. Still no hot dogs this morning. Sure, we'll be out for a little bit of a stroll later on.
So down the leg side, this has been hit hard. The fielder's got work to do, can't get there. Yasir Ali is not in a mood to be hanging around. He pulls this one beautifully. And that fielder there, Mohamed Arslan, is trying to get there but can't.
Good fielders.
Yeah.
Imagine a game where you just had a human bowler and batter and just 11 dogs in the field. That'd be interesting.
Firmly struck. Well, this one should be stopped by Sharif, and it is. Yes, here. Well, finally, he doesn't get a boundary. Just takes a single. 25 of 6 deliveries. Oh, he's Ahmed. Looking to get going himself, and he strokes this one out wide off the man at point. This will go to the boundary as well. Nice shot. Doesn't try and hit it too hard. This is all about the placement. Nicely done. Look at the way he uses his wrists and opens the face of the bat to guide that into the gap he wants. Good shot. I've said this before, when Awais Ahmed is driving the ball and cutting and playing on the offside, he's always dangerous. Sometimes he can be just a little bit predictable.
Got a lot on that, didn't he? This time not as much. Yeah, I just want to say a quick hello to Sam Downs. Good morning to you. Good morning to Vinay. Saying that Sharif was more expensive than an iPhone Pro. They are pretty expensive. You're probably right there. But yeah, hello to everyone in the chat. Thanks for joining us.
Oh, this one is a Gundy delivery. I think this could be a no ball. Yeah, I was going to say no ball call straight away. It's a wild full toss wide off the stump, and Awais, what he does, yeah. Well, he needs to use the bat extension to get to this, and he puts it on pretty quickly and smashes his way to the boundary. He'll get the ball and a free hit as well. And now he wants to go the reverse. And gets this completely wrong. If he had just played his normal shot, it would have been a Gundy ball down the leg side, which he would have been able to crack away. If he missed it, he would have got another wide.
I suppose if you ever are going to go for a left-handed switch hit, 6 over the fence, then the free hit's probably a good time to do it. But yeah, he loses his leg side, so that's why it's not a wide. So it's 94 for 3 after 6. And you can see, Sharif got a wicket, but it was pretty expensive. So it was Isra. Went for 5 boundaries on the spin. Harun Salik, though, he can hold his head high. And 1 bad ball there, but 2 for 18 off his 2 overs. Pretty good spell. What else have we got? We're going to have first counter comment on the beard. Taranjit Singh, hello to you. The new beard style of Rico needs to change it. Looks a bit older in this. I don't think that's
Thank you. Let's have a few more of those. It is the first tomorrow, you know.
It's the first anti-beard comment we've had.
Chance, and it goes down, and the bowler, Isra Ahmed, he can't believe it.
Well, now they're going to concede a single. I don't know if this ball's dead or not. I think, what does the keeper do here? He just, it's an interesting one. I don't think he's really playing on there. The batter's sniffed the opportunity for a run.
Yeah, a couple of times they've done that.
That carries though, doesn't it? So it will be 1. We'll be happy to see us here at the other end, the way he's been hitting them so far.
Just played out. They'll take the single. Good running, good backing up. And that's what the Tigers have done all the way through. And we've seen the batters play some lovely shots to the boundary, but they've been prepared to run hard as well, and also they're always looking for the opportunity. And you can see that already they've probably stolen a couple of runs that really other teams probably wouldn't have got to.
Yeah, you're right. Well, Vinay is asking a question in the chat. I'll come back to that in a second. Here's Ahmed.
Hit pretty well, but will be stopped by the long on-fielder. Gets the throw in.
Vinay's question was, has there ever been man-canningers in ECN matches? Yeah, more than once. It always sparks the debate, and we talk about it. I think, obviously it's something that different people have different opinions on. I think, though, my opinion is that now the law's been changed so that you can't go through with your action. You have to do it before you would have bowled, or before you actually swing your arm over. And I don't really think it's an issue for the batter if they just watch the bowler. I think it's a very avoidable form of dismissal if the non-striker just watches the bowler. Simple as that. You look at every time that someone's run out backing up, it's because they're off with the fairies and they're just drifting out of their creases. Just simple to watch. And I think that, you always need to have that check and balance for the non-striker in there. Some people are saying, it shouldn't be a thing. Well, is he no, I think it's just come back natural movement. People really likes it.
Yeah, I didn't see anything watching it live. I don't think it does.
It's a good catch.
It's taken well. I think it's just a movement away. Let's just watch this again.
Seemed a bit distance for me between bat and ball there.
No, it's a very, very good take. I can understand why Mubashir Ali wants to just claim a catch here. Well, he does catch it, but I don't think it comes on the bat. They're asking, they do all go up. Isra Ahmed was
I
convinced.
think sometimes you take such a good one-handed catch, you're kind of obligated to appeal pretty hard for it.
Yes, here. Down the ground once more, but he's not able to beat the fielder. And Usman Mustaq.
Something I noticed a little while ago as well, especially because of those issues they had early with was the clock incident. And just under 6 minutes to bowl 2 overs now. Come back to that in a second. First, let's go to the Crickathon question of the week. And it is the same question all week. Gives you a bit of time to prepare your answer if you're interested. And go to crickathon.com no matter where you're watching from around the world. The question of the week this week is, how would you use data to predict the winner of the next T20 World Cup? There's a lot of data out there. So thanks to HCL Software for partnering with us for that Crickathon. And of course, the best answers, most creative answers and smart answers, I suppose. They are in the running for interviews and internships with HCL Software, a big company that employs over 280,000 people globally. So get involved in that, and 2 years to the next T20 World Cup. But you've got a lot of data for the existing World Cup, obviously. T20 internationals happening all around the world all the time. I think now something like 71% of international matches are T20 internationals now, compared to the longer formats. Anyway, let's go with over number 8, and it's going to be Usman Mustaq.
Mustaq bowls, and he's smashed out of the ground. First delivery, that is big. Que guay, que grande. Eso es más dulce de tarta de Navidad. Increíble. Qué fuerza tiene ese hombre, eh? Qué fuerza. Así me gusta. Boom. Shakalagia. And welcome to the party as the 100 comes up. With that, Maximo. Full toss. No ball will be called. And the batter, Yasir, will get the 1 run as well. So not helping their cause here are the young stars. And this is another one that bowl where it shouldn't be. So away's Ahmed gets an opportunity. Put away
that
the
one.
free hit.
No, wait. See if he goes to switch it again. Just obviously to give Mustaq a warning for that one. Here's a free hit.
He hits this up in the air. Catch is well taken. Well, won't count, of course. And good catch. Got to say that from Haroon Saliq. I mean, it's a free hit. So one thing he'd be wanting to do more than anything else is just to stop the ball going to the boundary. And he does by catching it. Well done.
Yeah, nice catching. Imagine, it's easy. It's amazing how easy catches are when they don't count.
This is pretty high again. I'd like to see this once more. It's been smashed away to the boundary. But this is pretty full as well, you know. Let's have a look at this side
for
on.
me was just okay. We'll have a look at it in a second. I think it just kind of drops a little bit at the end, about thigh high. See it here. Bottom of the thigh pad, I think. Let's have a look.
He's deep in his crease. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, knee height probably by the end. But yes, easy put away for him.
Yeah, not a good ball though, is it? I mean, not helping his cause as the runs piling on here now. This one is a wide, just catches the edge of the pitch. So Usman Mushtaq having all sorts of problems. Apologies, you've just lost the score at the bottom of the screen for the moment, but that takes the score. We make it to 113 now.
113.
Well, this one could be close. In fact, it's more than close. It's out. I think that is a straight delivery. Yasser Ali tries to get funky. And, well, we see both batters try to play funky shots and not get them right. Yeah. And this one, look, it's pretty straight. Where's this hit him?
Does he hit him outside the line or not? It did come back, actually. I think it actually comes back off the pitch and hits him in front. I think it's a pretty good decision.
Yeah, that's out for me. It's not a good choice of shots from Yasser Ali. He raced to 39, but it's ball number 14. That will remove him. So 39 or 14. Yeah, not good shot selection from Yasser Ali. And maybe just getting a little bit too cocky there. So well done to Usman Mushtaq. Once again, another bowler. He's taking some stick, but he has got the wicket. And that's a good wicket to get at this stage.
Good impact innings from Yasser. I think he gets done by the movement back off the pitch from Usman Mushtaq. So that one does hit the pitch, unlike some others in the over. Yeah, I think it impacts just outside the off stump. So new batter comes out, Saida Gul, and gets off the mark immediately.
Yeah, Gul off the mark, and he'd probably like to get a little knock in here as well, get himself into the groove. I don't think he's going to be thinking too much about just trying to give us the strike to Ahmed. I think he's looking to play a few shots himself. Wais Ahmed hasn't really found his straps at the moment. And, that's another example. It's just a miscuing a little bit. Get the single. And that will be the end of the over. So 16 come off that one, but he does get the wicket of Yasser. And this one, oh, if it did hit the stumps, it would have been interesting.
Yeah, I think he spotted that one, Haider, and he gets back by the time the ball goes past the stumps. But yeah, Yasser getting out with 2.5 overs to go. Just probably gives the young stars a bit of an opportunity. They're going to have to bat really well regardless. Yeah, if you can hold this to, let's say, 16 runs or so, maybe 20 runs, chase something in the low 130s. And they do have a fair bit of batting. But yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing what kind of response we have. As it is, I think, could be in for some penalties here because that clock looks like it's running down.
Good delivery. They're appealing again, but I'm not sure what for. And then everybody says, hey, quickly, get back. Yeah. Look, it's a good delivery. I mean, they're celebrating the dot ball. I don't mind that.
Yeah, the issue here, we've had 13 extra deliveries bowled in this innings. 2 extra overs. Yeah. So it's probably no surprise that, yeah, the clock's run out. So I can expect 5 penalty runs here. They're pretty lucky, actually, that's not 10, because if they had run out in the last over, it would have been 10 penalty runs. As it is, they'll run out in the 9th. I think now they get an extra minute. Well, I don't know where that came from, but yeah, I think we're going to see 5 runs here.
Mohamed Aslan. Big swing and a miss from Gul as he trots back to his mark. 115. I think from here, certainly score between 130 and 140 is what the Tigers will be eyeing up. And this one is cleaned up. It's a horrible shot. Shot Maria Ganda Bapas Gia Banda Angul. He'll go cleaned up by Arslan of his 3rd delivery for 1. Was well bowled, but he shuffles right across here. Shuffles right across to try and hit over square leg. And gets it all wrong and loses his stumps.
Yeah. So, yeah, shows a bit too much of the furniture, doesn't it? So, it's going to be big swing and a miss from Ida. Tries to get over fine leg. In the end, he's going to have to go. And here's the 5th wicket to fall in the innings. He goes for 1. The score, 116 for 5.
Yeah, not a good look. You can see he was pretty disappointed with himself when he gets out. And that brings to the crease Ghulam Dastagir. He was captaining the side the first time we saw the Catalonia Tigers. And he was also the man that got the winning runs in that very tight game that they had against Gracia. Remember, it was the first match between them, match number 65 it was, on day 2 of Group B, when the scores were tied, 2 recorded the last ball, and he calmly hit the 4 runs to win them the match. And, didn't play the last 2 matches, but we saw him, so they'll be happy to have him back in the side. Not only is he more than capable with the bat, but he's a very good and intelligent spin bowler. He gets the strike now, gives the strike back to Awais. Awais will be eyeing up a boundary here. He's going for this. And, well, it's in the air. One hand comes to the bat. There's an opportunity, and the catch has been taken. Look, one thing I will say about the early young stars is they, true to form, keep up their good fielding. I mean, they've impressed with when they're in the field. They've taken their catches, and, well, though there have been some sloppy bits of fielding, but when it comes to taking those catches, there have been no mistakes, and this is another one. He just had the feeling that Awais Army was going to go for the big shot. He does, but loses his shape. One hand comes off the bat, so doesn't get the power in it. And a very good catch taken once again by the fielder. So Awais will have to depart. Didn't quite get going, did he? Goes for 16, well, a run of ball, 16 of 16.
Yeah, so I don't know what's going on with the clock going haywire, but I can tell you that we do have 5 penalty runs for the clock running out the first time. So it's you might as well add 5 onto that. So I've got the score now, 122 for 6. As we head into the last over, and Tazir's going to bowl it.
It's a no ball, it's too high, and this is why they've had the issues. He can be run out, and he will be run out, so though it's a no ball, run-outs are allowed. So that's the end of the new batter. Well, Mohamed Asif, I think he's going to go.
He's pretty
for
fast
a diamond.
bowler. He might be even faster after this.
Yeah,
he's steaming.
Diamond
Dusky
duck.
thinks about it and says, you know what, I know there's a free hit coming, and I have a feeling that I want to face it. So, as if, yeah, overcommit, so he'll be out. It'll be a no ball plus a run out. So, 123 for 7, still 6 balls remaining.
Not a happy man. And a run out without facing the ball. A diamond duck. And Asif, well, watch out for him with the ball, because he is going to be fired up. As another wicket goes down as a new batter makes his way out, but just one more to the score, because that was a no ball. It's a free hit to come, and just gear, he wants it.
All right, free hit anyway.
Down the ground. In the air, it won't be out. The batter should just concentrate on running. They should get 2. They should have got 2. They don't get 2.
Not good running, really.
No, and they will get 2. Well, what do I know?
Maybe they knew that would happen. Oh, boy. I mean, you've got to be pushing for 2 anyway on the fumble. So if he catches it, that's one thing. But as soon as he fumbles it, you've got to go for 2. As it is, well, young stars give several opportunities for the 2. Saying, hey, and he's saying, nah, he's saying, okay, and throws despite not needing to.
The batter was standing right next to him.
Here we go.
Throws the bat at this. Cleanly picked up. They're looking to see where the throw goes. Yeah, I like him that. The scare turns. Shows intent to go again if it's a bad throw. And Shukut. Shabazz Shukut. Nice to see him in the side. A very nice man he is as well. Does a lot of coaching for the youngsters, particularly for the ladies as well. And a very good bowler. And he should be gone here. And, well, is he gone here? The wicketkeeper just, it looked like he didn't know what to do. I think he was thinking maybe he needs to throw it to the bowler's hand. Then decides, well, I'll go for the stumps instead.
If you can get Dusky, you do here. I don't know whether it was a late decision to go for his own stumps or just that he had to make a bit of ground back. And I think he's made that. Yeah,
he has made it. I mean, I think the bat is being slid in here. Just keep an eye, because you won't see it past the keeper. Is the bat down? Yes, he's made it.
Yeah, just in.
Well bowled. Nicely played. Take the single. So they are approaching the 130 score, which I was thinking that's what the Catalonia Tigers would want to get to, between 130 and 140.
Yeah, they're going to have to bat well, but if they want to be contenders, Ali Young Stars, these are the games that you'd love to be able to win.
Hit hard. Should go for 2 here. Got to turn and go, I think. I mean, just, yeah, there's not the best of running between these two. I mean, there's still wickets in hand,
Yeah,
and if you put the pressure on.
It's cold conditions. I mean, still 7 degrees. So, you know, make the bowler take that ball, or even the keeper. Search for those extra runs. Anyway, here's the last ball coming up. 129 plus this.
Clipped away, so certainly will be 130, and this time again, it's just, you see, this
He's out anyway.
going to
See?
get out. But if they did run, this is what it comes down to. If you run and you run hard, you're going to get there. And you see, though Shabazz Shakut is going to be run out. If he's run hard, he's going to get there because you see that fumble. So we'll finish on 130.
Yeah, see, there should be no reason to hesitate here. There should be no reason. And even then, to be honest, I don't know if I would have thrown this, because if he missed, it would have been a third. Maybe. But, yeah, it'll be 1+ run out. So 130 for 8 off the 10 overs. 131, only Young Stars to win and keep their undefeated streak alive. Same goes for the Catalunya Tigers. If they can defend this score of 130, they will be 5 out of 5. So, interesting start to the day. But the table's set. Let's see if the Young Stars can do something with the bat.
Yeah, let's see. I mean, it was a... We look at the highlights. It was a blistering start, really, from Wasim Abbas and particularly Tahir Ilyas, the two openers. I mean, they were hitting the ball sweet. It's almost like they came straight out of the nets and were blasting the ball to all parts of the ground. I mean, some of the hitting was absolutely fantastic. And it was going to be testing this for the early Young Stars, because I think it's the first time that the new team, that they were under this sort of pressure, and particularly, Isra Ahmed, he went for 24 of the second over. And then Nawaz Sharif, he went for 17, but what he was able to do was pick up a wicket. And this one went a long way up in the air. It was a very good catch taken by Isra Ahmed, who the over before was pelted all over the place. And then, well, one wicket brings another, as we know, and it was Ilyas, who was bowled by Haroon Saliq. Saliq is a man that they go to when they want things to happen. And he was able to do pretty well. And then Nawaz Sharif, it was his time to be catching as he gets Naveed Aslam out for just one. But then, well, we saw a bit of a partnership together from Yasir Ali and Awais Ahmed. But Yasir Ali, well, he was in awesome form. And it's only when he tried to get funky that he got into trouble. He a quick fire 39 of just 14 deliveries before, well, he was trying to do the old scoop shot, got it wrong, and got LBW Plum in front. We saw Haina Gul come out, wasn't able to get going. But, then towards the end of the innings, we knew that Awais Ahmed was going to go for a few big shots. Tried to go for one and caught brilliantly on the boundary. That's one thing the Young Stars have done. They've caught very well. Well, you've got to spare a thought for Asif, who gets run out for a diamond duck. Doesn't get a chance to face the ball. And speaking of run out, that's the last wicket there as well, when it was the last ball of the over, and another run out. Shabazz Shakut run out. So Ghulam Dastgir does help the Catalunya Tigers get to the 130. They'll be happy with that. But the splits, 79 of the first 5 overs, 51 of the second. So I was saying that it's going to be challenging for the Young Stars. First time they're under this sort of pressure, and how they handle it. I think they handled it pretty well. But the extras, that's not helped them. 23 extras, which included those 5 penalty runs. And you just think if they could have been a little bit smarter in the field, they could have kept that to around about a 115 score. And then I think they definitely would have been in this game. They're still in it. So you see the main contribution there. Ilyas, 26 of 10 was fantastic. Yasir Ali, 39 of 14. And Awais Ahmed got a couple of partnerships going, but didn't quite find his form there. But those extras really did help us. We have a look at the bowling figures. Well, 2 bowlers were very expensive. 41 Nawaz Sharif went for. He did pick up that 1 wicket. I was quite surprised that he did come on for his second over. And also, I think Isra Ahmed, his first over was very expensive, but did well in his second. 2 wickets to Haroon Saliq, again 2 for 18. And then also 2 for Mohamed Arslan, didn't he bowl well? 2 for 2. And I think the captain there, I'm a bit surprised that Mohamed Tanzir only left himself to bowl at the end, just to 1 over. I think he needs to bowl more. And I think when you look at what happened at the top part of the innings, when Isra Ahmed went for 24 in that 1 over, I think that's the time you think, okay, it's not going to work for him. And maybe he would have put himself onto bowl there, or maybe instead of Nawaz Sharif as well. But elected to go for those 2 bowlers again, which once again, this ended up being probably a costly judgment. Well, the next innings coming up in about 10 minutes' time. And it's going to be a huge run chase for the new guys, LA Young Stars, 131. Will join me, Rico Full and Mr. Maximo when we return to see if the LA Young Stars can keep their unbeaten run intact, or will it be the Catalonia Tigers that start to march up the table and get closer to Raval Sporting at the top. Will join us in about 10 minutes' time when we return. Hasta pronto. Hello cricket lovers, and welcome back to a chilly Barcelona this morning. Temperatures around about the 8 degrees at the moment. It feels very nippy indeed. Still waiting for the sun to climb up to the top of this mountain. But, the fielders are out there, led out there by the umpires Asif Zia Mughal and Umir Aftab. And it's time for the Catalonia Tigers to take the field. They've done pretty well with the bat. They've got a good score on the board. So defending 130. And they'll back themselves to do this. They'll be boosted with the likes of Shabaz Shakat. That is in their side. And, but it will be the man who made the diamond duck, who's run out without facing a ball, Mohamed Asif, to start. I reckon he's going to be a little bit fired up. What do you reckon, folks? The batters for the Ali Young Stars is Usman Mushtaq and Mubashir Ali. They are your openers. Let's see how the Young Stars go about this. They need to make a positive start, of course. Last time we saw them was against Gracia. They did chase 99 very convincingly. They did it with, won by 9 wickets. Thanks to Mubashir Ali, who's out there now, 62 9 out of 23. And Usman Mushtaq, 32 of 22. So they have got batters and they can go pretty quickly if they get in. This one's been sliced away. It's wide of the man at third and will go all the way to the boundary. Ghulam Dastagir is man inside the 30-yard circle. This one is a few metres away from him. So a swing and an edge. And that will go all the way to the boundary. So 4 runs. Doesn't matter how you get them. You've just got to get them. And we quite often say that fortune does favour the brave. So Asif probably at this moment in time is thinking this maybe is not going to be his day. That's a nice looking shot. Doesn't find the gap, but we'll get the single. Good positive running from the Stars as well. That's what they've got to be positive, the Young Stars. They know this is going to be a battle, both these matches against the Catalonia Tigers. But they need to be taking positives from it. Mohamed Asif. Oh, this is just, gets very lucky. And now the chance of a run out, a direct hit would have had him. So an opportunity to get, either one of these batters. It was Mubashir Ali, could have gone first ball. He just dropped the bat on this and it just drifts in the air, but nobody's able to take the catch. And then over commitment from Usman Mushtaq. And the direct hit would have had him in trouble. Launched in the air, catchable, chance, long way up. Well, how about this? Well, this is absolutely classic. Where the ball goes high up in the air. Now, while he's in the air, Wasim Babak is warming up his fingers. I hope we got this. The ball's in the air, he's rubbing his fingers together trying to take the catch. He said, Well, we're not seeing it here. But, that's such a shame. Shame you can't see what I saw. And then when it came, well, wow, that's a moment of classic. Wasim Babak puts the chance down. And good ball, though, Yorker length delivery. Well, never seen anything like it. There's Mushtaq, who is the lucky man. That is the end of the over. So, despite all of that, it's quite a tidy over. 8 runs will come off it. And just having a look around the field here. No real change at the moment. But that catch, that chance. The bowler marks his run up. And it will be Shabaz Shakat. Ball in the air. While that's in the air, he's rubbing his hands together. We don't actually see that. And then he drops it. Well, and then he looks at those hands and maybe he heated up to, well, they're still cold, he says. He said it didn't work. Maybe need to warm the ball up as well. Anyway, back to the action. So Shabaz Shakat in the air. Oh, that's a good stop. The man, he's just done the bowling. I tell you what, he's been in the action, hasn't he, today? The man who got the diamond duck, well, he should have had a wicket. There was an edge that went for 4. This one just dropped short of him. He's just thinking, it's one of those days when you think, I don't think I should have got out of bed today. I should have just stayed in bed, in the warmth of my bed, wrapped up in my duvet. This one was in, rifled down the ground. Made a nice sound, gets a single. And a good time to welcome back into a pretty, well, we're going to call this the fridge for the moment. Into the fridge is Mr. Maximo.
Good go freezer, actually. 17 matches without a golden ball. We had one last week, didn't we? And that was a pretty exciting one between the Ripple Warriors and the Hawks. I like the intent from our youngsters so far. Again, he's cracking that, but field's well placed. And yeah, Wazim Abbas, yeah, I loved it. The rubbing of the hand strategy, to me, it was smart. I mean, it is pretty cold. Like I said, right now it's 8 degrees. And yeah, it looked like if he had 2 sticks, I reckon he would have started a fire.
It's a shame we ain't got that camera. It happened right in front of us. It was so good. While that ball's up in the air, he's rubbing his hands together rapidly.
And that's exactly what I would have been doing, to be honest. And didn't help him, unfortunately. Still spilled it.
Ooh. Well, it's, moving somebody.
I think the fielder was right behind the bowler. So the thing is, you can have a fielder dead straight, but they're not allowed to be moving. So I think he's decided he'll move slightly wider just to be under the batter's eye line.
Once again, hits this hard. I mean, he hits the ball hard, doesn't he? He doesn't hold back when he hits it, but unfortunately, at the moment, he hasn't got his timing quite right, but also keeps finding the fielders. Crunches this pretty hard. Well, there we go. Goes through the legs of the non-striker.
Yeah, Shark cuts into the side today.
Chance, and he takes it. Caught and ball. Well, this is spicy. It's a spicy on a cold morning. Well, he says, I can handle the spice. Give it to me. I like a bit of masala. Well, that's a good catch. Nicely done by Shabazz. This was hit really hard, you know. It doesn't take it cleanly, but I think this sort of rolls right across his belly. It ends up in his hands. First wicket goes down.
No, I think it's a case of the ball catching the fielder, not the other way around. He almost couldn't have got out the way of that. This will be a good view of it here. Bang, straight back, and yeah, kind of gets in the wrists and hugs it to his body. So that's a really good catch in the follow-through from Shabazz Shalkat. And so the other youngsters, they've hit a lot of balls hard, but they don't have a lot to show for it at the moment. That's the first wicket down, 9 for 1.
Yeah, it's a good wicket to take, and well, one man will be feeling a bit happy about that. The guy is Wazim Abbas, because it is Mushtaq that will have to go. So that drop hasn't been too expensive. And there he is, the man we're talking about, walking back to the stronger together. Anna, back to the boundary he goes. It's a good catch taken. So the first wicket goes down, 9 for 1. Ball to go. In this, the second over. New batter comes out, and it will be Shahid Nazir. And he launches into this one. Well, what a start that is. Hello, good morning, he says. I think I'll have a 6 for breakfast. And he does. Good hit.
Really good shot to get started. Yeah, needs something to happen and quick. Otherwise, this required rate feels going to get out of control if it goes 15 plus. Because you think about some of the bowls they've got. You got Yasser Ali in the middle as well. But anyway, it's a really good start from Nazir. It's the end of the second over. It's 15 for 1. Gives us a chance to look at the table. And you can see that
Raval right up there. But Catalonia Tigers looking to catch them up.
3 undefeated teams, right? And we're going to be 2 undefeated teams after this game. Again, top of the table gets a big plus. They get straight through to the last day of the season, and they get the double chance on that day.
Nice shot played away there to the man at mid-wicket. Hits it nice and cleanly. Asif, he's going to continue. We'll see if he can change the luck of his day. There's another pooch there. Well, just enjoying himself, having a sniff around.
Yeah, why not?
Must be pretty cold for the doggies. I haven't seen the doggy wearing the old the doggy fashion clothes at the moment. They're quite trendy at the moment. Seen that a lot here in Barcelona. We've been out and about, and of course that shopping mall, the Splau, that's close to us here. It's an open shopping mall, so a lot of people taking their dogs shopping as well. And all of those dogs all have some sort of clothing on. I think it's become a fashion thing, right? Dogs in clothes.
It can be.
It's a good shot played. I mean, Ghulam Sawa, the captain, he's quite wide there at a mid-off. This one is hit cleanly over him. Nice shot. Nice one to play in the power play. So gets 4 runs. And they've just got to, you're absolutely right, they've just got to keep going here, keep going, keep believing. But every time they're getting boundaries, they're going to sort of stay there or thereabout with that score that they require. Slightly behind at the moment.
10's always been there. They're just starting to get some results. Look, Nazir's come and obviously had a good start. Now, that's a decent shot by Mubashir Ali as well. Yeah, so they're starting to bowl out the sieve here.
In the air once again, chase again for Sawa, and is he going to be able to clip this back? He does really well. And, he was never giving this up, he was always in the hunt for it. And though it's the same result in terms of getting the ball over him, Sawa this time is able to just clip this back. Does it very well.
I've noticed this, some of these high balls, they almost bounce backwards on the first bounce on this rubber surface, on the artificial turf. So it gave Sawa an opportunity to pull it back, and he did very well. Well done by the captain.
Good delivery from Asif. And once again, yeah, that smile says it all. Not today, he says. It's just one of those days for me. So this one is so close to knocking them over or even getting the edge. Does neither, but gets a dot ball in.
Say a quick hello to Tim Reedman, who's popped in. Hello, Tim. Hope you're well. And I noticed also in the chat, my crown has changed colour today, which means there's a few other green crowns that'll be turning light blue before too long, I think. Anyway, here's Asif with his last ball.
In the air, and this time just dropping short of Sawa. He's a little man. There's always a chance his ball can bounce over it, but it doesn't. And just keep that to the 1.
That was funny because everyone started yelling, why didn't you come in and catch that? And then they realised who they were yelling at. It was the captain. Everyone turned around really quickly and just went on about their business, doing whatever they were doing. But yeah, I don't think Sawa could have done anything there. He fielded well that over. So what do we have? Just the 2 4s and a 6 in the power play. They get 24 for 1. It does leave them a fair bit to do here. But, I mean, like I said, the intent's there. For me, it's how they will tackle this spin of probably Ghulam Sawa and Yasser Ali in the middle. Probably has a big bearing on this game. Also got the youngster, Umer Magal, to bowl towards the end. He's had a pretty good series. But right now, it's go hard or go home for the Ali youngsters as we move into the 4th over.
Yeah, Wasim Abbas. Hopefully he's warmed up his hands now as he's going to take the ball to have a bowl.
Yeah, so hello to Siraj, who's watching from Austria. Oh, look at this, got more National Geographic.
Look at that. He's at the bar. He's ordering a drink. Come on, pull the tap. Give him some.
That's like the water cooler conversation for dogs.
Look at that. They're all lining up for the drinks. Oh, there we go. Go and get up there. He's saying that's water. I didn't want water. I ordered something else.
All right, back to the action on the field. What's it called? Wide. It's a tight one. It might just grab a tiny bit of the line. Let's have a look at it. Probably. Actually, I think technically that's a good call. I think a little bit of that ball hits the wide line as it goes past.
This one has been hit sweet out of the middle, and it goes all the way. Bolle, in the zona. Mubashir Ali. We know he's dangerous. We know what he can do. The other day against Gracia, 62 of 23 deliveries, not out. So, well, if he gets going, they're always in this. And, well, he's going to get going, but not where he wants to get going. He's had to go back into the dugout. He's been done by a oogie. Kookaburra fireball. Well, Abbas finally warms up his fingers and then gets this one to go right through Mubashir. 6 and out for Ali. He'll go for 17.
Yeah, he hit that last one so well. This time, it's nothing but fresh air. Gets carried away with his own hype. And middle and off, disturbed. So, yeah, disappointment for Mubashir Ali. He was hoping to get a bit closer to the target. Then he practices a straighter shot. He is the second man to fall. It's 31 for 2.
Yeah, he's going for the similar shot again, but clever bowling, just a little bit fuller. He's not able to get underneath it, but he still commits to the shot and not able to execute it. Loses his wicket. The castle gets destroyed, and he has to go back as the new batter. It's the captain, Mohammed Tanzir, comes out.
So yeah, there's no point just kind of pushing around here. You want to make a play at it, try and stay in the game as long as you can. Still got 100 to get. You're just hoping that someone has an absolute heater through these middle overs. Here's the captain.
Straight to his opposite captain, Ghulam Sawa. Clean pickup. Thinks about having a shot. Everybody's yelling at him, saying, have a go, have a go. But Sawa keeps a cool head and says, nah, there's no point. There's nobody really inside the 30-yard circle on the leg side. Look at the leg side field. Everybody is on the boundary. It's just all about protecting the boundaries. Catalunya Tigers at the moment, which is, I suppose, a fair ploy. Bearing in mind they've got the runs on the board, and if you look at the rate now, they're needing around about over 15 per over.
So this is where you need to just kind of, you got a big problem, which is how to get 100 runs quickly, but you break it into little sub-problems. So, okay, this over's pretty much been spent. But from here, you're probably going to need 16 and over. That's when you start looking at little mini targets. Okay, by the end of this over, we'd like to be 50. All right, that's probably the end of the next over. Then the next one, we want to be 66, something like that, and try not to fall further behind.
Well hit, work to be done, and it's Awais Ahmed, who's normally behind the stumps, but you've got Tahir Ilyas behind there, who's done pretty well as well. Tahir, I think he's had a good series so far. He's been handy with the bat and behind the stumps. End of the over, a very good one from Abbas, just 10 runs from it. Picked up that important wicket of Mubasha as well. And the score at the end of 4 overs, 34 for 2.
Yeah, so like I say, what's that? 16 and over, more or less, required from here. So yeah, just try and be 50 after this over. You know, start it now. Start the chase now. You've got 8 wickets in hand. If you go down, you go down. But you do need to keep being aggressive. And of course, another spin option, didn't talk about yet, is Ghulam Daskia. He will be bowling the 5th over. So we've got the 2 Ghulams available in the middle, as well as Yasser Ali. Anyway, here we go with the 5th. Goes for it, and well pulled in by Mohammed Asif. So that's just a single, but I do like that intent. He's not an easy guy, Ghulam Daskia, to get to the leg side. Just pushes and gets one. Well, Tim Reedman saying, someone get Rico and Vinny a cup of tea or coffee. Well, the good news is, we're both holding a coffee. I'm holding it more for warmth than anything else at the moment. Just mentioning it was a little bit, more than a little bit cold on the feet area this morning with some of the surface moisture. Another little push away from Tanzir. Just get one, maybe. No, just the one.
Yeah, I tell you what, it's one of those days that when you sip that coffee, you can feel the warmth of it working this way all the way down into your belly. Unfortunately, though, it doesn't go down to the toes. My toes are frozen. Just gear.
My feet being this cold, actually.
Up in the air, chance, and Sawa just can't get to it. There was half a chance.
Everyone realises that time not to yell at Ghulam as he comes around to his left. And plenty of time to spot that it was him.
Yeah, it's always going away from him, and you can see the amount of spin that was on the ball. Yasser Ali, he is the man patrolling the offside boundary, and he's feeling cold as well. He's trying to keep his hands warm. Comes down the track, and it's skewered up in the air. And so, oh, well, somebody's surely got to get to this. Well, Awais Ahmed has got to be the one to take the catch. Well, he's making all sorts of excuses to Ghulam Daskia. This one has to be caught.
Yeah, well, it did hang up a long time. Let's just say we don't know how close Awais would have gotten to it because he was kind of loping there more than anything. Let's ball the over.
So, plenty of intent, as you said, Vinny, from the batters. They're trying their best. They're trying to get the boundaries. They're swinging hard, but it's just not happening from them. They can't find the boundary fence as regular as what the Catalunya Tiger batters did. At the end of another over, and it's a good one from Ghulam Daskia. 40 on the board. So just a 6 from it. And to just remind you, there's plenty of ways that you can be in touch with us, Vinny.
Of course, you can. Well, firstly, you should be following at European Cricket because that is a place where there's lots of highlights and little clips as well. Our YouTube channel, if you haven't already, subscribe to it. Also, you can get Rico and I on on our social media if you'd like to get in touch. Always love to get messages. Try our best to get back to as many as possible. Not always easy though. So now we move into the second half. So just 40 off the first half leaves them 91. Pretty unlikely.
Abbas is bowling such a good line, isn't he? He's not trying to do too much with it. Getting the ball pretty full. Just making it very difficult for the batters to get under it. I mean, Mubasher Ali was able to get one away from Abbas in the last over, but then, well, Abbas came back and took his stumps. This one, well done, Oros, that's yours. Madonna, like she does, just a casual side step away. The ECM photographer there, well, I think she's feeling a bit cold as well. She's snugged up in that, that jacket. I need one of those jackets.
It sure is.
Keep us warm.
Worth wearing an extra jacket today. Yeah, so Vinay has a question asking me, when I visit different countries, do I explore their specialty drinks or stick to my favourites? Good question. I
You stick to your favourite. You're a carbonara man. Come on, be honest.
We're talking about drinks, right? So, I mean, I do like trying different things. That's one thing. I do like variety. So I'm heading down the leg side. And maybe a bit high. So I'll try whatever's going. I'm quite adventurous when it comes to food and drinks. But of course, I've got some of my favourites. Yeah, nothing beats it. For me, a double espresso. It'll just pick me up a little bit.
Firmly struck. A couple of bounces. Away's Ahmed does very well. Well, Sendit Patel, he wants to know about the place where I grew up and how I was as a teenager. Well, I was where I grew up. I'll tell you where I grew up. Grew up in Middlesex in the UK. Southall was the area known as Little India. Most of you will know Southall. So it was a lovely place actually to grow up. And did my first bit of schooling there before we moved into the Harrow area in the UK. As a teenager, well, I was a naughty boy, I suppose. A naughty boy, but everybody thought it was a good boy, so it was good, you know?
Ah, okay.
You know,
so you had everyone fooled, is that what you're saying?
So, yeah, I was able to be a little bit naughty. Naughty but nice, that's me. But, yeah, I was no regrets at all. And then, of course, as most of you know, I spent about 22 years out here in Spain. So it's been very good. Thank you for your questions.
So when you first came to Spain, I assume you didn't speak any Spanish, right?
No, none
didn't
at all.
Speak any.
None
How
at
long
all.
did it take you to kind of feel confident in the language? That's a question I've got for you.
Yeah, good question. About 6 months, I think. This one's up in the air, catching chance, and no mistakes. And that is another wicket. So, well, he's saying, that'll do. One day, it's finally got better. As Mohammed Asif takes the catch, makes it look absolutely easy, but no celebration at all. Takes the catch and just bowls it back in, says, there you go. And thank you very much, says Wasim Abbas as he picks up his second wicket.
Yeah, business as usual.
Dasgir picks up his first, I should say.
So it's, nice regulation catch. So Dasgir gets a wicket. Yes, that's interesting to me. Obviously, yeah, I'm really enjoying picking up Spanish bit by bit. Obviously, don't have that much time to devote to it. But
I tell you, my tip was, I mean, I think I've told you this story before, but I tried, because I knew it was coming out to Spain, I think, and I knew about a year before that was the plan. So I spent a good bit of time trying to learn the language using books, but mainly using the old CDs, you know, stuck them in the car wherever I went, always CD on, repeat, saying all the things. I got to Spain and it was a waste of time because what that taught you was not the way the language is spoken. It's a bit like learning to speak English, but the way it was spoken in the 18th century. You know what I mean? It's just not spoken that way. But the best way is you've got to, and I know you do that, you've got to go into the Spanish places and speak Spanish. It's the best way to learn and not be afraid. Sometimes I think it's human nature to be afraid to make a mistake.
Sure.
And you just got to, just go there and talk. And the Spanish people, they're lovely because they will help you so much.
Yeah, that's something I've learned. I guess being so proficient in one language, it's a bit difficult to be a complete beginner in another. But yeah, I do enjoy it. Even little things, I get satisfied.
What is Wayne on? Wayne is digging up my past here.
Yeah,
no, it's not true that
I was going to gloss over that for now. Anyway.
It's not true, Wayne. It's not me. That's another Rico.
He's asking, did you spend 2 years in jail? I think so. Was it only 2? Can't imagine you on the inside.
Well, maybe that's why I'm growing this beard. People are catching up with the old look of Rico. This is a stumping opportunity. And Tahir Ilyas, he knows it. It's a missed opportunity.
He brings this ball back to the stumps before he's got it. You see, that was there. All he had to do was take it. And I think he would have had a good chance of affecting the stumping. It's not as bad as the question I got from Nolly asking me about my worst drunk experience. Well, don't know if you'll get that, but I will tell you a strange thing from 2 nights ago. And I said this yesterday when I had a couple of drinks and I was getting a bit hungry after watching the football. I went to go check out the paella place and accidentally went to the place across the street instead of turning left. I turned right. They didn't have paella.
Worse things could have happened, and worse things could have happened to the batter here as well. When he swings, he misses. There's a bit of an appeal. Not out, says the umpire.
Yeah, this one probably was climbing over as well as being disputable as far as line goes.
Yeah, what I like about this from Dustgear, he's not going for the wicket, is he? He's bowling, and he's seen that the batter has had all sorts of problems, Riaz, getting to a ball outside the off stump, and he just bowled it there consistently. He's not thinking, right, I bowled a couple of dot balls here now, I'll try and get the wicket now, go for the stumps. No, he's thinking this format is not about how many wickets I take, it's about containing.
Yeah.
And he does that so well.
That's true, actually. Let's see what's coming up. Second match of the day, match 82, and it's going to be the second of the 2 matches this morning between the Catalunya Tigers and the Young Stars. And this game is coming up in around about 35 minutes right here on the European Cricket Network. Big Ranjit Singh comes in for the Catalunya Tigers. Young Stars, they look more or less the same to me. And so, yeah, join us for that. And the news from the toss is this time the Young Stars have won the toss and they get to bat first. So I think that's a good toss for them to win. They've struggled chasing here. Anyway, no struggles here from Riaz. He just laces this one through the covers as the youngster, remember, Gale comes on, gives him a bit of width, and batter cashes in 4 runs.
Yeah, nice shot. What about, let's focus on the bowling figures for a moment. Dustgear, absolutely fantastic. Just 1 for 7. They really bowled beautifully well. And that's in his 2 overs as well. That last over just came for 1. So swings hard at this. It should be stopped. A couple of bounces to the fielder. No mistakes there from the man who's patrolling that part of the ground. Nicely done by Haider Gul. Yeah, I'm liking this bowler. I mean, Magal, he will get stronger and he will get better. And he's always gets the ball in the right areas. That's what I like about him. Okay, batters are going to take you on. And a little bit like what we saw. This one's going to be wide, but well dealt with by Elias. Yeah, we've seen a few youngsters here, and yesterday was very impressed with some of the youngsters from the Ravo Sporting side, and they all bowled well. We know that Ranveer Singh was somebody that impressed us yesterday. This one will be wide again.
A bit too wide.
Another wide that's called.
Hey, just realised that I haven't given you an update. Speaking of me going to the wrong place for my paella, last night, as promised, I did go to the right place, and it was magnificent. And had a couple of really nice interactions while I was there.
Oh, yeah.
Just,
Can you talk about it?
Yeah, so my waiter actually has played for the Punjab Warriors before.
Is that real?
Yeah.
Oh, a chance. And the bowler.
Go on, run. Okay, don't
take one. So,
Just
okay,
one.
good.
Yeah, so, had a nice chat with him. I was watching the football as well. And, so that was interesting. So, you recognised me from my jacket, of course, and stuff. And so, had my black paella for 1. So, for 2 people, and I ate it myself. And then I had another one.
Another what? Another paella?
Another paella, another interaction, which was pretty nice.
Okay.
And that was when I went, just poked my head in the little mini supermarket a couple of doors down. And some of the guys from Men in Blue were there running the supermarket, and they wouldn't let me pay for anything. And I just didn't get that much, but I kept insisting to pay. They said, no, they're really, really happy with what you guys do, and it would be our honour. So I just grabbed a couple of little drinks, and they said that was on the house. That was very, very kind of them. So anyway, it's good to see ECN making waves here in Barcelona.
A wild swing here. Mughal gets another dot in. Yeah, the other bowler, of course, I was thinking about, I mentioned Ranveer Singh, was Zain Abdeen, who was sensational yesterday for Raval Sporting. Player of the match in match number 77 against the Hawks. He took 3 for 13. So I'm liking the fact that here in Barcelona, not only are we seeing a lot of cricket, not only are we seeing a lot of old faces and senior faces, but a lot of new faces as well. A lot of those new faces are young players as well. That's a good sign for the growth and development of cricket here in Spain. Not just in Spain, but in Europe. And everybody coming together, everybody coming stronger together. I like that.
Yeah, unfortunately, our young stars looks like they're going to taste defeat for the first time on the European Cricket Network, as they've only been able to manage 58 runs so far, 58 for 3 after 8.
Yeah, good over. Mughal started with a boundary, but came back well. 10 runs from it. And you can see there's a huge difference between the Manhattans, between the two teams. The one thing that you would say with the other young stars here, they've only lost 3 wickets, so they could be a little bit braver, you know, throw the bat a bit more, try a bit harder. I mean, I'm not saying they haven't tried. There's been plenty of intent. That you can't take anything away there from this very powerful Catalonia Tigers side. They just do things so well. Shabaz Shakut coming back into the attack.
No overs more than 10. So you see that there were no real big overs at all. No overs more than 10. And yeah, it's always going to be tough. I mean, they need 13 over from the get-go.
Yeah, Shakut in. He'd like to do a little bit of a Shabaz. Shabaz is his name. I like that. He says Shabaz. Well,
yeah, Shabaz.
Shabaz. Let's do a little bit of Shabaz. Or is it going to be a bit of Shaka? Let's see. Which way will this go? Well, it's going to be Shabaz.
He's
no
good
run.
off his own bowling, isn't he?
Yes.
Shaka. Hey, so Vinay's saying, we know our biggest fan base is in India. We need to come here once. Well, I've been to India before once. I loved it. That was pre-Easy End days. How many times have you been to India? Is it once or more?
No, more than that. I mean, we used to go pretty frequently when we were young, going back to the days we were in Southall. But then recently, myself, I think we've been about 3 times now. I love going to India, of course. Why wouldn't I? And you get the best Indian food that you can on the planet in India, of course, naturally. That's where I get spoiled with my aloo prawns. I always come back, though, needing to go and change my wardrobe a little bit for a few months until I get back to the size I was. But no, India's a fabulous place. And the last time I went to India, actually, went to an area. We see another wicket go down there. Good, easy catch held by a Yasir Ali. So this innings, this going nowhere, and Catalonia Tigers going to wrap this up fairly easily. But yeah, last time, talking about Tigers, I went to Ranthambore, which is in Rajasthan, to see the Tigers. The real Tigers, not the Catalonia Tigers. And speaking of Tigers, we're going to see more Tigers later this afternoon, the Yeda Tigers. But yeah, Ranthambore, absolutely fantastic. Tiger Safari, it had a time of my life. I was there for my 50th birthday. I had an absolute fantastic time.
Oh, that's good to hear. You know, I always love travelling, obviously, even for pleasure. And yeah, my brother actually got married in India around about, it was 5 years ago now, but yeah, had a great trip there. And yeah, like you say, the food's amazing, even though sometimes you're not 100% sure what you're dealing with, but luckily I've got an iron stomach. So Sharkat's got 2 wickets now. You see Rial's just perishing for 7. What else have we got here? In the chat before we wrap this one up, well, Tim asking, what's mine and Rico's best bit up to now this series? Good question.
Ooh, yeah.
I know I've been here a bit longer than you, so I've probably got a bit more to draw on. For me, it would have to be the record-breaking day with the 1,200 runs and 115 sixes, and that somehow eclipses day 3. It was back-to-back Wednesdays, the first couple of weeks, where we just saw all kinds of records smashed. It just had that feeling that anything's possible. Now we've kind of come back to reality a little bit. I think,
and knocked him over. Good delivery. It's right on the money from Shabaz Shakut. So it is Shabaz from Shabaz as he takes his 3rd wicket. And he'll finish with 3 for 10. Great bit of bowling from him. As it's the end of another over. He just takes his cap calmly from the umpire. No celebrations at all. It's something he does all the time. But this is why he's dangerous, the left armour. And I think the Catalonia Tigers are glad to have him back in the side, and they'll be hoping that he's able to stay with them for the duration of this series. They especially want him next week when things really start to get tense. But you can see the Tigers, they're very happy with the progress they're making here. The only young stars, well, they're the team that have got a lot of work to do here. Just haven't been able to click with their batting as at the end of 9 overs. It's 59 for 5. It's just another over where they've only just managed to pick up 1 run. Shabaz Shakut, 3 for 10. Superb bowling. I tell you what, he's got. I know you got a lot of ladies that follow you around Well, Shabash Shakar, he's got a lot that follow him around because I'll tell you what, he does a lot of fantastic work for women's cricket here in Catalonia. And I know that a lot of those women cricket players will be sending him all his best. And talking about the women players here in Catalonia, well, not just in Catalonia, in Spain. And it's nice to see that they formed a national team now and are playing national matches, international matches, I should say. So it's a great step forward for Spain, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, good results as well. You're absolutely right.
I saw some kind of highlights posted on the Cricket España page as well, which is fantastic. Yeah, we're very, very enthusiastic and bullish about women's cricket in Europe and the development. Probably not quite where the men's game is at the moment, but that's probably true across the board.
Oh, what a good delivery this is. This one absolutely rips as it hits the surface. He gets good movement, doesn't he? And that's one thing I've noticed on this pitch. I saw the little maestro doing it yesterday, but good spinners and also Ishan Patel.
Really
good spinners really do get this surface to work in their favour.
I know he's been working on his action. He's been working really hard on his action, and Corey confirmed this with me as well. He's getting a bit taller. I think he's certainly getting some good results there. Certainly as far as the side spin goes. Okay, what's your favourite moment in the series so far? You've got a few since you've come here. Obviously, we had the golden ball. That was pretty good.
The golden ball was fantastic.
Princess 100 was
yeah, the golden ball was fantastic. And obviously, I think on the same day, seeing the golden ball and then seeing the 100 from Prince Demand, 115 and 41 deliveries, yeah, that's a highlight. But of course, I was following as much of the cricket I could of Group A action when I was away. As this one is a lovely shot. Well, that's a bit more like it. And the captain, he hits this one straight out of the ground, Mohammed Tanveer. This is a lovely shot. He uses his feet, gets right under it, and goes boom. Nice shot. Chuck their foot, their style, 6 runs. But that day when records were being broken and that team score of 229 from Barcelona, Shaheen, was an amazing day. Well, this is an amazing stop. He uses his backside. Okay, now, he uses his backside to stop this one. Well, this is how you do it. Well, and lucky I haven't got my white coat on because I may have had to do an examination there. That's a good stop, using his jacksie. And that's one way to do it. And this will be out. So, Yasir gets this one to go the other way. Very clever bowling. That will also be the end of this match. And it is a very comfortable victory for the Catalonia Tigers. And the skillful Yasir Ali taking a wicket off his first over. He'll finish with 1 for 9. And the Ali Young Stars will finish 68 for 6.
Yeah, so just going walking. Arslan, but he'll have to go. See, they couldn't quite compete, could they, in the second half of this game? Credit to the Tigers. They put a healthy score on the board. I mean, it could have been even more than that. In the end, it was 130. But, yeah, Young Stars didn't get the boundaries they needed in the power play. And once that run rate got out of control, you could see they didn't really have the answers. That's even without someone like Yasir bowling through the first 9 overs. So, certainly the Tigers flexing their muscles a little bit. They are the defending champions of this series, and they're showing why, as they gave the newcomers a little bit of a lesson here in match number 81.
Yeah, I mean, only Mubashir Ali was able to get going. Well, that was a moment that Wasim Abbas would want to forget. And when he rubbed his hands together, warmed them up to take the catch, but puts the catch down. And for this one was a moment that Shabash Shakar will want to remember. That was the start for him. That's the first wicket that he took, 1 of 3. It was a few shots that went out of the ground, but really the only man who was able to get anything going was Mubashir. And a nice stop there from the captain of the Tigers. And that's Ghulam Sawa. And well, Abbas, once he had warmed his fingers up, was getting the ball to do all sorts of things. He bowled really well. And that was a good wicket to take off Mubashir Ali. After Mubashir hit him for a big 6, he came back and knocked him over. And then, well, the day also got better for Asif. Nothing went his way up until then. And it was a run out of a diamond duck. And then when he was bowling, the catches weren't being taken. He was missing the stumps by a fraction. But he does come up and take a catch. So he has a highlight of his day. But Shabash Shakar, I think he by far was the pick of the bowlers. Bowled very well. Very difficult to contend with. It was a nice shot there from the captain Tanveer. And then a very interesting stop. They say you've got to keep your eyes on the ball. Well, he kept something else on it, and it helped him stop it. It was a cheeky one. And then there's the finish there from Yasir, just showing his quality, getting the ball to move both ways. And didn't really even bend his back there. So a very comfortable victory for the Catalonia Tigers. The Tigers are roaring early this morning up on the mountain here in Montjuic as we have a look at that scorecard.
Yeah, pair of, 3-17s in fact. Tanzania top scores along with Mubashir Ali and Shahid Nadir, but no one gets past that. And you just kind of see from their strike rates, even the batters that did get going, yeah, they just weren't able to get going at that kind of 2 a ball or more, which they needed to be competitive in this chase. But also pretty disciplined stuff from the Catalonia Tigers. Only 3 wides in this innings. I think that was a marked point of difference as well when you compare the extras between these two teams. In the first innings, there were 23 extras. In the second innings, there were 3. So yeah, there's 20 runs, and they'll need to find a few more runs, won't they, in the second game, the youngsters. They are batting first, though. As far as the bowling went, Sharkat really impressed me, including his fielding off his own bowling, 3 for 10, but also wickets for Wazim Abbas, Gulam Daskir, and Yasser Ali chipped in with 1 at the end. Asif, he bowled pretty well without taking a wicket early on as well. He kept things quiet early on. He took none for 15 of his 2 overs. We'll take a break. We'll be back in about 15 minutes to take you into the second game of the day. And let's see if the young stars can put some scoreboard pressure on the defending champions. When we return, Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo with Rico Full. Back very shortly on ECN with more FanCode European Cricket Series. Hello and welcome back to the Montjuic Olympic Ground. Great to be out here in the middle as we get ready for the second match of the day. It's match 82 on the calendar, and once again we'll see the Catalunya Tigers take on the Ali Young Stars. It's coin toss time. Rob Kemmings with two captains. Let's see who wins it.
Your call.
Okay. Tails.
Tails is called. It is heads.
You are batting first. Okay. Good luck.
So Ali Young Stars win the toss, and their captain Mohammed Tanzir says that he'd like to bat first. Well, makes sense to me. We know that they had a few struggles early on in that game, Ali Young Stars, but they have shown a lot considering they are a team that are on a debut in the ECS in this series. And before this, only 4 of their players had experience. So they're vastly inexperienced in this form of the game compared to the Catalunya Tigers. But they have shown that they are quite competitive, and you're looking forward to seeing what they can do when they do set the target here in the second match of the day. Rico Full is in the commentary box as we get ready for the start of match 82. I can tell you this time it's the Young Stars. They won the toss and they want to bat first. So it's over to you, Rico. And let's get ready for the first ball.
Thank you very much, Maximo. Looking very golden out there. Maybe that's a sign. Maybe it's a sign that we might get a golden ball coming soon. We'd love that. Well, we certainly love where we are here at the moment. Look at that beautiful sight. Beautiful aerial view of the ground. This the Montjuic Olympic baseball ground, surrounded by all of the Olympic memorabilia there. See the Olympic Stadium is to the right of the tower, that communications tower that towers over us as we get ready for the second match of the day here, day number 21, and it's day 6 of Group B, and the Catalunya Tigers victorious in the first game. They're absolutely hammered, you got to say, the Ali Young Stars winning that one by 62 runs. But the Ali Young Stars, look, they're a team that they can bounce back, and I think a lot will depend on the batting of Mubashir Ali. Yes, they win the toss and decide they will have a bat first, and he will be on strike out there with something like Shahid and Nazir, and another man that's got plenty of fantasy points to his name is Ahmed. Watch out for him. And Harun Salik, maybe this is one that he's going to play a big part. But I also do believe that that the captain has to be a lot better in this one as well. I think Mohammed Tanzir really does have to. I think he's got to back himself to bowl more when it comes to the bowling side. But in the batting, you can see he was the not-out batter there towards the end. Put himself maybe higher up the order to try and steady the ship and try and get them to a good score. And, talking about a good score, one man whose fortunes did change towards the end of the last match is Asif. He's going to bowl the first over, bowling to Mubashir Ali. And he starts with a no ball. This is a Gundy delivery. Oh, well, this is why you do wear helmets. This one was right zoned in, right at the head. He does so well to get there. Shows no fear as he puts that one away. Mubashir Ali, well, he'll smack that away to the boundary. And, well, the next one will be a free hit. Well, that is where the umpire has to give a bit of a stern talking to the bowler. Well, let's see if he gets this one completely wrong. Well, I was thinking these days got better. It hasn't. Not at the start of that. So, what a start. 4 runs, free hit, so 5 on the board. So that's better. That's where he needs to be. So good comeback. So that first one just comes out completely wrong. And what happened here? Somebody obviously shouted duck. Well, he's walking back. It's coming your way. I'm loving that. That's when everybody shouts out duck. Well, he knows he's not having a good day. He says, hey, the way my day's gone, this one is probably destined to hit me right on the top of my nut. So he takes evasive action. And take the single there. Tika, tika, tika is what the bowler's saying, and he talks about the field change. So Ali gets to the non-striker's end. Nazir to face his first delivery. And, very good morning to Maya on the chat. Hello, Maya. How are you? And Stephen Kirk as well is there. This one played out on the off. A bit of indecisive calling between the two batters. Julian Dawson is there as well. Good morning to everybody. Tim Redmond as well. Glad that you can all join us. And, this chilly Wednesday here in Barcelona, in the top of Montjuic. Let's see if once more. And this one has been leaned into and will go for a Maximo as it smashes the border fence there. What a good hit this is. And a clean hit right out of the middle. And Shahin Nazir, he hits one out of here. This is a better start, isn't it? This is what they need to do. Be positive, get the runs on the board. Nicely played. As Nicola Fernando is saying good morning to everyone. Yeah, good morning, lovely friends. Yeah, what a nice way to say good morning. Next one is right in the block hole. Once again, you see the non-striker wants it. Mubashir Ali wants to get on strike. And Shahin Nazir saying, hold your horses. I'm here at the moment. Let me do my thing. Two men back, long on, and mid-wicket. Square the... Just eyeing up his field here at the moment, so they've got a 4 on the leg side. 2 of them back. That's a nicely bowled. Well, he's got to be quick here. Awais Ahmed has a shy. It gets to safety pretty quickly. So once again, have a look at the view around the ground. Well, another good view is the run rates by day. But what that does tell you, overall 11.8, but you can see the difference between Group B and Group A. Group A was 12.3, certainly a lot of runs. I mean, day 3 and day 9 was absolutely splendid. And Maximo is coming in now and right on time, because the daily Maximo rate also not as high as Group A.
Have a look at that. So basically 9 sixes per innings in Group A and only 6 in Group B, if you're going to round it a little bit. So yeah, it just shows you Group B not as big hitting as Group A. As we see it right now, we know that can all change, but it was extraordinary really the start to this tournament. And it was maybe an unsustainable pace. Anyway, here we go with Shabazz Sharkat, who's going to bowl over number 2. Player of the match in the first game. And, well, what a difference a few minutes can make, because now he's going to get pumped into the coffee station. Maximo! What a shot from Nazir. First ball. No respect. That's out of here.
Well, that has been smashed big. And, well, yeah, our little canteen was in danger there. Just missing it. Oh, those croissants would have been all over the place for a moment. But thankfully, yeah, don't break the coffee machine. It's too cold to go without coffee and tea this morning.
There he goes shorter, but he's waiting for it. And he's sweating on it, and that's going to be another boundary. So very confident start. How the youngsters, without the pressure of the target, they can just bat. And, yeah, they need some of their top guns to fire, some of their top order to fire at the moment. It's a really good start to the over from Nazir.
Well, Shabazz Sharkat was the pick of the bowlers in the first match. He only went for 10 in his 2 overs and picked up 3 wickets. And you can see here, he's gone for 10 off the first 2 balls. That is T10 cricket for you, baby.
It
that
really
is the European Cricket Network. You just never know. You can never predict what one match is going to bring to another. Amazing stuff.
Well, Sharkat's just going to have to shake it off. Has another crack at Nazir. Oh, this comes back at him off the wicket. Actually does pretty well to keep this out. It certainly seemed around a little bit towards him.
Yeah, good reply back. He goes a little bit wider, and he's saying, "Oh, did you see what that did?" And everybody else is saying, "What are you talking about?" Well, the batter saying that. Anyway, Shazan Nazir goes back to his mark.
Yeah, definitely came back. Still very new ball. It's clever bowling. Oh, just called a wide. Check this one. I thought it was all right. I'm just eyeballing it. Wasn't looking straight down the line, but I thought he might try and push one a little bit wider, and he did. Yeah, it was wide. It was a good call.
Very good call.
I like the thinking, though, to try and get the batter reaching. But, yeah, Nazir is off to a flyer. He's 17. See how long he can keep it up, though. This one comes back at him a little bit as well. But he just hustles through for the single. Mubashir Ali on strike now. He certainly played some nice shots in the last game as well. But yeah, young stars, they'll be hoping to put that good score on the board. I think, yeah, 120 plus, maybe get some key wickets. I've got a feeling we might see Yasser Ali at the top of the order. Yasser Ali is actually leading the side. Just noticed that the Gulams, both out of the side here in match 82. So Yasser Ali, the acting captain. One's hacked away by Mubashir and has to hustle. Oh, gets there in the end, but only just.
Yeah, it's well, he's flat on his back, like he's been. Oh, that's a nice moment there as the bowler helps That was the batter up to his feet, Mubashir Ali. But, well, this is like he's been hit by Mike Tyson. Watch. He goes like down and look, he's on his back.
I don't know why he stopped, because his partner never really did. It was like a stop-start penalty in Formula One. Anyway, he had to put in the big dive at the end to make up for it. I think he probably would have been caught short. A direct hit there. Hit straight, and this is going to travel out of the ground. Maximo. And Nazir just continues going the way he's been going. It's 19 off the over, so things turning around for Shabazz Sharkat. At the end of the second, it's 32 without loss.
Yeah, this is a lovely shot. The first two balls went to the boundary, 6 and 4, and then the last one goes for a 6 down the ground as well. The Catalonia Tigers, well, they're just 2 points behind Raval Sporting. They're looking to join them at the top, but looks like the LA Young Stars, who are third in the table, well, they've got a thing to say about it as well. They're going to make them work a bit harder in this one. You get the feeling 32 without loss after 2.
Yeah, that's true. Young Stars, though, good start for them with the bat. It's going to be Wazim Abbas to bowl over number 3. So, yeah, the question, I suppose, is can they have someone go on with it? And by that, I mean, make a 50, make more for the LA Young Stars. That's what they need to get that 120-plus score. Mubashir Ali's going to face up. Start of the third over, last over of the power play. Squares him up slightly again. Some hesitation with the running this time. Mubashir Ali does turn around.
Yeah, I mean, that's, I think in the running, you got to back yourself and go. And what they're not doing, though, is one thing that you always make us aware of. They're not really making eye contact with each other.
Look at each other.
Yeah.
Look at each other.
Oh. He's got, yeah, I was going to say, if this is hitting the pad, you've got to go, because I think that's the only thing that has stopped this from not hitting the stumps.
Yeah, and it's only a slight deflection, but it only has to be slight. Really slow first up.
Yeah, let's have a look.
Let's have a look at it. And is that going to hit the stumps? I think so.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can see the leg stump there, and it takes a big, I say big deflection, takes a slight deflection, but that's all it has to be, because it hits him in line. If that's going to go on to hit the stumps, then it's out. And so, yeah, I think it's a good call. It's a bit of a funny one, because it's not a huge clunk into the pad, but I think it was significant enough that it actually takes the ball trajectory past the leg stump. So I think it's a good call in the end, and yeah, good umpiring. If you ask me, 32 for 1 then. LA Young Stars lose their first.
Yeah, it goes right across the line. So Mubashir hasn't been able to get going here today, has he? I mean, Shahid Nazir is playing some good shots, but Mubashir, once again, he struggled a little bit. He made 17 in the first one, but in this one, he goes for 6 of the 6 deliveries that he faces. As the sun comes out, well, here's the sun shining for the Catalonia Tigers. Oh, and I tell you what, it's going to be good to have the sun out here at the moment. It will just start to defrost things around the ground. Certainly got to start sticking my feet in the sunshine. I think they are stone cold. 32 for 1, and it is Abbas that gets the breakthrough once more. We'll see Abbas.
Yes, that's a bit of a funny one. When you break it down, though, I think it was a good decision. I think the only reason that misses the stumps is because it just flicks the pad or the back leg.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I've got no doubt about it. I think that is absolutely plumb. I think because the first thing I thought is this is hitting the stumps. If he doesn't get anything on it, it's hitting the stumps. And then I couldn't believe it doesn't hit the stumps. And, yeah, catches the pad. And a good call from the umpire. I think absolutely plumb. I don't think the batter had any complaints either. I think he knew. This one's been worked away around the corner. And one of two fielders could get there and field it. The man who gets there first is Bikramjit Singh. Bikramjit. Nice to have him in the side. As you mentioned, Vinny, it's both the Gulams not in the side. So both men that have captained the Tigers in this series so far not playing. So Yasser Ali, I should say, has the captain's armband. Short again, and this time he will get it past both those two men, and it will go to the boundary. So just a little bit too short. Zimamas, the last couple of deliveries here, got away with the one before, but not this one. Gets worked away. He's far better when he's getting that ball outside the off stump and gets it to come in. And yes, here just having a little bit of a chat with him and say, hey, come on, go, but get back to what you do best. Let's get the ball pitched right up there. But Nazir is batting very well.
He's batting very well. Like I said, can he go on with it, though? Here's Abbas, and this is a Gundy ball down the leg side. It's good footwork though, Nazir probably makes more of that than it was, but only just outside the leg stump. He gets inside the line and just helps that away to the fine leg boundary for more.
Yeah, poor finish to the over from Abbas, and up until ball number 5, there was only the one run from it, and then the last 2 deliveries have gone to the boundary courtesy of short Gundy balls down the leg side, and the sort of form that Shahid Nazir is in this match. He's not going to miss out on those. As the score is now into the 40s, 41 for 1. And Shahid Nazir has moved into the 30s, 32 of just 11 balls.
Yeah, well, 32 out of the 41 runs. So that kind of says it all, doesn't it? He's been super important. I think he continues to be super important if they're to put that competitive score, the 120 plus on the board. And so, yeah, time for over number 4. Mohamed Asif is going to come back. He bowled the first over of this game. The first ball was a pretty dangerous one. So here we go with the 4th over, and Asif just pitches up this time. This is a bit better located than the first ball he bowled last time. Just a single.
Yeah, Asif looking to get a good over in here. I would suspect, I mean, he had options here. Yasir Ali, the stand-in captain, he could have gone for spin here, but decides he wants Asif to bowl out at this point. Maybe he's looking for his opening bowler to get a strike for him and remove one of these 2 batters. Ideally, he'd love to see the back of Nazir, who's doing all the running at the moment and got the majority of these runs.
I'll say hello to Maya, who's in the chat, and Julian saying that her flag waving was inspiring. Inspired him to fly the flag for England 11 in that ECC. Yeah, we're really looking forward to being back at Cardamom, of course, in around about 3 months' time, actually. Pretty good shot over cover, backs away. That's not an easy shot. He takes on the fielder and wins Maximo. And, well, now we're seeing what these early young stars are made of, aren't we? That's a really good shot.
Well, that's a nice shot. Oh, Roberto. Hello, Roberto. Well, Roberto saying, well, coffee, anybody? Yeah, I'll have a coffee, Roberto. Thank you very much. Coffee giving us the thumbs up. Roberto is the man who looks after this magnificent ground. And this is out. This is absolutely plumb. Well, Mohamed Riaz plays a beautiful shot outside the off, hitting on the up over extra cover for a boundary, and then, well, he gets done by the full delivery. It's a good comeback by Asif, and he plays all around this. He loses this. He has no idea where it is. It's the slower ball, the clever delivery from Asif, and a smile on his face. Well, there's not been too many smiles on the face of Mohamed Asif, but he's smiling now because he gets the big wicket. Here's another one, bites the dust, and he's going to be disappointed there, Mohamed Riaz, but I think Riaz, the all-rounder, he'd be pretty happy if he was bowling this one. A clever delivery. He gets his man, and another one bites the dust. Well, Roberto, you might as well make a coffee for Mohamed Riaz. He's got a bit of time before he's going to be called upon again. Yeah, Roberto, the groundsman here, this magnificent complex, doing outstanding work. And guys, he's here as we arrive in the mornings, and he's long after we leave. He's doing a magnificent job. Take a bow, Roberto.
He's so hard-working, and part of the furniture here. Very good shape as well, Roberto. Oh, no. Wow, I think this is off the bat. If it's not, he's out. But I think he does get some bat on this.
Let's have a look at this again. And here's the delivery.
I think it's right off the toe of the bat.
That is not the way to play your first delivery,
is it? You can see he never actually hits the pad, and that's what saves him. Otherwise, it's curtains. I've seen those given before, because sometimes from front on, it's hard to tell exactly what it hits. Mushtar, not wasting any time before getting funky.
And then he plays a more orthodox stroke, gets himself off the mark. I'm pretty sure that Nazir probably would have had a thing or two to say to him and say, hey, buddy, what are you doing? It's not no time to be playing a shot like that. Not your first ball. The 50 does come up.
When you have all that extra energy, you do kind of manifest himself in some strange ways, like that shot from Usman, who's kind of just itchy to do something. And well, he survives it at least. And the 50 comes up now. So 50 for 2 after 4. And one thing that the Catalonia Tigers did very well in the first game, they didn't give away too many extras. So just 2 extras so far. One of them was off the first ball of the innings. Almost knocked the batter's head off. But keep an eye on that as well. That was a big difference between the 2 teams. Yeah, so just seeing in the chat, people asking, was that Rob? Yeah, that was Rob, the groundsman. He's also my unofficial Spanish tutor, one of them as well. have a bit of a chat every morning. So yeah, Rob's a really fun guy to have around. He's a big supporter of cricket as well. Comes from a baseball background, but he just loves the fact that we have cricket going on here. Now this is hit, and it's hit pretty well. Good enough at least. Maximo. Yasser Ali comes into the attack. Of course, they have lost the 2 Gulams with their spin in the middle, so he comes on to bowl. But first ball's deposited out of the ground.
Yeah, Yasser Ali, the classy all-rounder, Spanish international.
Oh, there's Hot Dogs. I knew he'd be around sooner or later. Morning, Hot Dogs. Buenos dias.
Yeah, good morning to the old Hot Dog.
Hot Dog's just wandering around outside the ground. Good adjustment from Yasser, though. It's a little bit shorter. They won't get a run here.
Well, maybe not. The fielder tries to give him some extras with this one. I think he forgets the height of Ilyas. He's not that tall.
That's true. Anyway, surviving.
Yes, it. Standing in as the captain in the absence of Ghulam Sawa in this match. He goes for him again, and is he going to get the gap? He does get the gap. I think the 2 fielders sort of get into each other's way here. I mean, initially, it's Hayder Gul who's going for it, but I think he then ends up like being the wall for the fielder that's trying to back him up. A good clean hit, though, and Usman Mushtaq just keeps going, strength to strength.
Yeah. Survived a bit of a shaky start, but yeah, he's come good there. So Yasser, let's see what he delivers this time. He pulls the batter a bit wider, but he's good enough to get some bat on it. This time is just 1. I think he's hunting the stumping there. I think he has a sense that Mushtaq's advancing, so he puts it a bit to the left, but Mushtaq gets bat on it. Over to Nazir. This should be interesting now.
And Nazir hitting the ball sweet at the moment, 33 of 12. Yes, here. Well, this is a little bit too wide and too short, and it's been absolutely pelted. And once again is the match officials that are in the firing line. The third umpire, Umair Aftab, and Rob Kemin. Well, taking action there. I think Rob probably dropped a bit of a croissant there. So it looked like he was ready to take a bite into an early morning croissant with his coffee. Well, coffee that Roberta maybe took over for him.
Yeah, they were certainly aware of that boundary, weren't they? So Yas has gone for 17 now. I like the way that Nazir's been very confident. That time he's confident to get back as well. So his footwork's been good, and a lot of the time things just kind of follow on from that.
Oh,
now,
this is a no ball.
He's missed the pitch. So it does turn back a bit, but you can't bowl off the pitch. Let's see here.
Yeah, he's trying to. You're absolutely right. I think the battle here of Yasser trying to get the batters coming out the crease and getting stumped, and a bit of a chat there from the Nazir.
I mean, he could have hit that if he could have reached it. Because he couldn't have been caught. It was a no ball, right?
Yeah.
Anyway, here's the last ball of the 5th over.
This is...
It's a wide, so it'll be another free hit.
So the free hit stays. So you can see it. Mushtaq went up to Nazir and said, hey, you know what he's trying to do? He's trying to get you stumped. And he said, yeah, I know, don't worry. But yes, here. 18 off the over so far. Hasn't finished it yet. It still will be a free hit. So this one could be game magical, you know.
An attempted leg spinner, actually. That's it. Tries it again. And gets a return catch that isn't a catch. And he doesn't catch it anyway. So he gets out of the jail on the last bit of that over. Avoids going magical, but only just 19 come off the 5th. And Ali Youngstars 69 for 2 after 5. I want to say a very, very warm welcome to you wherever you're watching from around the world. Vinny Sando here, Mr. Maximo, and Rico Full. And look, Rob is here. Buenos dias, Rob.
Roberto, here he is.
Dos cafés, por favor.
Man of the
Muchas
moment.
gracias.
Buenos días, ¿qué tal? Ese hombre es una máquina. Ese hombre es la estrella de este campo. Un campeón.
Este es
Gracias.
un café con leche.
Café con leche para...
No azúcar. Muchas gracias. He's a good man, isn't he, Rob? And he's a big supporter of cricket, which I love as well.
Well, this is oh, no.
He's thrown it away.
Well, hang on a minute. We got to keep an eye on the foot as well. But this almost ends up being an unbelievable catch from Shabbat Shakat.
Yeah.
Question is here, keep an eye on the feet. Does he put the foot down
I'm calling
outside
this
the rope?
as no boundary. I think he throws it just before the foot lands over. What a catch.
Oh, it's a great catch.
But have a look here. I got a good look at it and see. Now he realises he's going over. I don't think he touched it. I don't see it move. And then he bails. There's only that one
hang on.
step where he almost hits. Yeah, I think he's all right there.
The thing about this is, as we would probably look at it again, he has the time to try and lob this back to the fielder who's not that far away from him, and that's Mohammed Asif. If only he had the vision to. I mean, that would have been a tremendous catch.
I don't think you can say he ever touches the rope there because, number one, the rope doesn't move, and if there's any doubt, it goes to the fielding side. So
he's not that far away from the match officials anyway. I mean, they may have seen it first up, but it's so close to goal. I tell you what, if it's not a boundary, they're going to give it as a boundary. They're going to give it as a 6. So 6 has been given. I was just about to say that if it was not a boundary, that's probably the most amazing stop that save I've ever seen. But he's given a 6. That's a bit unfortunate.
Yeah, not a bit unfortunate. It's wrong because I just don't think that you can conclusively say.
This is out. There's nothing wrong about this.
We have to review this one as well. Anyway.
It's a gun. It's a gun that shot money, a gun that Bappers argue about it. Come and focus. I know it was a horrible one. But anyway, he's all smiles because I tell you what, he's probably quite happy. He says, don't worry about it. We kept him on strike. We've got him out now.
Yeah. So it'll be 6 and out. Unusual 6 and out. I still just don't think, even if you have suspicions that his foot touches the rope, you can't say conclusively his foot touches the rope there. And that rope's a bit messy. That's why it's nice when that rope is nice and it's hugging the white line over there. But anyway, the youngsters will get 6. I don't think they deserved. But yeah, they do pay the price next ball. So this will bring Mohamed Tanzir to the crease. And that's why there's procedures here. So if there's doubt, then the fielding team get the benefit of the doubt on boundary stops. Yeah, so I just don't think that followed the procedure that time.
The only thing I'm thinking, Vinny, I'm with you. From what we're seeing, the only thing I'm thinking, it wasn't that far away from the umpire station. Maybe the umpires themselves, the third umpire, or even the tournament referee will come in, maybe they saw it better than we did. So let's just... I mean, it's not hurt them that much. They've got the wicket.
Yeah. It's true.
Into the pass.
Stars might need all the runs they can get, judging by last time. Although, still got the danger man there, Sheed Nazir, still on the pitch for them. Being joined by his captain now.
Yeah, I'm liking this. I'm liking seeing the captain up there. Is one of the things I was saying that they need to use, or he needs to utilise himself more. Get him up there when it matters. So Mohammed Tanzir looking to get another partnership going here along with Shahid Nazir, who has been on song, but they just need to find a way to keep him on strike, especially the way he's going at the moment. Abbas to him now.
Goes straight down the ground. Always has got this on the bounce. He'll horn it in for fun, but just a single. Yeah, so Nazir still there. It's funny, he actually hasn't faced a lot of the bowling, considering he's been there the best part of 6 overs. So he's faced 16 balls out of, 35 balls, including the no ball. So yeah, a bit less than half. This is Tanzir. It's a low full toss. Bowler jumps over it. So he's off the mark now.
Yeah, nicely played down the ground. And as I say, it's all about trying to keep the man who's got the hot hands at the moment, Nazir, on strike, and 40 off 16. And the way this innings is going, it's going very much to the way that the Catalonia Tigers innings went in the first match. You know, they lost a few wickets early on after a good start, but then they came back. And let's see if the early young stars can do the same.
Oh, close. Really close. Really, really close.
Ooh.
This will be a good one to watch from straight down the line. Nazir survives. Big moment in the game. Just seemed to be caught on the crease. Let's have a look at the line of it.
Only thing could be just slightly outside the line. But I don't think it is. That's for me. That's
if he's hit that, that's the only thing that can save him.
Yeah.
That is suspiciously fulfilling the criteria.
If I'm bowling this and this ain't given, Vinny, I'm gonna be absolutely gutted because I don't think they're any plumber than that.
Benefit of the doubt. End of the 6th over, 78 for 3. Yeah. So Tim was shouting at that one, thinking he might have touched the rope on the 6. Yeah, look, I get that. I didn't see the rope move at all. You know, I just don't think he touched the rope. And it's the thing, you need to be sure he's touched the rope. I don't think anyone could be sure about it, that one. But anyway, that's ancient history now. How about that one, though?
Yeah, I'll be spinning feathers. I'll be honest, I won't like that one. I'm normally pretty cool. I know that sometimes they go either way, but that, to me, I'm looking at the umpire saying, well, how can you not give it? The umpire did make some gesture there to the bowler, and Abbas just, you see, he just put his head down and thought, well, fine.
Unless maybe bowler's blocking the umpire's view or something, but I didn't really see anything like that. Here's McGall. He's going to bowl a big filthy wide. So, yeah, it's just something that hasn't been an issue for the Tigers so far. But, yeah, this one does get a bit of the pitch, so it will be called a wide. McGall's got a magnificent hairstyle, including the ponytail. I like it.
Yeah, McGall. Youngster. Yeah.
Sometimes you got to have a bit of luck, though, right? So, let's see if they can cash it in. The young stars.
Ooh.
Another bit of luck for Nazir as that one goes perilously close to the off stump.
Yeah, well, you said sometimes need a little bit of luck. Suerte, as they say here in Spanish. Sí, claro, tengo mucha suerte. Shahid Nazir is making it all count in this innings, isn't he?
Nazir, he's on borrowed time now. He's in time added on. He's been pretty lucky a couple of times.
And there's a lovely coffee. Thank you, Roberto.
I'm just using it for the heat. I'm not actually drinking anything yet. All right, hanging in the air. Now, where's this going? It's going far enough. Out of here, Maximo. Nazir moves to 46. And Ali Youngstars swinging on into the 7th over.
Yeah, shaka, lagya. A good hit, and that one is clean over. Away's Ahmed. So looking to bring up half century. Yeah, he's had the rub of the green, but so far he's making the most of it.
Slightly slow ball, I think, from McGall. Dragged down, but just a single. Yeah, so Nazir moves to 47. So what are they on track for here? They're about 130 pace. Oh, now they might take another one. They will. Okay. Well, they're saying it might be a dead ball because the ball was out of play. Let's see what happened exactly. So, yeah. Okay, there's one. That's no problem. But kind of, in what way is it returned to the bowler? That's my question.
Yeah, here's the throw.
Yeah, that's a dead ball.
Because
Because he's not continuing the play there. He's just returning the ball to the bowler. I think it's good umpiring. So, yeah, give him credit where it's due. And so, the Youngstars, I like the way they're thinking, trying to push for every run, made the umpire make the decision.
Yeah, I like that. I mean, remember the Catalonia Tigers in the first match did it to them a couple of times, so they're thinking, well, okay, if they can do it, we'll try and do it. But, yeah, I think that one quite clearly was dead.
It's the intent of the throw isn't to keep the play alive, it's just to return the ball to the bowler. Hits this and gets it over the fence. Maximo! And that's 50 for Nazir. And Shahid Nazir's batted really well. Okay, he's had a bit of luck, but you make your own luck, and I think someone needs to stand up for the Ali Youngstars, and he has. Magnificent 50 from him, and it comes up off 21 balls.
Board Badaya Nazir no apni 50 Benali, and, well, he gets his 50, brings it up the same way he started his innings with a big 6 down the ground.
Now, Wayne's got a very good point in the chat. He said, where's all the comments about a good umpiring call? That's true. That was a good umpiring call. And it's funny, people do tend to jump on them if there's one that people don't agree with. And I think it's really important we see both sides. The umpires have a lot to think about in a very short amount of time. So, yeah, well said, Wayne. Couldn't agree more. Hello to Jai Jai Bean as well. Good to have you joining us. And Santosh asking about Bikram. Yeah, Bikram's out there. Into the side. But here's another guy, Shambhaz Sharkat. I think he's been really impressive today. Almost pulled off that boundary magic earlier on. Yeah. And yeah, here we go.
His first over was expensive though. And let's see if he can sort of tidy things up for the Catalonia Tigers. Up in the air, it will drop a couple of times before it gets to a sieve. So Catalonia Tigers here, they know they've got a game on. What's it? 17 balls to go in the innings, and that 100 plus should come up here. Well, he's had enough.
Hot Dogs is wandering off.
He's had enough.
He's doing a few laps.
I tell you what, he's got a bit. It's like he's got.
Well, Hot Dogs is my favourite.
I reckon he's got earplugs in and he's dancing to a bit of music.
Well
there.
done to Spring Productions.
He's bopping. He's bopping, isn't he?
Yeah, he's got the AirPods in.
Who let the dogs out? Woof, 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 woof. I'm liking that action. Yeah.
He's enjoying his day. Uh-oh, it's not going to be an easy one for the keeper. Does well, actually, to hear Ilias. Gets a thumbs up for the bowler, saying thanks for stopping those extra runs. Yeah, Sharkat, it's been pretty accurate. Just keeping an eye on the clock here. I think they'll be okay. But yeah, don't want to bowl too many extras at this stage. You're going to get a wide and get your money's worth, I suppose. I'm sure he'll be back on track this time. He's bowling to Shahid Nazir on 53. And he is. Nazir goes bang, and this is going to be out of the ground. Maximo! What a shot. He just kind of clears that front leg. It's a very modern shot. Seis Carreras, what a shot by Nazir. Just keeps on swinging.
He's hitting the ball so well. I mean, the timing has been good. In this case, it's power. And, well, he's a powerful man. Another one that goes sailing over us. 6 more. So he certainly is keeping this innings very much alive.
Look at this. This is just batting without the target pressure they had last time. Look at the kind of pace they're on. They would have made it last time. They batted like this. Nazir will get 1 here and move to 60. Remember, they were chasing 131 in the earlier game. So I think sometimes there's a lot to be said for batting first and just not encumbering yourself with any particular total in mind. Nazir's just batted. And you're like, sure, he's had a bit of luck. We've said that a couple of times, but he's also played some magnificent shots. Shmaz not quite ready. The field's not set. So Wayne's inspired to buy a dog that looks like hot dogs. Found for one for sale in his local area, but $2,000. Oh, that's a lot. I can see why. Tanzir gets one now. He pulls it away into the gap, and that's going to be a trampoline Tortuga. Fielders have no chance. 4 runs. Cuatro Carreras, and Tanzir gets his first boundary.
Yeah, there's nothing you can do. The only chance you got here is if they jump on each other's shoulders. Look at the bounce on this. Well, that's another one that gets through them. One more that goes into the area of the match officials. Marquee. So
they've been under attack, haven't they, in this innings?
I certainly have. I'm certainly liking this. I mean, I mentioned already how Shabaz Sharkot, he took 3 wickets just for 10 runs in the first match. Well, it's completely different in this one.
And now he gets pumped down the ground, and I think this has got the legs as well. It does. Maximo! Well, Tanzir not playing second fiddle anymore. He goes 4 and 6, pick up sticks. Other youngsters, they are flying in these final overs.
This is the best of the lot. This is such a good shot from the captain, Mohamed Tanzir. And that's why I was saying earlier, I like to see him up the order. I like to see him play more of a part in the match, and he's doing it. He's batting higher up. Let's hope that he uses himself more as a bowler as well. Great shot.
Sun's out, runs out for the youngsters. Now he gets a Gundy ball. It's full. It's on the leg stump. This time he picks out the fielder, just one. And they're thinking of sneaking a second, but they won't be able to. Tanzir, good over for him. Good over for the youngsters. 8 overs down now. It's 114 for 3.
Yeah, 114 for 3. I mean, the 130 has to be a must. And once again, like I said, this is following a very similar pattern to what the Catalonia Tigers did in the first match when they got to 130. And at the 8 over mark, they were on 115. And you can see here the only young stars, 114. I'm liking this approach. And yeah, you've got to be brave, you've got to be assertive, and you've got to take the match to your opposition. And they certainly are taking this to the Tigers.
Sharkat goes for 39. What a difference the game makes. Although, did almost pull off a once-in-a-generation catch. 2 for 17. Wazim Abbas, the only bowler to be in single digits. And Yasser Ali's going to come back to bowl over number 9 now.
Yeah, he's another one that's been under attack. His first over, I believe, went for 19, and it didn't go to plan. He was struggling just to get the ball on the pitch.
Yeah, now he's going to go around the wicket. And probably gives him a bit more of an angle to straighten the ball down the line. Use his feet, Tanzir will just get a single though.
Yeah, I think in his first over, just going back to that from Yasser Ali, he was focusing on too much, trying to get the wicketkeeper involved in a stumping, but he was just that played on his line and he could never get it right. I think he's just far better off going back to just trying to bowl those darty Yorker length deliveries that he can bowl, and he does that really well when he comes around the wicket.
He's more likely to be able to kind of straighten the ball down the line for an LBW, I think, with this angle as well. Oh, just like that. That'll crash into the stumps. And so it's going to be the end of Nazir. Finally, His luck runs out on 60, but really well batted. Yasser Ali, acting captain, brings himself back. And as we say, it all happens in the ninth. It's the end of a very good innings, though, from Shahid Nazir. As he departs, it's 115 for 4.
Yeah, it was a classy knock. It really was. I mean, we've seen some good knocks in this series. And in Group B, it's been dominated more by the bowlers, I think, and the fielders. But that one has to go up there as one of the finest knocks that we've seen. It's really been good. It's when his team's been under pressure, they had to respond after being beaten by 62 runs in the first one and struggling just to get to. They didn't even get to the 70s, did they? 68 for 6, chasing that 131. They needed to do something better. Somebody had to lead the way, and Shahid Nazir certainly did. What a great knock that's been from him.
Yeah, they needed someone to stand up, and he did. I wouldn't say the work's done yet. 10 balls to go. Should be okay for time here. 4 balls to bowl and about 2.5 minutes or so.
Subani is the new batter that comes out. Yes, here. Yeah, good choice from him just to try and do something different around the wicket.
He goes for this straight away. It's one of the longer boundaries on the ground. I think it's over, and it is Maximal. Subani comes out, says no problem at all, hits with the turn. He gets 6, and the Ali youngster's not slowing down.
Yeah, this is the problem, though, isn't it? If you're coming around the wicket, like Yasser Ali is, if you don't get it right, if you're a little bit too short, you're right in the arc for the right-hander. He puts it away. Good start, 6 runs. Subani says, bring it on.
He goes the leg spin. I've seen him using this as a variation. It doesn't look very natural yet from Yasser.
Does it look a bit rigid to you, Yasser, while he's bowling?
Yeah, well, I mean, that's the leg spinner, which I saw. Sometimes finger spinners like to throw that in as a variation. Well, somehow this has bowled him, and it's come off his rib cage and bounced into the off stump. I'm not quite sure how this happens, but it happened. So Subani is the 6 and out, and the score is 122 for 5.
Yeah, I mean, this one, I think this is the bounce that does him. Hits him on the side of his body, the ribs, and then drops on top of the stumps. It's another wicket for Yasser.
I'm going to make an interesting take on this.
Go on.
Because that's only the 5th wicket, so they don't get an extra minute for this. And I feel if we look at the clock, it could put them under a bit of time jeopardy, the Catalunya Tigers. So it's a bit of a funny one. Because the 6th wicket onwards, you get a minute allowance, but you don't get an allowance for the first 5 wickets. So, this is Mohamed Arslan that's coming in. I'll be curious to see the clock.
Yeah,
you wouldn't sneak in here.
You wouldn't be rushing if you were the new batter, would you? Take your time.
No, could be a good wicket to lose. Still 2 to go, though.
He's ready to go straight away. Doesn't even need a guard, he says. Bring it on. Is this going to the boundary? Well, he has a go.
Yeah, see, look at that, 20 seconds.
And it will.
Oh, wow. Wow, this isn't great either, because with that going for 4, the batters take their time to get back. I've got a feeling we could see some time penalties. It's going to be right down to the wire.
Well, Shahbaz Shakat, he's done a lot of good things.
Look, here we go. Sound the horn.
Well, we'll have to wait and see.
I think that's the rules. And, yeah, lucky or unlucky, call it what you like. But, I mean, those are the rules. And so, yeah, clock ran out before the end of the over. This will be super interesting. I think it should be penalty runs. If you're going to be consistent, you're going to have the clock. And it certainly ran out before the end of that over.
I tell you what, so that misfield from Shahbaz Shakat doesn't cost 3 runs. I think that could cost them
you're right.
8 runs.
I think you're right.
That's 8 runs.
I think they would have made it otherwise.
Yeah, here we go. It's patting. That means 5 for the batting. 100. So that takes the score to 131.
Yeah, fair's fair. I mean, that's what happened in the first game as well. Although youngsters were much slower. But yeah, that's the whole point of the clock. And, yeah, I think it does turn out to be a good wicket to lose, if that makes sense. Yeah, you can't have kind of shades of grey with this, though. If you're going to apply the rule, you have to apply the rule.
Yeah, Mughal is going to bowl the last over. There's another one. We've had a few issues here today. Well, all the bowlers really have. This one's been beautifully played. Beautiful shot, Vinny. Just takes it off his pads.
Yeah, it does. It gets his hands through this one quickly. Quite often you see these kind of clunking into the front pad. But, yeah, nice shot. So, yeah, despite the loss of these wickets, the scoring hasn't slowed down. And score continuing through the 130s now. Really good batting. Well, this one goes straight through everyone. And, well, now they might get one, but they might not, but they might. And now they might try for a second, they won't. Well, if you want to see two gutter balls, look no further. This will be a bite.
Hit me if you can. First, the wicketkeeper gets it horribly
This might
wrong.
be the smartest running ever.
And then he aims, he fires, he misses.
It's like he was throwing a shot put. Sometimes you can have too much time. So McGull misses. Just the one bite. Nah, balls are wide. I do like this approach, though, from our youngsters. They've got the wickets to play with.
You say bowls are wide, Vinny. No signal yet from the umpire.
I think they're checking if this is off the pitch or not, but it was on the pitch. Maybe it was unsighted. And so, we'll have a look at it here.
Yeah,
definitely bounces on the pitch.
Yeah, so
it'll be a
should
wide.
be signalled.
Yeah.
There we go.
Yep, there's the signal. Yeah, sometimes they're not sure because the ball is in the way, which I can understand. This is going nowhere. Now they're going to take it on, and this time he's not going to take any chances, McGull. He's going to run it in for the touchdown. I don't mind that either from the young stars. I mean, makes sense. He'll be backing up, go on contact, but Tanzir probably thinks again and says, you know what, I think that's probably better if I stay on strike. And he will do that. And that will be a wicket. So I think that makes it 138 for 6.
Yeah, good work there from the young bowler, McGull. Makes a stop, and this time it says, I'm not relying on me throwing, I'll just run. And and he gets there and just knocks the bat off. So well done to him. It's gone for 21, and I think it's a ball now. Is there a ball to go? Yeah, I think there's one ball to go. 138, 6, or is there 2 to go?
It might be 2 to come. You've got 2 to come here.
2 to come.
All right,
yeah,
the
wide
goal. And Tanzir gets it, doesn't quite get it though. Watch the bounce. Oh, that's a very good catch. I thought he wasn't going to get there, to be honest, Muhammad Asif, and he have to do an awkward bounce, but he just found an extra little burst, and so he takes a very good catch. Tanzir goes for a well-made 17, and they're still grounded in the 130s. It's 138 for 7.
Yeah, good catch there from Asif. He certainly got a good, safe pair of hands, and you see that 2 fielders start going for it, and Shabazz Shukat was the other guy, but Asif, he claims it, wants it, takes it, good catch.
So yeah, everything happening in the 10th at the moment. 138 for 7 with 1 ball remaining. Any score here would set something in the 140s, which means Catalonian Tigers are going to have to bat well. Yeah, they've got some class performers. Yeah, scoreboard pressure. We talked about it a bit this morning. Sharif comes out and will face the last ball. He'll get something on it. Get at least 1 here. Probably going to try for 2, unless they've miscounted. They do get 2. Now there's a wide throw. I would have been trying to run for this as well. Why wouldn't you? You might as well. But here's the bad news. There's going to be a run out. So I think that is the kind of approach you need to go for. They'll get 2. And then I think that's pretty clear. There's a run out. I think Salik is the man run out as well as they just cross. But it will be 140 for 8. The target will be 141. And the Catalonian Tigers, if they want to stay undefeated, they're going to have to bat very well here in the second half of match 82.
Yeah, certainly makes this interesting. They're right at the end. I think Yasir Ali just gets in the way of Shabazz. Should have probably only been the 1. They take 2 and then run out with one of the batters thinking he can get 3. Well, this is, okay, Patel. Well, Asif was okay. And, well, he didn't bowl too badly, but the batting early on was fantastic. And you got to say that Shaheen Nazir, he really did go to town, didn't he? He played some lovely shots. And that was the OBW. I think there was no doubt about that. And Bashar Ali going right across. But him going just meant the next batter. The thing I liked about this is all the batters that came out were positive and they were playing positive shots. Mohammad Riaz, he did go, but not before he pumped 1 down the ground. This one was almost a moment of magic, wasn't it? I mean, he wasn't able to take the catch because he was falling over the rope, but then, well, just touched the rope. So it could have been the best save that you've ever seen. That wasn't good cricket, really, from Usman Mushtaq. He didn't have to play that shot. He went for 18. But one man they couldn't get rid of was Nazir. How he survived that one, I don't quite know. But he did survive, and they just carried on hitting big, and that's the key about this. Some lovely shots there. Then the captain, Mohammad Tanvir, it's nice to see him come out there, and he played some nice shots as well, the captain. And it was good to see him taking some good responsibility as well. Well, that was a wicket finally that went, and it was Yasir Ali that got the wicket, and then he got a second as well. A little bit fortuitous as the ball rolls up the side of the body of the batter and then drops on top of the stumps. And then we saw, well, as you would normally towards the end of an innings, a few run-outs. Well done to the young Mughal, gets the stop in, and then this time round he has the vision to just take the bounce of himself rather than throw. One man who's got very good hands, Asif, taking a good catch there towards the end. But what the Ali Young Stars have done, well, I said they were on par to do exactly what the Catalonia Tigers did against them. Well, they've done 10 runs better than that. They put 140 on the board, all down to a few partnerships. First, the opening partnership between Ali and Nazir, and when Ali, Mubashir Ali, that is, went, and Mohammad Riaz came in and put a bit of a partnership together. But a lot of that all worked around the batting of Shahid Nazir, 60 of 24, and then we saw some good little mini knocks there towards the end from Usman Mushtaq and also the captain Mohammad Tanzir. So managing to get the score to 140. Once again, extras is going to be pretty key there as well. 15 of them. So the same way that the LA Young Stars gave a lot of extras and 5 penalty runs away to Catalonia Tigers in the first match. Well, Catalonia Tigers have returned the favour. And what that means is that the Tigers, well, they've got a game on. We got a game on. An exciting one. Let's have a look at the bowling figures. And I think most of the bowlers that performed well in the first one, well, they got absolutely pelted in this one, including the likes of Shabaz Shukat. And remember, his 2 overs only went for 10 and 3 wickets in the first match between both these sides. This time around, he went for 39 and wicketless. Mohammad Asif, he bowled pretty tidily, 1 for 22. Wasim Abbas is always good, isn't he? 2 for 17 for him, really. Should have been 3, I reckon. And Yasir Ali, he went for a few as well, picked up 2 wickets in his second over. His first one was expensive, went for 19. And then Umar Mughal there, the young bowler. I'm liking what he's doing. He was under attack. And remember, I think it's a brave call to get the youngster to bowl the last over as well. Only went just for 9 runs in that one. So well bowled to him, and also was involved in the run-out. So, folks, we have got a sensational match number 82 on here. It's a halfway point, 140 put on the board by the Ali Young Stars. So 142 will be required. Well, are we going to see another spectacular run chase here at the Montjuic Olympic Ground? It is the Olympic Ground, and we're going to need an Olympic performance from the Catalonia Tigers if they are to be victorious in this one and keep their unbeaten run intact. Join me, Rico Full and Mr. Maximo, when we return in about 10 minutes time for the conclusion of this match. Join us in 10 minutes. Volvemos en 10 minutos. Hola, muy buenas y bienvenido de campo de Montjuic. Tengo mucho ganar para ver este partido, eh. Yeah, looking forward to this, the conclusion of this match. Catalonia Tigers needing 141. Here we go. They've got to go bang right from the start. And yes, Rally smashes this away. That's what we expect from him. I mean, when he came out in the last match, he certainly wasn't hanging around. He went blazing, didn't he? He plays some really quick fire shots on his way to 39 or 14. Came in at number 5 in that one, but you can see here, just as Vinny suspected, in the second match he's opening up, and he's got to go big right from the start. And he does, and this is a great stop. This was hit like a bullet. What a good bit of fielding that is. That was absolutely motoring. And Nawaz Sharif pulls off a great stop. And this one, well, I tell you what, I'd love to see the speed that Kookaburra was travelling at. Yes, here. 4 and a single. And, well, he's getting a bit of coaching there from the senior, Ali Youngstar, Mohammed Diaz. Just having a word with Israel Ahmed. And, hey, this is where you need to be. Wazim Abbas hits this one down the ground, and he gets enough off this. It's a good shot to play in the power play. Long on is inside the circle. So he just, well, it's almost a straight bat pull that gets the height on it. A couple of bounces as it goes over the boundaries. So both batters have made a positive start. The Tigers are looking to roar to another victory. Can they make it 6 out of 6 as well? Bit of width, hits his hard, balle, kinna zona, shaka, lagya. Perfect timing from Abbas. And, well, bit of width, and I think the bowler Ahmed was hoping that he wasn't able to get the power in the shot. He was wrong. Plenty of power, 6 more. Now short, and it's going to be 4 more as a Gandhi ball, and this goes over the man on the 45 inside the circle. And Abbas, well, he's rocking and rolling Wazim Abbas as he finds the boundary again, and it looks like it's going to be another expensive over for Ahmed. Well, he had plenty of trouble in the first match, didn't he, when he was smashed all over the place, and went for 24 when he bowled the second over of the match. Well, this time bowling the first, and it looks like it will go magical again. And 19 off it. That's a much better delivery, better line, better length. Yorker length, which Abbas just digs out, will take the single. And it will be 20 off the first. So an electrifying start. And both batters, Ali and Abbas, finding the boundary. But it was Abbas who, well, hit some beauties in the start of that one. 2 4s and a 6. Takes him to 15. 18 matches without a golden ball now. Now, what do you reckon, folks? It's no 140. 1 is required. 140 takes us to a golden ball. Well, it's a perfect start. Well, the hot dog is still there. He's refusing to go home, saying, I'm staying here. Okay, then, says the owner, I'll just lay a bed for you. He says, I don't want the bed. I want to stay where I am. It's nice and warm here. Smashed. Oh, this is awesome hitting. This is huge. That has come sweet out of the middle of that bat like a bowl of glove jumbo. What a hit that is, right out of the middle. Ends up in the practice part of the ground on top of the nets. Yeah, watch out. Well, where's that one come from? Yeah, just having a net there, minding your own business, and all of a sudden, the ball drops out of the sky. Abbas crunching the ball all over the place at the moment. Zubani coming on. Short, Gandhi, hit, hard, will go. Will he go the distance? I think probably just bounces just once, does it? They're going to have to check on this one. Let's have a look. Does he get this to go all the way? He certainly throws everything at it. Where does this drop? I think just before the rope. He's just double checking. All eyes on the third umpire. Yeah, 4 runs. So Subani, I don't think the short ball perhaps is the answer to Abbas. He's off to a flyer. Oh, they take him on. And the throw probably goes to the wrong end because Yasser wants it. He's off and running. Abbas was the one who was slow to react. The throw goes to the keeper's end. Yasser Ali gets in pretty easily. So, Karam Subani now has to focus on bowling to Yasser Ali. Oh, absolute beaut. Oh, that is a sensational delivery. Right on the money. And Yasser Ali, too slow to react to this, gets done by the Yorker length delivery. It's curtains for Yasser Ali early. Well, he will go for 5 of that, the third delivery that he faces. And what a good delivery this is from Subani. They go with Subani ahead of one or two of the other bowlers that the captain could have used. And it turns out to be a good shout here from Mohamed Tanzir because he gets the wicket off the dangerous Yasser. Yeah, just a little bit too slow to react. I think he gets done by the pace. So Yasser Ali will have to depart. I think everyone was expecting a little bit more from him, but it's not to be. He'll go for a 3-ball 5. And they're beautifully bowled by Subani. Yasser will go. And that brings to the crease Awais Ahmed. Now, Awais Ahmed looked scratchy when we saw him in the first match. He was there for a little while. I think in the end he ended up out on 16 of 16 deliveries. So didn't really find his straps, if you like. He knows he has to here. He has to give Wasim Abbas good support. But first of all, he has to contend with Subani, who looks like he's found his radar. Not out. Good running from Abbas. Wow, it's a Gundy throw. And what's tonight on the ball? It's going to go all the way. It is. That's going to be 5. Well, I don't think there was a need for the keeper to be throwing this. I think the batters Awais had got himself in. Look, he runs hard, but he's made up his mind. He's going to have a throw. And the batter is already in. And despite the, desperate effort there from Riaz trying to stop it, gets fingers to it, but he's not able to stop it. So welcome 5 runs there for Awais Ahmed. That'll do nicely. So disappointment for Subani. Comes to try to finish the over tidily, firmly hit. Riaz makes no mistake. And that will be the end of the over. Just waiting for the scores to update there. And I think that should be 36. No run taken there. As you see, Wasim Abbas going to the umpire saying, hey, umps, I've hit the ball so hard, I think we've broken me bat. And just waiting for those scores to update. I think you'll find that it will be 36. So 36, 2 overs down. So they're ahead where they want to be at this point. The only young stars were on 32. But they do have one of the dangerous batters back in the shed. Yasser Ali wasn't able to get going this time, but he was done by an absolute beauty from Subani. Just goes to show what happens when you pitch the ball up. Catalonia Tigers looking to join Raval Sporting at the top, whereas the other young stars, they're looking to keep the pressure on the Tigers. If they can win this one, they will go to Sharif to bowl here. He swings hard at this one, and it's another one that goes all the way. Manos arriba, Vitro, porque eso es shaka time. 6 carreras. A big hit, and a fine time to welcome back into the queue Mr. Maximo, or Maxi. Maximo's all over the place at the moment from Abbas.
How about the 5-leg buys? Not often you see that. And I had a really good view of that as I was coming back. The keeper actually hit the side of the pitch with the throw, and that's why it deflected away from the backup fielder. So, I think it's not ideal. Anyway, this is new over. We'll start with a wide. Subani gets the big wicket of Yasser Ali. That's one part of the puzzle, isn't it? But there's more threats you're going to have to deal with the other young stars. Yeah, the old 5-leg buys. So it's pretty hard to get 6-leg buys because it'd have to be overthrows normally, unless you actually ran 6. Because if it hits your leg and goes over the boundary and the 4, it's actually only 4, not 6. Little known rule. Well, I'll take this on as well. And Always will hustle home for a single. So
Yeah, he's being made to run for his runs. Yeah, that one was leg bias. I thought Aways maybe got a bit on that, but no, he wasn't too. So you see he's still not off the mark.
Has some questions about boundary size in the chat. I'll come back to that in a second. Right now, let's watch Noah Sharif. Always digs out a Yorker, then they run. Oh, flashbacks. This time he just sees the back of Always Ahmed.
I'm liking Mohamed Riaz as he's backing up. He's waving his arms all over the place.
I think this is a funny one. Because look at Always where he runs. Look. Now, someone made a good point to me that said that the ball doesn't have to hit you if you're going to be out of obstruction. He certainly changes his line there based on where the ball is, right?
What do you mean it doesn't have to hit you?
So, look, okay, I'll give you...
Okay, we go. Let's see this first. Let's see.
Okay, what I mean is, if the batter changes his line and then, say, gets hit by the ball, then there can be an appeal and he can be out obstructing the field. But Corey actually made the point that in that situation, if he'd appealed, I think he's out.
No, you've got to throw the ball. It's got to be hit. Yeah, I'm sure you do.
No, you don't.
Yeah, you do.
No, where? It doesn't say that
But
anywhere.
if you don't throw the ball, you can't
he didn't throw
say...
the ball because... I'll tell you why he didn't throw the ball then.
I think you do. I think you check that again. I'm pretty sure the rules, the law state, if you throw the ball and you change and you're not running where you should be running, and it hits you, it's out.
Called a no ball. And I think it should have been a wide because it was actually bounced after the stumps. I'm not so sure about that because the point is, if he'd thrown that, it would have put a hole through Always. You know, so...
Yeah, and then you peel and it's out. But you've got to throw it. You've got to throw it.
Yeah, I'm
check
not
it
so
up.
Sure. Someone do some looking up of the laws on that one. Anyway, this is smashed and has absolutely tattooed out of the ground over the fence. Maximo, what a shot.
Adios, Pelota, adios. Well, that's another. I tell you what, the Gracia boys, well, they've had a bit of a makeover, I think. I spot a few highlights in their hairs.
That's
but anyway,
where I've come from.
More of that. Well, this one, I tell you what, the hair could have been a different colour. Could have been red because, I tell you what, that's the second time that Abbas has blasted the ball into the net. It's not safe there, boys. It's not safe. Get out of there. Well, Gracia minding their own business.
Well, Kuldeep is a hairdresser, right?
Yes, he is.
He's, let's just say, he might have had a bit of extra bleach that he's decided to use on his teammates.
And this one is over the top. It would have been a wide, but he says, you know what? Why take the wide? I'll take the boundary. And a nice shot there of the scorers. The project manager as well, Sam Williams, Medadaub, and the Max by doing a fantastic job. And, well, at the moment, they're having to score pretty quickly because, I tell you, Wasim Abbas, he seems to be on fire. He's motoring along as another over comes to an end. And 36 of the first two. That goes to 40 now, as that is the score at the end of the power play. 1 wicket down. The wicket that fell was that of Yasir Ali. So... It's a great reply. Just keep an, I mean, they made that, they moved the rate down to just under 13. So they're doing the right thing here, the Catalonian Tigers. They're not holding back. They're throwing everything at this, but particularly Abbas, 26 or just 7 deliveries.
Yeah, so they're 56 for 1 off 3. Not sure where the scoreline's gone, but I'll tell you right now, it's 56 for 1 for 3. So hopefully that appears again soon. Time some left arm spin. Harun Salik's going to bowl. So yeah. Important couple of overs from him. The Tigers have come out swinging. Oh, I reckon now, had a little noise there. I think it was just actually the bat, maybe flicking the pad or something else. So hello, Lily. Yeah, so going back to what I was saying a second ago about the boundary size, it's pretty much the standard ECN size. This is a big full toss and it's hacked away behind the point region. It's going to be 4 more. And right now, it's Always that is getting going.
Why? I mean, he plays at this and he's so wide. I think he thinks I'm going to play at it because I'm going to get maybe a no ball. But I don't think the height is an issue. But yeah, that was really wide.
I've got the score up to 61 now.
Yeah, I'm all over the place with the score. I just thought at the end of the day it was 40, but it wasn't because they hadn't caught up. I can tell you what, this is 4, and they just keep on motoring along. What a lovely shot that is.
They might break the scoreboard soon. So, yeah, it'll take it up to 65 now.
Yeah, that's a nice shot. Nicely played. So Awais Ahmed, he's deciding, well, anything you can do, Wasim Abbas, I can do.
And that's no run, so stay on 65. Yeah, just catching up on the score. Hey, Lily says she has finished her undergraduate studies. Lily Panda in the chat. So hello to you, Lily, and congratulations.
Congratulations. Round of applause.
Still called wide, even though
Well
he
done.
Steps across here, but yeah, still gets a lot of the line. Yeah, so if you don't mind sharing, what did you study, Lily? That's wonderful. Really happy that you've done that. Now, no run again. So still at 65, or 66 now, actually, I should say. 66 with that wide. Yeah, so the boundaries are pretty standard. There's 50 metres from the centre of the pitch, despite it being a baseball ground. So we do have room for that kind of ECS-style field. And that means basically if you're hitting a straight boundary, you've got to remember that the batter is about 10 metres, called 9 metres probably, further from the straight boundaries. About 59 metres straight hit.
Oh.
Push this one a little bit too wide. This is called a no ball.
Yeah, it doesn't hit the pitch at all. So Haroon Salik's trying to do different things. I mean, he's bowled pretty well. He normally is the go-to man when they need something to happen, but this one just doesn't come in at all.
Bounced just before the stump, so it is a no ball called. We might be saying it bounced after the stumps.
So hang on a minute here. Are they going to... Well, it's being called. I mean, the thing is, this is... once you call it, you shouldn't really be changing it.
Yeah, well, the thing is that, to me, it bounced a fair bit before the keeper, so I think it did bounce before the stumps.
So it's been, well, retracted there. So it's not a free hit. It would be called a wide.
Probably won't make a difference now. It's a funny one. I mean, I could only go on the keeper got a fairly big bounce, which would tell me it was probably before the stump, so it should have been a no ball. Anyway, Square Leg umpire's probably in a better position to make that call than we are, so that's fine. And it'll take us to the end of the over. I've got 69 for 1 off 4. So that'll make it 72 off 36. So exactly 12 and over required from here.
It's both batters now are set. This partnership is developing nicely, isn't it? Even though they lost Yasser, he was the first man to go with a score on 31. He got 5 of them himself.
So yeah, it's 69 for 1 or 4. I think the 5 leg buyers might have just blown up the system. But oh no, there we go, we're back. Good stuff. All right, so 69 for 1 or 4. I'll give you a bit of clarification. After this ball, which is going to be sailing out of the ground. Well, abracadabra, that one's disappeared out of here. Maximo, well, there it is. If you're walking past, then if you're going to return a kookaburra, we'd appreciate it. Great camera work.
I want the hot dog to chase it and get it. Where's the hot dog?
That one.
Can you imagine that?
Right out of the screws, wasn't it, from Wazim Abbas? So yeah, let me just tell you exactly what happened there. There was a 5 leg buys when Abbas faced his first ball, and then after that, there was just a bit of an anomaly. As this is cut away, is pulled away, I should say, just for 1. And that throw comes in, preventing a second. Yeah, so that meant that the other batter should have faced, but Always actually faced the last ball that over, when because it was a 5 leg buys, they should have changed because it was an odd number, and so he didn't. So that's what sent the scoreline crazy. But once someone faces the ball, you've got to respect that. They faced it, and the game continues. So that's what happened there. It happens. It's a bit of an unusual situation, I suppose, with the 5 leg buys. Stephen Kelk enjoyed the close-up of the kookaburra. Moses asking how many teams are competing in this T10 here in Spain. There's 16 teams. We've seen all 16 now. 8 competed in Group A and 8 in Group B. So yeah, now we're looking at Group B. And only 2 teams will make it through to the final day. This is a shot just off the length, and he times this so sweetly. That's big. Maximo, what a shot.
Well, I'll tell you what, if the Ali Young Stars have left anything valuable in their dugout, it's smashed to pieces now, because this is right in their territory. And the hitting of Abbas has been sensational. He's brought up his half century, and it's absolutely superb batting from him. Board Badaya Abbas no 50 Banali, just off 17 deliveries. He's absolutely blasting it, isn't he? Absolutely blasting it.
Such good batting. Now, this is a bit of a lucky one, but it's going to be another boundary, I fancy. It will. So Abbas moves up into the 60s now, and it's very hard to see how this Tigers train can be stopped at the moment.
Yeah, he's absolutely lashing it to all parts of the ground. All right, bit of luck on that one. And I think that's where Awais has just said to him, hey, look, Keep it going. Don't throw it away because we've taken this right down from where it was to just over 10 here. It's incredible hitting.
Walking waft this time, gets none of it. This will be the end of the 5th over. And well, still a fair bit of work to do, but Catalunya Tigers in a good position. 87 for 1 after 5 overs. Let's have a look at what's coming up in the new year. And we will have one ECS here in Barcelona before we head to Cartama. The Cartama Oval in Malaga, Spain for the 3rd ever ECL. Should be great. It's the Champions League of cricket. And look, I do hear there's a bit of a Malta update. They're trying to organise some sort of playoffs, but again, has to be signed off a little bit. So hopefully we'll know by the end of this series who'll be representing Malta. But yeah, each one of those groups will be 3 days of action. The winners of each group going through to the championship week in week 4, where they'll meet Pakai Care in a 7-team championship week. I think he gets some bat on this. No ways, that saves him. Salik just slides on, doesn't really turn the ball a lot. Sometimes the batters are playing for it.
There needs something to happen in this over. I think the young stars, if they can break this partnership here, that gets them back in the match. Otherwise, I think it's going to take them away from it. And this one, well, he's done this a few times, Salik. This will be...
See, this is a no ball because it bounces before the stumps.
Yeah, they're getting this one wrong. I think they're going by the batter's crease. Yeah, that's got to be a no ball.
That should be a no ball because the ball pitches before the stumps. So maybe that's just I think it's a couple of times we've seen that. It should be a free hit.
I think they're going with the wrong line here. Anyway, no real complaints yet from the batting side. Abbas.
Make too much of a difference. Well, this one will make a difference. Again, it's picked up and that's out of here. That's big, Rico. Maximo, what a shot.
Is humongous. This is a blast. Well, he's been brutal, hasn't he, with these? He finds a way to get right underneath him, and that is traveling. I tell you what, there's some people looking from the stands. This goes clear over them. What an almighty hit that is. And Abbas, just the same way in this match Shahid Nazir did, is going strong. Well, he's gone past the score of Shahid Nazir. He made 60-24. Abbas 67 now, or 21. And this one, is a bit of an edge. It's a chase on the Iba. Well, he will get there, gets a foot on it. But Abbas comes back and turns it into 2. Hard chase there for the fielder. That was Sohib Khan. Does catch up with it, but not before Abbas gets back and gets back onto strike.
Still 40 on to get here. Abbas is on a heater. He's going to get a little luck here. Well, actually reaches the fielder. I think he's lurching forward there, Nawaz Sharif, but he couldn't get under it. In the end, it gets past him. It goes all the way to the boundary, and that brings up the 100 now for the Tigers.
Yeah, Mohamed Tanzir, I think he stops thinking the fielder's going to stop it. He needed to carry on running. He would have been doing the backing up there. But once that gets past the fielder, Sharif, it's 4 runs. So a little bit lucky with that one first. It doesn't quite get to the fielder. And then once it gets past him, goes to the boundary. He can't do no wrong at the moment, Abbas. Well,
another full toss. This one's going to curve away. More work there for Sharif. And, well, between him and his colleague, they won't be able to keep this one in the field either. Cuatro carreras más. The Tigers are right in the box seat here.
Yeah, both baje, both nache. Can they aja, pelota, aja. It doesn't come. Here's another one that just gets chased to the boundary. Here's another boundary to Abbas, who moves into the 70s here now. 77 of just 24 deliveries, and that over at the 100 also comes up. And they are absolutely motoring along. 105 for 1 after 6 overs.
6 overs down, though, so 36 off 24. Look, it seems easy. It probably will be if these two are there. But you just got to tell yourself as a fielding side, if we can just get a wicket or 2, get some new batters in there, keep the runs required above the balls remaining. Maybe there's a window back into this game. But the window's closing pretty fast. Here's Subani. He came up with a bit of magic before to get rid of Yasser Ali. We need something from him now in the 7th. The first ball worked away for a single.
Yeah, Subani's got to go back to, he's the only bowler that's really done it. Get those Yorker length deliveries in. They've bowled too short, and they've bowled into the arc off the batters, particularly that of Abbas. Abbas on strike. Can they get him? Got to be a Yorker length delivery. Full straight on middle stick. Subani.
Hit hard towards the fielder and caught. So this one pretty much straight down the throat of Nawaz Sharif. Just had to take a couple of little steps to his right. Well, there's one of the wickets you need. And Abbas had been very, very destructive while he was there. He has to walk for walking 677. Just 25 balls. That shows you how well he was hitting them. Over 3 a ball is the rate he was going at. But now he has to go. He's the second wicket. It's 106 for 2.
Yeah, look, they needed to break the partnership. I was saying that really they needed to do it in that 6th over with Salik. That gave them a chance. All right, it's happened a few balls later, but it does mean that you got an opportunity because, look, I mean, Awais Ahmed's out there, but he's going at very much the rate that he did in the first match when he made 16. He made 16 of 16 deliveries. Here he's 13 of 12. All right, he's probably thinking he only had to play a supporting role there because Abbas was hitting it so well and giving Abbas majority of the strike. But this is an opportunity here for the early youngsters, but they've got to take anything that comes their way here. Subani.
Yeah, Tahir Ilyas comes out at number 4. We saw him opening earlier on. So they've been shuffling their order up and down a little bit, Tigers. But, barring a big collapse here. Don't see them messing this up, but credit to Subani. He steps forward again. This is driven. Ilyas doesn't get a run here. Almost gets his head taken off by the throw.
Yeah, nicely played shot, but good bit of fielding there from Mohamed Riaz. He looks like a man on a mission, doesn't he? He's bowled really well, Subani. Huffing, puffing as he goes back to his mark. Looks like a good unit, doesn't he? But he's bowled well. 2 for 12. And when you look at some of the other bowling figures, you can see just how outstanding he's been.
Late cut this time, gets into the gap. Chases on and not going to get there.
Well, he gives this up. Why does he give this up? I'm quite surprised. I mean, Sohaib Khan, I mean, he decides at this moment is going to beat him. I don't know why he's thinking,
yeah, it does decelerate a fair bit. I thought there was another field about to enter the camera shot, and there's no one there.
Oh, that's annoying for the bowler. Subani is looking around at his captain and saying, hey, what's that about? And, well, now he's gesturing to the fielder and says, hey, come on. And, yeah, that one should not have gone to the boundary.
Yeah, that hurts. You're running out of runs to play with. You just had a wicket. Subani. This is a straight pull. Another chance should be taken and dropped. Oh. Wow. What can you say? It was easier than the one a moment ago, but come the moment, Nawaz Sharif, unfortunately, he couldn't reel it in.
This is an absolute dolly. Considering the catches we've seen him take, this one is so easy. Hits his hands hard, goes down, and, well, Matateke picks the ball up and throws it back. That is very disappointing. Ilyas gets a life. Dropped on 4.
Now short and pumped away sideways. Just a single. So with no Wasim Abbas there, like I said, a bit of an opportunity for other youngsters, but they haven't helped themselves with that drop catch there. As we get to the end of the 7th over, and the score is 112 for 2 off 7. This is what's coming up this afternoon. Gracia versus the Yada Tigers. Gracia just the 1 point from their 4 matches. Yada Tigers 1 less than that. So yeah, Gracia, they'll be in the field first because the Tigers have won the toss and they are going to bat. So let's see if their bats can stand up. And that's been the probably area they've struggled the most in so far. I do like their approach. Gracia, a few interesting hairstyles coming your way this afternoon. That's all I have to say about that.
Looking forward to seeing what Kuldeep Lal has been up to. And both those teams, Gracia and the Yada Tigers, have yet to win a match. Gracia have a point. I'll say courtesy of an abandonment. They will be saying, well, if it wasn't abandoned, they would have gone on to win it. They did put 150 on the board before that match against the team that's out there, and the young stars got called off. Okay, the experience of Riaz into bowl.
So yeah, 21 of 18, takes as deep as you can. Thinking of 2 here. Well, Ilyas wanted it. He has to scurry back, just a single.
Yeah, he's probably a lot quicker than Awais Ahmed. He fancied it, but Ahmed says no. Stay where you are. There's no, and it's a right call. There's no need to risk this. Under 10 required and over. All right, Habaz has gone, but both these batters we know are more than capable of finding the boundary rope.
This is one that they won't have to defend anymore. Just a wide down the leg side.
Yeah, not a good delivery, Riaz. He's had a few issues. I mean, saw him in the last match, and 2 or 3 wides and over, which is not like him. And remember, it was 23 extras that they gave away to the Catalonia Tigers, including 5 penalty runs, which helped the Tigers get to that 130.
This is up, it's in the air, and this one, it will be taken. Well, Meatloaf said in the famous song, 2 out of 3 ain't bad. Well, Noah Sharif will hold this one. So Ilyas goes for 5. And there's still this opportunity for other youngsters to pull this off. They were miles behind in this game, but the dangerous Ilyas is going to have to go. The score now 114 for 3. Good catching that time.
Yeah, I mean, he drops the sitter and takes a much, much harder catch. And, well, it was Ilyas that he dropped on 4. Well, Ilyas, he adds one more to it, and that was the drop. That was the single that he got courtesy of that drop, but the man who dropped him gets him again. So Ilyas, well, we know that he's a more than capable batter. He batted very well, 26 of 18 in the first match, but he'll go for 5 in this one. And that wicket really does open this up. I think a lot now depends on Awais Ahmed here. I think if they're going to win this match, Awais Ahmed is a guy that they've got to get on strike, because I think the other batters are they're gonna come and go. They can't have a shot. Well, he's taking his shirt off. He says, you know what, I'm too sexy for my shirt. Takes it off, Stronger Together. And, well, he's doing it all in front of the Stronger Together. Well, he puts it back on now. Well, he thought he's just getting a little bit too hot. He takes the undergarment off. The top half I'm talking about, folks. Don't get too excited. And he's ready. He's ready for more. He's ready for the action. Riaz gets the ball back. And they did go to Mr. Evergreen. Well, it's the early young stars. They've got a few senior players in there as well. A few evergreens. And Mohamed Riaz is one of them. What an important over this could turn out to be. Oh, it's scooped up in the air. It goes nowhere. It's a very good delivery. The first ball bowled to Naveed Aslam. Naveed gets a bit of bat on this. Could have gone anywhere. Gets lucky, gets a single. All the pressure now, I think, on Awais Ahmed. He's expected to bring this home for the Catalonia Tigers. Still a lot of work to do, though, here, you know.
Getting this way, but finds the fielder. Wow, that was pretty close. Probably just home. Naveed Aslam out there now.
Yeah, I think if this is direct hit, I don't know if he would have been. I think he may have been a little short. Let's have a look.
Let's have a look at it here.
It's a good pick up and throw, you know.
Always gets more bat on this. There's normally 4. And it comes in. Oh, doing very tight.
Aslam was lucky to get bat on the first one.
Riaz. Yes, hit, and this is hit really well. Really, really well. It's another roofer, and the officials, they have been under the kibosh over there. Maximo, 6 valuable runs for the Tigers.
Well, this is the score deciding I'm out of here. He abandoned ship pretty early. He was up and running, thinking, forget it, I'm not sitting here. There's a good shot, and Aslam, he sends that one to the boundary. Important hit, important runs.
Last ball of the over, that's a handy one.
Hey, you got a tingle?
I did. But
I can hear the bells.
Yeah, that didn't help the tingle. And this is hit pretty hard as well. It's perfectly placed. That'll be 4. What batting from Aslam. There was hardly a gap there, but he found it. It was all about the power that time. So 6 and 4, just steadying the ship for the Catalonia Tigers. That's the end of the over as well. 127 for 3 off 8. They need 14 off the last 2 overs.
Well, Sharif, we saw him taking off his shirt. Well, there it is there. He took off his shirt and he said, I'm ready for action. But, well, the action he almost got involved with was that player, his own player. And then afterwards says, hey, come on, guys, what are you doing? And, well, he said, don't step on my shirt while you're at it.
Okay, I did some digging into the obstructing the field. We had an interesting one earlier. They said,
yes.
Does the ball have to hit the batter for it to be obstructing the field for changing their course in running between the wickets to try and get in the way of the ball?
And
this is what I got. It's not much. That number one, I think in practice, you never see people appealing for it. So it's not really a decision for the umpire to make. I'll come back to that in a second, because first it all happens in the 9th, and it's going to start with a big wide down the leg side. So sorry, it's 15 required for the last 2 overs. Make that 14. Now, I think reading it, it just says it's nothing to do with if the ball hits them or anything. It just says if the batter, through any means, tries to distract the fielding side or impede the fielding side. So reading the law as the law is written, as this has worked away for 1, then I think that it'd still be out.
No, got to throw it.
No, you don't. But that's what you're saying.
I'm saying it because
it's not written anywhere.
I'm saying it because I'm an umpire, so I'm telling you.
So I'm just saying, if I was about to throw and the guys run straight in front of me, I can then turn around. Hey,
yeah, but that's different. What you're talking about, the obstruction.
Yeah,
there's 2 different.
No,
so there's obstruction, and there's the one when you throw it, where the batter deliberately changes his course.
They're both
and
obstruction.
It hits him.
They're both obstruction, right? They're both the same law. It's just a difference in interpretation. You never used to see that given. Anyway, we'll continue that debate after the break because right now, this game could be over quickly and the poor officials, well, they have been peppered, haven't they? And really, Aslam's come out and he's had a really good innings so far.
I reckon Mughal is going to have nightmares tonight, the young boy. He said, I'm never doing the scoreboard duty again because it's dangerous.
Yeah.
Well, look, he's got a stump to defend himself now.
That's all they've given him is a stump.
He said, where's the shield? No point.
Generally bats 11, so I think he should have something a bit wider than a stump to protect himself. 9 to win. This is going to clunk off the pad. Leg buyers have had a pretty good inning so far. This time, Aslam thinks about a second. It won't be there. So, yeah, now you just got to hope. Always Ahmed actually has been the less destructive of the two batters. You maybe dot him up a couple of times. I think now you probably need to bring the field up a little bit and try and gamble for some dots. So Catalunya Tigers, 8 required. Over and a half to go. Another kicked run. And, well, here's the stumps. I think he might have lost a shoe here in the process of fielding this ball. But first, let's have a look at the shout. I don't think Aslam seems too concerned about it.
I'm glad he picked up the ball and not the shoe when he threw it in. The bat is in the air,
Where's he going? Oh, he's gone here, I reckon. Look.
Foot is down. Foot.
Just down.
Oh,
lucky he got down in time.
Not the way to be running, though, is it? I mean, you've got to be sliding your bat in. He gets very lucky here.
Yeah, it was a blowout. I think, yeah, decision's been made now that he's in. So fair enough. Always. Yeah, just hasn't quite been himself with the bat, but looks like they'll get home. Smacked. Absolutely smacked, and this one will tie the scores. Maximo! And so Aslam been a real game changer. This one looked like they might be getting nervous. It was go big or go home time. They might be going big and going home because that ties the scores, 140 apiece.
What good hitting from Aslam. I mean, he got a brilliant Yorker first ball, which he managed to dig up, and after that, well, he's dispatched everything that's come his way. 21 of just 6 deliveries.
Hello to Corey Ruckers. Looks like he's popped into the chat. Anyway, this will be the last ball of the over. We will go to a last. They need a maiden for a golden ball, the LA Young Stars. Have to be the over of the season, but we will go into the 10th. 140 for 3.
140 for 3. Hello, Corey. Hope you're well. Hope you're enjoying your bit of time off.
He's a bit fired up today, Corey.
Oh, yeah? Why? What's
Australia
happened?
playing in the World Cup this afternoon,
Mm-hmm.
4 o'clock local time. So, yeah, he sent me a whole bunch of... He sent me a message which had more emojis than would be allowable in the chat. It was just a bunch of football emojis. But he's excited. But unfortunately, I can't block him.
Everybody in to save the single.
6 top balls. All right, one at a time. Always. We'll probably retire from cricket if he doesn't get at least 1 run off this over. Here we go. Oh, in the air. And they'll trot through for, I think, 1, because I don't think that's going to make the boundary. And now they're going to keep running, but Always will be upset.
It doesn't matter.
Always will be really upset when he finds that all that running was for no purpose, because he's he's run a couple, but he'll only get the 1. And it will get the Catalunya Tigers home with 5 balls to spare. They do pull off the 140-plus chase. That was really off the back of a very good contribution at the top of the order from Wazim Abbas. Gets the most of the way there. Navid Aslam puts on the finishing touches. And Always Ahmed with the cherry on the cake. The Tigers chase down 141 here in match 82. And they take all the points out of the morning.
Yeah, I mean, look, it was a spicy start, wasn't it? A spicy stop there as well on the boundary. But it was all about Wazim Abbas. Boy, did he hit the ball well. He hit it clean, crisp, out of the middle of the bat. And, well, this is another one that sailed over. I tell you what, he hit everybody in trouble, including the guys that were just trying to have a little bit of a net. But that was an absolute beauty, a peach of a delivery from Subani that got the wicket of Yasir Ali. So he wasn't able to do anything. Well, this one ended up 5 leg byes.
Hit the edge of the pitch a little bit and then took it away from the backup fielder. And that was just a bit of an annoying one. But as far as Wazim Abbas went, geez, he was hitting the ball a long way out there, wasn't he? Looked well balanced most of the time. I like the way he hit straight and seemed to be able to deal with this pitch. I think this pitch, not all batters have found it particularly natural dealing with it, but I think that he batted really well. And the bowlers didn't really have an answer through this period. I think some of their fielding was a little bit below par. The youngsters, they did take a couple of catches, but there were a couple they missed as well. Again, 140, it was a real chance to see where they're at. See, that was the one that went down there. And it was a bit of hit and miss. I think it was 2 for 4 with the catches in the end. Nawaz Sharif. But yeah, even though they had the kind of late wobble or the risk of a late wobble, I think that Navid Aslam came to the crease and his quick fire scoreboard pressure as he whacked one into the scoreboard is a big reason they get home fairly comfortably in the end. Even with the blowout, he was almost run out here, but he wasn't. But in the end, the Tigers, they stay undefeated. Youngsters, they have their first loss of this tournament. And I think it's a fair result. I think the Catalonia Tigers just outplayed the Youngstars when it comes down to it. And they were competitive, early Youngstars, but in the end, they weren't quite able to topple the defending champions.
Yeah, I mean, interesting match because it could have gone down to those 5 penalty runs that the Catalonia Tigers gave away because of a slow over rate, but in the end, they held their nerve and did it with 5 balls to go. Awais Ahmed, interesting knock from him again, 18 of 18 balls in the match before, 16 of 16. Certainly not the Awais Ahmed that we're used to seeing, but he'll feel that he's done his job there in playing an important role in the partnerships. But Navid Aslam, well, I think he's not there was the match winning one, 21 of 7, but not before. Wasim Abbas kept them in the game all the way through, 77 of 25. We've seen 2 very good knocks in this match. I mean, the knock from Shahid Nazir, 60 of 24, was outstanding, but that one from Abbas was good because, look, when you're chasing and you're chasing a big score, somebody's got to go big straight away and maintain it. He was able to do that, and though he wasn't there to get them past the finishing line, he played a very important role. Have a look at the bowling figures there. Well, 2 wickets for Sobhani. I think he bowled brilliantly. He took the wicket of Yasir Ali with one of the balls of the group so far. It was an absolute gem of a Yorker. A wicket also from the experienced Mohammad Riaz, but there was more punishment for the likes of Isra Ahmed. He's, the Catalonia Tigers have taken a liking to his bowling. Nawaz Sharif, he went for 32 and wicketless, but again, I think they let themselves down a little bit in the field.
Yeah, I think they'll be a bit disappointed, but I mean, something they can take away from it. Now, here's 2 teams without any wins. So we've gone from teams that are undefeated to teams that don't have any wins yet. Grathia almost got one the other day, but the rain stopped them, you feel, against the early Youngstars. And they will be having to chase Grathia in match 83 because the Tigers are winning the toss and electing to bat. And that game starting in around about 20 minutes, just a tick under 20 minutes, right here on the European Cricket Network. Plenty of faces to watch, plenty of hairstyles to watch for Grathia in that one as well. We'll take a quick break. We'll be back in around about 15 minutes. When we do, it'll be time for the afternoon session. 2 teams desperately needing some points. Until then, it's Vinny Sando here, Mr. Maximo with Rico Full. We'll see you back here shortly in Barcelona for more FanCode European Cricket Series. Hello and welcome back to Barcelona. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo for the European Cricket Network as we roll into the afternoon action here on day 21 of this FanCode European Cricket Series, and we're going to see an interesting battle between two teams at the wrong end of the ladder as far as they're concerned. It's going to be Gracia versus the Lleida Tigers in the afternoon session, starting with match 83. Let's see what happens at the coin toss. The tournament referee, Sir Rob Kemming, is with two captains. Let's see who wins it.
That's tails. Okay, that's hits. Okay. You ready? Your call. Okay. Tails is called. It is tails.
Batting first.
So it is the Lleida Tigers that win the toss here in match 83, and their captain Mohamed Abu says that he wants to have a bat. Look, I like that. I know their batting has struggled a little bit, but at least this way they can just bat. They have no target in mind. They can go out there and try and put a winning score together against a Gracia team that only has 1 point out of their 4 matches so far. They will feel a little bit robbed. I think the other day they put 150 on the board against the Youngstars, then the rain set in and they didn't get a chance to defend it. So I think they'll want to really make a statement to the competition that Gracia, they're a team and they're a force to be reckoned with here in Group B. Of course, we know they'll be representing Spain at the ECL in just around about 3 months' time. So Lleida Tigers, I think they've been a team that have shown signs of brilliance. I think their bowling and their fielding has been a little bit ahead of where their batting is at this stage, but it's their batting that will be on show in the first half of this game. Let's see if they can be competitive. And Gracia, well, I think that they want to do the business. Let's see what happens in the first half of this one. We'll go over to Rico Full in the commentary cube, and the news from the toss is that it's the Lleida Tigers that have won the toss. They're going to have a hit. So over to Rico as we get ready for the next match.
Thank you very much to Mr. Maximo as we once again look at the stunning views around where we are here in Barcelona. This is the area known as Montjuic, the Olympic part of Barcelona. The 1992 Olympics was here, and the ground where we're playing here, the baseball ground, was the Montjuic Olympic Stadium on one of the venues, and it looks absolutely immaculate. And these two teams, well, there needs to be an Olympic effort from them. Gracia, they're looking to, well, they've got to get going here if they want to get their campaign started, and it's the same with the Lleida Tigers. The Tigers haven't won and got any points on the board as yet, the team that are new to European cricket season. Gracia, well, their team, we expected a lot from them, really. When you have a look at the talents that they've got in the side, Kuldeep Lal, Vijay Yadav, and the likes of Gurwinder Bajwa as well, and Vinod Kumar back in the side. We're expecting a lot from them, haven't quite seen it yet. 116 to 87 is what the bat versus ball wall is expecting in this one. That really, I think, is all mainly down to historic form as opposed to form in this series. Both teams haven't picked up a victory yet, though Gracia, they do have a point courtesy of the match that was abandoned due to rain against the Ali Youngstars. So everything to play for here, and it's I think a brave move from the Lleida Tigers, deciding they're going to have a bat first. Here we go, first ball. Well, have a look at the hair colours here. Well, Vijay Yadav is one of a few of the players that has got this, well, a bit of the Goldilocks look. And there's a story behind this. And go to this after this delivery from Yadav. And this gets worked away by the captain of the Lleida Tigers, Mohamed Abu. Well, we all know that Kuldeep Lal, who is the wicketkeeper there, he is a hairdresser. Now, all of these boys went to his salon to have their hair cut. And I think while they were sat in the hot seat, I think Kuldeep Lal did a bit of a naughty on him and put the colour in. And Yadav's smiling about it. I tell you who's not. If you look at the boundary, the long on boundary, and maybe after this delivery, we can get a shot of Simranjit. This is nicely played out. No run. Simranjit, number 99. Hint, hint to our camera crew, Spring Productions, Elvira and Chris Tabbs and Valentine. Well, he's not too happy because his hair is all blonde as well. He's come all the way from Italy. And he says, what have they done to my hair? He's on the boundary there at long on. Here's Simranjit, 99. We'll see him later. He's not smiling. He's saying, I just went for a haircut. Next time I looked in the mirror, my hair was gold. And Kuldeep Lal was the naughty boy, the mischievous one. A bit of a character is Kuldeep. He's the only one. And there he is. He said, Rico, don't you go digging into me. I didn't want anything to do with this. Look at him. He's not happy, is he? He said, don't talk about my golden hair. Well, he said he doesn't want his family in Italy to see it. Too late, Simranjit. They've seen it now. Yes, that is Simranjit Singh. Kuldeep, well, the mischievous one, sits them down on the chair and colours their hair. Anyway, it's a new look. Maybe this new look is going to bring them better luck. Oh, and right on cue, he does do it. And there he goes. He said, that's the luck. It's the golden charm as he gives it the rub. There we go. He said, thank you very much, Kuldip, for colouring my hair because it seems to have done the trick. And Yadav gets the wicket as he goes through Ashan. And Ashan Raza, he's going to go for, yep, it's going to be a... Well, at least it's not going to be a duck of the colour of the hair of the bowler Yadav. It won't be a golden one, but it will be a duck. And all smiles as they get the first wicket. And look, as that wicket goes down, I just want to say a huge mention to this day. It's a massive day for Sikhs around the world. Guru Nanak Dev Ji's birthday today. And it's a day that celebrates the birth of the first Sikh Guru. So Guru Nanak is one of the most sacred festivals in Sikhism. So just want to say have a fantastic day and eat plenty of laddus. That's what I'm going to say. So all the Sikhs out there around the world, eat plenty of laddus. And also, well, I know we get a lot of Barbadians that tune in as well. Independence Day in Barbados, the national holiday there as well. So all of you, wherever you are, if you are having a holiday, thank you for joining in and have a splendid day. Yadav to Afzal, the new batter. Carves this out to the offside. No run. Once again, a big shout out to everybody that's joining us. And James Stewart say ECN's golden boy. Well, there's more than one, James, more than one. I can tell you that now. And Amon Rathod is saying he trimmed me bald, so I'm not playing today. Well, sorry to hear about that, Rathod. And yeah, Kuldeep. Well, look, he's just showing off now. He's taken his cap off so everybody can see that he does not have golden hair because he's the one who's guilty of doing it. Okay, let's have a quick look at the stats here. Gracia and the Tigers. Top batters, Gracia. Hirumahey. He's right up there at 104 runs. Yadav on 100 exactly. Kuldeep Lal as well. You'd expect that. But expect to see Govinda and also Vinay Kumar up there as well. On the other side, it's a different story. The issue has been with the batting. Ahmed is the leading scorer with 33. Raza, oh, he's already gone in this one, 30. And Mohammed Umar Mohammed there as well. So issues with the bat with the Tigers. They're trying to put that right here. Opting to bat first. So it was a brave move. Let's see it goes for him at the end of the first over. It is 1 for 1. As it is the man with Happy on his back to come into bowl. We know who Happy is. Happy, the name is Chulachan Singh. And, well, he's one man that we'll know all about today. So once again, a big festival for all the Sikhs around the world. Guru Nanak Dev Ji Day. So have a very special day indeed. And eat loads of laddus and burfis. And, well, I hope you started your day well with a lot of aloo paranthas as well. Singh once more. This has been well played. This is a really nice shot. Plays it off his hips. And the fielder is not going to be able to stop that. And that's Viva Yadav. He keeps his hat on this time. I think that's a good idea. I mean, that colour here in this sunshine is going to blind a lot of people. And we're going to all need to be wearing the shades that he's got on. 4 runs. Really nice shot. That from the captain, Mohammed Abu. So Chulachan Singh gets hit for a boundary, the first boundary of the innings. Shots to catch it, and Simranjit Singh takes the catch. Well, he might have the golden head, but it doesn't affect the golden hands. He's a great catcher off the ball. What a good catch this is. And after hitting a boundary, Mohammed Abu goes down the wicket to try and hit straight over the top. But he hasn't accounted for that, man. Well, we've seen him do this so many times in Italy, particularly in the Roma cricket ground. And once again, Simranjit Singh shows that he is a class act in that position. What a great catch that is. Wonderfully done. The second wicket goes down, and it's the turn. The captains of both openers have now gone. The captain going for 5 of that was the 4th delivery that he faces. And, well, Simranjit takes a great catch. Chulachan gets hit for 4, but fights back. So Mohammed Abu will join Ashan Raza, who wasn't able to get off the mark in the 3 balls that he faced. He was bowled brilliantly by Yadav. So 2 new batters now out there. And Junaid Afzal Phase 2 balls hasn't got off the mark. And the new man now comes in, and it's Raza. Face his first delivery. And he gets teased with one that moves away from him outside the off stump. Mohsin Raza. Can they find a way to get their batting to click? Mentioning big days, another big day that's been celebrated well across Europe really, this one. See this delivery first. Just defensively played away, but we'll take a single with nobody in close inside the circle on the leg side from Garcia. So Simranjit has to come a long way to get to that one. Raza gets off the mark. Yeah, it is also a St Andrew's Day, a national holiday in Scotland and across Europe, known as the patron saint of Scotland, and it's celebrated in Romania, Greece, and many other European countries. So if you are celebrating St Andrew's Day, once again, have a very good festive day. In the air, should be an easy catch, and it is an easy catch. Plucks it from above his head. Nicely taken by Gurwinder Singh Bajwa. And he hasn't taken his cap off yet. I don't know if he's got a hint of gold under there, but deals with this nice. He's a tall man. This one is not going to get past him. So Junaid Afzal, unfortunately, he's going to join Ashan Raza in the duck pond. It's another one that goes. He'll go for a 3-ball duck as well. The same way that Ashan Raza did. The Bajwa takes a simple catch. And just like that, Trilochan Singh, off the last ball off the second over, picks up his second wicket. And the Ada Tigers, their troubles with the bat continue. 6 for 3. Mohsin Raza, who's just faced a couple of deliveries himself for the 1 run he has, and waits for the new batter to come out and join him. Gracia up and about, will be very happy with the start that they've made here. So it looks like we're going to see Vinod Kumar in action. I really do believe they missed Vinod in those matches against the early youngsters, especially in that defeat. I mean, he could have added the value extra runs that they needed in the first one. And Kuldeep Lal, sometimes they say you've got to get behind the stumps. I don't know which stumps he was behind here. It was a long, long way wide. And just sorting out his helmet as he stands up to the stumps. So, Naveed Riaz is the new batter. It's a nicely stroked away, chased here for the fielder. And will be, well, he's even got the captain as well. And the captain is, well, I'm thinking his colours turned a bit different. He's a little bit more, he's a bit of a redhead. So we've got a redhead as well. We've got Goldilocks. Until we got Hiro Mahey, the redhead. Well, maybe this is the story of Goldilocks and the bears, and Hiro Mahey is one of the bears. He's got the physique of a bear, isn't he? He's a big, strong man. Vinod Kumar. Someone who has played for the national team. He's coming back from a nasty injury. It's nice to see him improving all the time. I saw him struggling in the Khartoum EC10 weekend series when he was really struggling with his running, but there seems to be no evident signs of that here with his bowling. Very nice young man as well. Firmly hit, and well, this is a little bit too spicy for Hiro Mahey, but he does well, you know. I think he gets fingertips to this. It was an awkward one, just dropping in front of him, but he doesn't shy away. Doesn't let it go past him without getting anything on it. If it did, it would have been 4 runs. So well struck, but not able to beat the fielder. And this time just defensively played down. And, well, not watching here. Maybe it was an opportunity to take a single there. There was no need really for that throw from Gurwinder Singh Bajwa. Wasn't in the gloves of Kuldeep Lal. But no damage done, no run taken. And it's been a low par power play for the Ada Tigers. And the Tigers haven't found their voice as yet. Now, they are the Tigers, but they're more like the Cubs at the moment when it comes to the batting. Haven't really found a roar. Looking to roar, not able to. 10 for 3. It's Gracia that are on top here at the moment. Things won't get any easier, I don't think, as looks like Kulwant Singh is going to come and have a bowl. So at the moment, all the bowlers that are being used here by the captain, Hiru Mahey, are new ones, as we welcome back into a much brighter, a much sunnier commentary position now to Mr. Maximo, Vinny Sandy.
Yeah, it seems to brighten up in the afternoon here, doesn't it? Gone to about 20 to 1 in the afternoon at the moment. Yep, here is Gulwant to bowl over number 4.
Take the single as this gets played to the man who's stationed at backward point.
A big hello to everyone. Hopefully you're well. Just past the halfway point of the day. And Catalonia Tigers, they were roaring this morning. Now we to the Yada Tigers, searching for their first win in ASEAN cricket.
It doesn't quite get enough bat on this. It was the right shot to play. There's another man featuring the Goldilocks.
Yeah.
That's the field. It's difficult to tell who they are now, especially when you look at Yadav there, Simranjit as well.
It reminds me of the movie Attack of the Clones. Really? Yeah, Kuldeep. He's the one that's been dishing it out, and he obviously...
He got them bad.
Yeah. I loved what Amal Rothod said as well in the chat. So he's clipped me bald, so I'm not playing. But, yeah, some interesting styles. Here Mahe, he's got a slightly different, he's got a slightly darker one.
Yeah, I reckon he's here must have reacted to the tint. He's like a redhead. And well, this is the man we talked about coming in to do the fielding now, the captain. Yeah, see, he's not a golden boy. He's more of bronze, isn't he? He's a bit of a bronze about him.
Yeah, it's an interesting look, but you know what? If it's working for them, and it certainly is working for them so far, then why not?
Why not indeed? Good one. He's sticking to that line outside the off stick. I mean, a couple of singles from him, but that's it. Gets the dot ball in here now, so looking to finish what will be another very good over for Gracia. Gracia need to start their campaign somewhere, don't they? They would have been disappointed that the rain came and maybe spoiled the opportunity of them getting a win over the young stars. Kuldeep Lal in the action, has to find it first, does, no mistakes. And when you've got the lid on, you know all about this, Vinny. Sometimes it's hard to find those ones when you're looking up. He finds it early, gets it, takes the catch, and Kulwant Singh finishes his first over, getting a wicket as well. 1 for 4 from him, and the Yada Tigers are in all sorts of bother as the 4th wicket goes down. 14 for 3.
These are definitely harder than they look. Or certainly sometimes. Kuldeep seemed to track that one pretty well off the bat, but sometimes, yeah, you just lose it at the moment when it first goes up, so you don't really have a point of reference. But Kuldeep did spot it, went after it, used the gloves, and made sure everyone else stayed well away. So the Yada Tigers is having a tough time, to say the least. You see 2 ducks in there. No one has been able to score more than 5, and a clean first 4 overs as well. So they're not getting any freebies from Garthia. 14 for 4 after 4 overs.
Yeah, going nicely. And Vijay Kumar is going to have a bowl. We saw him bowl late in the last time we saw them, and he bowled pretty well as well. I think he bowled just the 1 over, and it was a pretty tidy one. This one has been lofted towards Simran, who comes in, attacks the ball like he always does, keeps it to 1. Yeah, Simranjit, look, there he is. Vinny, he wasn't happy. He said, Rico, please don't focus on my hair. I don't really want my friends and family to see it.
Do you reckon they hid all the hats so he couldn't wear one? He's forced to show it to the world.
Yeah, Simran, he said, I come all the way from Italy, and what happens? I go for a haircut and Kuldeep Lal turns it golden. But hey, well, maybe Kuldeep Lal wanted the boys to put in a golden performance. Well, we like the colour gold, don't we? I mean,
yeah, we
especially
do.
when it gives us a golden ball.
Golden hair, golden ball, maybe.
This one will be a wide. Kuldeep Lal gets some gloves onto it. Gets tidied up by the man who's on the 45, comes across. Stops the batters turning the wide into 2. Better areas. Vijay Kumar
Yeah, important just try and keep the pressure on Gracia. 1 point in 4 games. They want to have not just a win, they want to have a big win.
Yeah, and remember, just to remind people that are new, of course, there's 8 teams in this group as well. You've got to avoid finishing in the bottom 3. Gracia and the Tigers are there at the moment. This is out. If there's no bat here, this is out, and the batter can have no complaints at all. He hardly moves his feet. He stays deep inside his crease. And this ball, well, this is going on to hit. No troubles at all. Just watch the batter here. Little shuffle across. And, yeah, that's gone. Hits
Nips
him
back at him,
on
doesn't
the roll.
it? It's good bowling. So, yeah, they're kind of caught in 2 minds here, whether to counter-attack or not. That was a careful kind of a shot from Rashid Mahmood. If you could call it a shot. But, yeah, nips back, beats the inside edge. Yeah, fairly easy decision. And right now, the Ada Tigers not really roaring in the start to the afternoon session. They're 16 for 5.
Yeah, it's another one. A hat-trick of ducks in the Mount Juic Pond here high up in the mountain. So another one will have to go back. So it is now 16 for 5. And Gracia are well on top in this one. You can see Kulit Lali still saying to the guys, come on, let's stay on this, because he knows the importance of a big win.
They won't be taking anything for granted either, considering the start they've had to this tournament. And Gracia, I know they were thrilled. Around about a month ago now, they qualified for the ECL. But yeah, a bit of a reality check at the start of this tournament. Anyway, here's the last ball of the 5th over. Mahmood's the new batter.
Yeah, nicely played. But look, you're the one who focused on this, because I remember you saying, of course, I wasn't here at the start of Group A, but Battle on Shaheen that ended up outright winners of Group A started in a similar way, right?
100%. So yeah, they were 2 and 4, and they were dead last on the bottom of the ladder. They won 8 in a row, and they ended up topping Group A. So there's no reason Gracia couldn't do something like that, but they have to start soon. I think they were frustrated by the fact that they essentially got cost a point, you'd have to say, against our youngsters when they put 150 on the board, didn't get a chance to defend it. Anyway, I want to say a big hello to you, Vinny Sandy here, Mr. Maximo, and Rico Full with me in the commentary box. Rico's beard also here in the commentary box. And Rico, really enjoying the afternoons, probably a bit more than the mornings that are pretty chilly. This one seems to maybe just sneak inside. A bit of a wake up there from Cool One. Have a look at this one. Yeah, I think it's probably okay at the moment. It passes the popping crease. I've seen a fair bit of seam in this pitch, actually.
Yeah, I mean, Gracia, when you look back at their results, I mean, they haven't won a match, but they haven't played badly, even in the matches that they ended up losing. You know, they got scores, like scores of the hundreds. You know, they lost to Catalonia Tigers, putting 105 on the board and 108 on the board. And, you know, so they've been playing good cricket, but things just haven't worked in their favour against Ali Young Stars. They got 98, Ali Young Stars getting those with 12 balls to go. But and then when they did hit form, with Victor Yaba 54 of 21, of course, this won't count in any stats because that match ended up being abandoned.
They'll get those runs as individual, but yeah, they
got 150 on the board in the match, and the rain spoiled it all. Oh, how does this miss?
Flick the pad. It's a good take by Kuldeep's keeping well today.
Yeah, peach of a delivery. Absolute gem. This is what I like about Kulwant. He keeps the ball most of the time, majority of the time outside the off stump, just keeping it, sneaking it in that wide line, and then he gets one like that to dart back at you. Very clever bowling from him. Not concentrating on pace, just lining it. There you go. He goes back to where he normally bowls. So if you're a sort of batter like, you know, a lot of the batters we see do predominantly like to hit leg side, like to eye up the cow corner area, it's very difficult to get these ones away. So
I'm
clever
on maiden
bowling.
Watch here. And if I'm not mistaken, that's 5 top balls in a row. So he's on a maiden. There it goes.
You spoilt it. You're not supposed to mention those things. Foot fielding, but it's successfully done. They'll get 2.
Yeah, 2's all they get off that over. As the Tigers kind of stuck in some teen angst at the moment. They are 18 for 5 after 6.
Yeah, not happening for them at the moment as we take another look at the scenery behind. Well, I say behind, underneath where we are, pretty high up. We're not at the top. I mean, you've been up to the top.
I went up to the top. I loved it. Actually watched the sunset from up the top in week 1. But yeah, it's a really beautiful location for a cricket ground. Have a look at that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. The economy rates of the bowlers shows you that no one's been expensive. Yadav started off with 1 for 1 the first. So this is the tough thing. I mean, obviously Yada Tigers, it's their first initiation with ECN cricket. And I think they've, like a lot of teams, they've clicked a bit more with the ball in the field because you can make more mistakes.
Yeah.
And then continue. Whereas with the bat.
Oh, he's running into trouble now. They're going to be. Oh, well, I think if Gurinder Bajwa was able to negotiate this, he was all over it. He almost knocked him over, actually. If he picked it up and just underarmed it into any end, would have been trouble.
Batters weren't looking at each other. So, yeah, I think it's just clear for me their batting's not quite up to the level as their bowling and fielding as yet.
Gives it a fair crunch down the leg side. Should be looking for 2. Good strong arm. Oh, he's in trouble here, maybe.
Oh,
and Kulit Lal misses. I wonder if he hits, if he would have been out. That's such a good throw.
Would have been out by 2 steps. Kulit does a little look away. Probably had more time than he realised here. Flicks off the glove.
Yeah.
You can see, goes the back flick, but misses.
Nice shot down the ground. Simranjit Singh. Well, you don't want to be taking 2 to him.
Yeah, he's such a good fielder. Yeah, no, Kuldeep's a player that we've seen probably more as an all-rounder in the last couple of years, but he does have a wicket-keeping background. I think it's pretty obvious the way that he operates behind the stumps.
Yeah.
He's got good instincts, and he's also very good up to the stumps.
Down the ground once more. And Hira Mahey misses it, but Simranjit Singh.
Oh, is that twins there?
Wisely.
We've got a shot of those 2 together.
I'll have to say to Hira. Hira, did the ball both अच्छे है यार. He gives us a thumbs up, Hira. Just saying your hair looks really
Look at
nice.
these 2. Looking cool, guys.
This one's a bit high. I think it needs to be called, and the catch has been taken. Simran doesn't know it's been called no ball. And now the message comes across to him. Takes a good catch, but no ball call, a little bit too high for
Call straight
Kumar.
away, yeah. Let's have a look at it on the replay. And if it's around about that waist height.
Yeah,
Yeah, again, I think we've seen those called. I think it's a sensible call. I don't think he should be bowling that high. So free hit coming up.
They're going for it.
Uh-oh.
And adios. I don't think he's going to get there. No, he's not. And, well, unnecessary. Well, he got away with one earlier, didn't we? We called it trying to flick on. Wasn't able to get it. But this time he does it the more orthodox way. And, well, it's going to be Mahmood. Well, no, it's going to be Mohsin Raza that's going to run himself out here. He'll go for 11.
This is the thing with free hits. Batters seem to think they need to score. So they start running at runs that they just can't get. To be honest, you could have gone either end then. They go to Kuldeep Sen. He's got the gloves. And so, yeah, disappointment for Raza. He's run out. It's the end of the 7th over as well. So 25 for 6 after 7. The Tigers being tamed here in match 83. Let's have a look at this tournament. We talked about Barcelona Shaheen a moment ago. Ended up topping the table in Group A. And whoever tops the table in Group B after they've all played 14 matches, which will be the end of next Friday, they will be straight through to the last day of the season. The next best 4 teams will get to play off in Group B finals day for the other spot. So ultimately we'll finish on a Sunday, last day of the season in, it's not that long to go actually. I think it's 11 days as we'll be into December tomorrow. And yeah, we'll have the final of the year. All right, here's Vibo Yadav. There's a clever wordplay by Ravi Jha in the chat saying lit, currently extinguished, LIT of course, I mean the Ada Tigers on the screen. Here's Vibor. Gets this one straight through Mahmood.
Yeah, too good, wasn't it? Too good for Mahmood. And no, he's joined out there by Sajid Ahmed, he's playing 1 or 2 good innings, hasn't he? He's at the non-strikers in at the moment.
That seems so low, actually. Jamie Dodger, hello to you, saying in the chat. Are we going to see some Maximos from Raza here? That comment hasn't aged well because 2 minutes later he's run himself out.
Goes for the Yorker once more. Yadav, who started things off. His first over only went for 1 and he picked up the wicket as well. And he did the celebration to let everybody know about his new hairstyle and new colour. There it is.
That's the thing, though. I mean, we say it all the time. We see some new teams at ECN cricket. You only get better by playing better teams. I think that's the thing. So I know this is a bit of a rough one for the Tigers, no doubt. But, you know.
Hey, listen, Yadav is gone. I mean, he's got the sneaky bit of gold on his beard as well. Maybe I should have a bit of gold in my beard. What do you reckon?
Kind of be the Colonel Sanders about him, actually.
This is wide.
Yeah, why don't we get Rico Fool's beard dyed that colour? Do you think we could organise that?
Well,
See if we can get a look at Yadav here.
He's got that little golden stripe in the beard, you see. Yeah, it's not a bad little look. What do you reckon? It'll get rid of the greys in my beard.
It's a pretty comprehensive dye job, isn't it?
Hey, listen, I'm sort of in two minds here now. You've got me in a pickle after this delivery.
Good.
Ooh, this is well hit. Well, he goes upstairs, bangs it in, and says, "Have a sniff of this." And the batter, Sajid Ahmed, who we know can handle himself pretty well, says, "Yeah, I'll have some of that. Thank you very much. Go fetch it. Good shot."
If the judge misses that, then he was going to get an unintended haircut because that was upstairs. But you watch. I bet this is a bouncer Yorker tactic from Yadav.
Okay, let's wait and
Okay,
see.
I want to hear more about what you're thinking. I
Okay.
think we've got to peroxide your beard.
Let's see this delivery first. Up in the air and opportunity time. Taken, safe hands, as easy as that. And that's Vinod Kumar. He is outstanding in the field as well. I tell you what, those two there, Simranjit Singh and Vinod Kumar, when you've got them straight, I think that's the most formidable sort of wall of defence you can have on the boundary. They are superb catches.
Yeah, good communication as well. See, Simran's hovering just in case it bounces out, but he's not putting off Vinod. So, a disappointment as another wicket goes down. And Tuller's going to have to go for 6. And as he departs, the score is 31 for 7.
Yeah, well, tomorrow is the 1st of December.
Oh, yeah,
right?
true.
And this beard was all to do with November, of course. So now you've started all this on the chat. Everybody's saying keep it, keep it. Only one person today said it's got to go. So I don't know whether I sharpen the knives tonight or not.
I think if the robot's listening, we'd love a poll. Does Rico keep his beard for the rest of the series? Would you settle for the rest of the series? I feel like that'd be fair. I mean, I said that you should keep it until the start of next year, and you could go full wizard.
No, that would be...
So is that a hard no on that one?
That's a hard no.
Are you
yeah.
open to rest of the series? What kind of percentage?
Let's see what the voting is.
All
And
right.
then let the public decide. Let's keep it to that.
Okay, Robot, in the break, we'd like a poll. Should Rico keep his beard for the rest of the series? I'm thinking you're going to get 80% plus.
What, to keep it?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. At least. At the end of the over, it's 32 for 7. Lit. Not lit. Yadav finishes with 2 for 8.
Yeah, well ball from Yadav, but there hasn't really been too much fight here, has there? I think just the 2 boundaries, top of my head, yeah, 2 fours. And Sajid Ahmed hit one before of his first ball, and then he got out off his second. And then we saw a boundary also from the captain, Mohamed Abu. He made 5.
Well, they're improving. Those last 2 overs have been worth 7 each. They are the best 2 overs so far.
The man with the ball now is going to... Well, Chulachan Singh is going to come back to bowl his second.
People are very, very vocal. Pro beard.
No run. That one gets played out.
Amal's saying, yeah, you should keep it unless Kuldeep invites you to go for styling.
And I thought I liked the
See,
way
I
you
think that'd be a nice way to finish the season. You with a golden beard. Look at the golden ball. You with a golden beard.
Oh, big swing and a miss. No.
We've really done well choking this innings. I mean, it looks a bit brutal, but it's because it is really. Gracia. They're annoyed, I'd say, is the word I'd say. That they only have 1 point out of 4 matches.
More of the same, big swing. And this is where I think intelligent bowling, where once again, I mentioned this in the last match as well, where the bowlers are not necessarily going for wickets. And it's just all about bowling the ball in an area where the batter's not going to get bad onto it. If you're not moving your feet, you're not going to get to any of these. And this time it's in the air. It should be another straightforward catch. It is nicely taken, and Yadav takes another one. Well, there he goes. He said this time he's stroking his beard. I think it's a little signal there to Kuldeep saying, yeah, next time do me beard. I want a golden beard as well, not just this little bit.
I'll tell you what, if they made that beard a bit more white for every time there was a wicket in this innings, I think it'd be a full Santa by now. By Yadav. We saw him do the top of the head. Now he does the beard. I wonder how much more hair he's got in his body, but maybe he should make all of that blonde as well. As it is, it's now going to be 32 for 8.
Yeah, good catch, though, again by Yadav. And this time it's Chulachan, who picks up his 3rd wicket, 3 for 5 for him. He's after more. Got a couple of deliveries to see if he can get them. Well, that one was so close to knocking over the stumps, and played completely along the wrong line here. Ijaz Al-Haq.
Good ball from Trilochan. That would be suggesting something on the stumps. He's got 3 for 5. He's got one more ball left to bowl. Hit the target. Missed.
Gets this one to sort of dart away. End of the over. A very good over as well. And he finishes with figures of 3 for 5. So 32 for 8. And that's 9 down. And then that was a wicket maiden, I think. Double check that for me, will you, buddy?
I think you're right.
I think that if it is, that's the second one.
That is a maiden.
Group.
Yeah, we were on a maiden earlier in the 6th, and that is a wicket maiden for Trilochan Singh. What a good over. So he goes from 2 for 5 to 3 for 5. And so time to go to the last.
Yeah, and it will be Vinod Kumar to bowl it, to see if he can pick up a few wickets as well. I like what the captain also, Hiro Mahey, has done here. Hasn't used himself, and it's one or two other bowlers he perhaps could have gone to. And what he's done here, I mean, Vinod Kumar didn't play the last game. He's making sure that he gets back into the rhythm of bowling and playing. So he's been given an opportunity here. Also made sure that somebody like Vijay Kumar got a good bowl. So he's used some of the other bowlers that perhaps may, if it was a tighter game, may not have got not called. Will they go for 2 here? And
Probably
they think about it and decide not to.
2 wickets to play with here. So yeah, it's a steep learning curve here. Gator Tigers running into a team which is just feeling in a bit of a ruthless mood too.
This one's been punched out to Simranjit. Gets there, gets the throw in. Just a single taken. And well, I think the way this is going, well, this has been lofted. It will be one bounce pickup for Simranjit. He gets the throw in straight into the gloves of Kuldeep Lal. You would expect nothing else from the talented Italian, and the Italian stallion that crosses the border over into Spain for this one, for Gracia. Swing and a miss. I like that camera angle. Nice angle that. We should use that one more often. Another dot ball.
Whistling past the bat. No real footwork there. Couldn't get any bat on it.
Bottom of the bat on this one. It'll be another single. So yeah, I mean, Gracia, a huge opportunity here. I mean, looks like they're going to keep this, well, under 40, I suspect, to go out there and try and win this one within the power play. And if they can do that, it certainly will get their series up and running. This one has been launched, and Yadav, well, it almost takes his chin off. The fielder gets a foot on it, will make the stop.
Goes for the attacking option there, tries to send him a catch. Don't mind that. Oh no. Oh. So probably one of the, well, it was the last ball, so I suppose you try something. They'll get 2.
Hey, is this
it was the latest decision.
Is it fake fielding?
I think it's like fake running, because he's like, okay, we're fine with 2, we're fine for 2, okay, we're going.
I like this. Let's see the other. Can we see this again before we go to the highlights? Because I liking this. It's almost like Kuldeep does the dummy on the batter. And well, it will be another wicket. There will be 9 down.
I think you're allowed to do that, because you can always change your mind and pull out of the throw. It's, we may catch it at the end.
Catch it at the end.
In the end, I think it'll be 40, and a naughty 40 required for Gracia. And let's just say, they changed the hairstyles, a bit of change of fortune. Looks like they are headed for their first win of this ECS. The question will be, how long will it take to knock over these runs? Yeah, as we go and have a look at these highlights. And most of these highlights is going to be wickets falling. There's not going to be too many boundaries. That was a sensational catch from Simranjit to take the captain. And he'll be disappointed, Mohamed Abu, after playing a nice shot for a boundary. The very next ball he gets out. This one was hoiked up in the air. Kuldeep Lal had to find it and then take it. He does. And all the bowlers really, give credit to them, bowled a very good line. This one was absolutely plumb. No doubt about that one. That was Kumar, Vijay Kumar, getting the wicket of Mahmood for 0. And well, that man there, well, he's got a very trusted boot as the Karandeep Singh. He uses that to stop quite a few. And this was an easy one. Nice throw there from the fielder, Gurinder Singh Bajwa, straight into the hands of Kuldeep Lal as they get the wicket. And then it was time for
Vinod Kumar to show off his talent in the field. Very, very good fielder. One of, for me, Vinod Kumar, and for when I was watching him play in Spain and playing for the national side, one of the best fielders that we've had in Spain. He's absolutely sensational. And like I said earlier, it's good to see him coming back into form and back into fitness after quite a nasty injury that he sustained. Quick look at the scorecard there for the Tigers. Only one batter, and that's Mohsin Raza, who was run out, unfortunately, getting over double figures. 11 of the 16 balls that he faces. The next highest scorer there was 7 from Salah Mahmood. Just weren't able to get going, and I think maybe they were a little bit shell shot, perhaps, playing Gracia. They just never came out firing, did they? And every time they did try to, they ended up finding a fielder. But credit to Gracia, it's the 3 wides and 1 no ball, so 4 extras. They've got a great opportunity to go out there and get to the 40 that they need in rapid time. So, yeah, as we say, this is a chance for them not only to register their first victory, but to do it in style and really improve that net run rate. I mean, that could be the deciding factor between the bottom sort of half of the table. And, well, if they can boost their net run rate, it gives them a chance for surviving and not being knocked out. We know that the bottom 3 teams in the group on the last group day will play no further part in this series. Look at the bowling figures. 3 wickets for Trilla Chand Singh. Bowled really well. Bowled well as well. Yeah, well, you got to say all of them bowled well. There was no wicket for Vinod Kumar, but he didn't bowl badly at all either. It was just a good, solid, all-round performance, and you can see that summarised with the economy rates on the right-hand side of the column. So midway through this match, well, Gracia, we expected them to be strong in this series. They haven't quite lived up to expectations. They were the team that won the ECT, the weekend series in Cardiff. They won that comprehensively, beating the Catalonia CC in the final. They are also the team that near Benidorm at Alfaz del Pi, at the Sporting Alfaz Cricket Ground, they won the Spanish National Championship. So they were the team that are and will be representing Spain in the European Cricket League. So we expected a lot from them in this series. Haven't quite delivered, but now is the time for them maybe to turn around their fortunes. 40 required for Gracia for victory. Join me, Rico Full and Mr. Maximo, when we come back in around about, well, just under 15 minutes time. Volvemos en 15 minutos.
Hello, welcome back to Barcelona. Time for the run chase here in match 83. Vinny Sandu with you, Mr. Maximo, for the European Cricket Network. And this is match 83. Gracia needing 40 for victory. In the first half of this game, it was the Ada Tigers that won the toss. They elected to bat first. So in theory, I didn't mind that, but in practice, they had a hard time. We're only able to gather 39 runs off their 10 overs. This is going to be Navid Riaz to get us going. Navid Yadav will be facing up. Here we go with the chase. 40 to win. It's going to start with a ball. Clunked back to the bowler for a dot. Vinny Sandu here, like I said. Joining me in the commentary cube is Rico Full. And Rico, welcome back. And yeah, what can the Tigers get out of this innings?
Yeah, good to be back. Well, the Tigers, yeah, it's a very good question. What can they get out of it? I suppose they'll take something back if they're able to take this past the power play, I think, in all fairness. I think Yadav, look, not wearing a helmet, you know what, it's on his mind. He wants to go big straight away.
This has been an ongoing issue for Navid Riaz with overstepping. So it'll be a no ball and given a run in the end. But yeah, it's been a persistent nuisance. Now it'll be Vinod Kumar who's out there. He'll be facing the free hit delivery.
Yeah, Vinod Kumar gets an opportunity. He's a good striker of the ball, Vinny. And when he gets going, he hits it cleaner than anyone I know, and it sails out the middle of his bat. And that's what they're hoping here from him, to get them a good, quick, swift victory. And this one is pretty close to the line as well, you know. This one has been crushed away. And this is going to be 4 runs. And once again, he is. See, this is the thing. I mean, I know you can about it being. I mean, look, that is so close to the line.
Yeah.
And I just think, as a bowler, if you know the umpires are watching, well, you know what? Just adjust your run up slightly and make sure that you're planting your foot, or some part of your foot, the heel at least, on that line. So he's playing with fire. It's a good shot there from Vinod Kumar. Puts away the free hit. And this is him at his best. I told you, when he hits it, it stays hit. That is sweet out of the middle of his bat. Well, it is Guru Nanak Dev Ji Day today. A lot of people will be eating sweets. Well, I'll tell you what, that is sweet. That is sweeter than a box of laddus. Lovely shot.
Beautiful shot, wasn't it? It was pure. We haven't always seen the best of Vinod on the European Cricket Network, but yeah, he's a very talented player. You can just tell when he hits the ball crisply, and it comes naturally to him.
And beautiful shot, Vinod Kumar. Riaz, what can he do here, Navid? Goes for the short option, and this has been crunched. And this is going to be 1 bounce 4 as well. You haven't got the pace and, well, in the power play, the options to have the field set for this sort of delivery. And that's just easy pickings for Vinod, just falling short of going the whole way. And you can see there he's gesturing to the field here, move this way, move that way, but really he shouldn't be bowling it there.
Yeah, good point.
Going to change his approach now. He's going to come the other side of the wicket to see if that helps.
The quickest chase, 2.1 overs. Could be in danger here, the way things are going. This is probably just going to be just the one. But yeah, I tell you what, this kind of a target, this kind of a mood from Gracia, that could go down, you know.
Well, let's see what happens with this delivery and see if they're in with that shout. Adjusting his field once more, so ball to go. 17 on the board, 16 off the bowling of Navid. And make that 17 and another ball to go.
So, quickest chase, 2.1 overs. It's been done twice. It was done on the 11th of August 2021. That was in Sweden when Malmöhus chased down 43 in 2.1 overs. And then most recently, do you remember the game? It was our first night match in Kartama when Ireland 11 chased down 45 against the Czech Republic in 2.1 overs.
Yeah.
So, yeah, if they could do that they could get 22 and 7. They'll do that here.
Oh, no ball again. And you know what? I tell you what, I reckon if this isn't called no ball, everybody's going up. I think this hits him pretty straight in front. Have a look where this hits him. Oh, yeah.
It's pretty close.
You know what?
Touch and go. Maybe could have been missing leg stump, maybe hitting leg stump, but it's kind of irrelevant.
Yeah, this is what we're talking about. You know, you just have to make a small adjustment as a bowler. He keeps toying with that line. And look, the chances are he's going to get called a couple of times and over, and he does.
This is well below the lowest totals defended as well, as you can see. Another free hit, and he bangs it. How far? And the fielder's there, and he takes a brilliant catch that won't count.
Well, this is extraordinary. When I'm talking about sweets all round and about ladoos, well, that is a jalebi catch. One of the finest that you'll see. The finest. This is the best catch you'll ever see, which doesn't result in a wicket.
Yeah, I don't know how that sticks, to be honest, but it does.
Usman Muhammad, what a catch. But it's off a free hit, so it won't count.
21 without loss after one, so they are on world record pace. Yeah, these are the lowest totals we have seen defended. Of course, the Prague Tigers, they defended 60. On their first day of ECN cricket, it's quite incredible, actually. And then you see that the Stockholm Tigers, they were the next best, and they only held the record for about 2 weeks. Before that, though, Men in Blue here, they held the record defending 63.
Yeah, I mean, how about that? I've never seen anything like that. That is an outrageous catch, a jalebi catch of the finest, and he does it all for nothing. But you sometimes say when you know, I mean, whether he knew it was called straight or not, I don't think he does, because I think he's focusing on the ball.
I don't know. I think he did because he didn't really celebrate. I would have been celebrating. Anyway, this is going to get through everyone, including the keeper. Get something on it. It'll be a bye. Now, they won't really know this probably, but if they can get 18 off 4, then that'll be a record. And I noticed, guess what? The robot must have been listening because the chat has the poll. Should Rico keep the bid for the rest of the series? At the moment, yes, it's tracking at 81%. I predicted 80 plus. Come on, guys, get out there and vote. Guess who's on strike as well? It's Yadav yet to score. Not for long, I reckon. Maybe a bit longer.
Doesn't want the single. Doesn't want the single. He wants the strike.
Well, yeah, maybe the record just drifting away here, but still, Garthia looks a bit more like a team that will represent Spain in the ECL next year.
This time he does want it. Chase on for the fielder. He's quick running, but he misses it. Oh, his footballing skills let him down. Well, that's why he's playing cricket and not football, is Naveed. Well, he's had trouble with his feet, hasn't he? Had trouble with his feet when he couldn't get his feet in the right place, and now trouble with his feet again. The running is good, the legs are good, it's the foot. And this time, he couldn't get the foot down when he needs to get it down.
He air swings. By the time he could have touched it again, he had 2 feet over the rope. So, yeah, annoying.
Naveed Riaz.
14 off 3. What are we going to get? Come on. Loop. That's going miles. 6 runs.
Well, that one hit something with a thud. What a hit this is. Well, this is all the white goods, including the kitchen sink. Boom! Shaka lagya. That's a huge, almighty blow.
Yeah, so even after eating 4 dot balls, they could still do this. Granthia. At least what it will do, it'll create a bit of an extended break for the Tigers to lick their wounds.
Sajid Ahmed, 10 off the 4 balls he's bowled so far.
8 off 2 for the record.
This is going a long way up in the air, but it's going to keep going, and it goes to the boundary, so the record is still on. And that goes for 4, but he has no idea with his going Yadav. All he knows is he wants to send it to the moon. It doesn't go to the moon, but it goes into orbit and comes back down, and it goes to the boundaries.
Gets a bit lucky, but it does make it interesting. So boundary here, and we'd have a new record for fastest chase, jointly held at the moment, I think, by Malmahus, like I said, and Ireland 11. No pressure. I think he knows it too. Anyway, the new hairstyle's doing the job for Grathia. 4 will win it. Last ball of the second over coming up.
Yeah, here we go. Here we're going to see another record broken here in Barcelona. No, it's going to be out. This is a great catch, an inside edge, a fantastic take from Arshan Raza. So, well, Yadav going for the boundary to bring the record up. He gets an inside edge and a sensational one-handed grab here. Absolutely brilliant. And, well, we don't see a record broken, but we do see a very good catch from Arshan Raza. So Yadav trying to bring up a record, trying to put them in the Hall of Fame when he's not able to do so. So he will depart on 14 of the 8 deliveries that he faces. That will also be the end of the ever, but I suppose the record can be equal.
Yeah, it can be equalled, so they could jointly hold it if they get a boundary off the next ball. First ball of the third. Let's have a look at this table. And with this win, you can see that Granthia will leapfrog the Hawks, and if they can win again, then they'll also go up another spot. So, yeah, plenty of incentive for them to win and win well. Yeah, so if they one win gets them past the Hawks, 2 wins this afternoon gets them past Mate. So it gets them up into 5th. Of course, trying to get out of the danger zone. Okay, here we go with Afzal. Now, that would have equaled the record, but instead, I think this is just smart from Kumar because his captain's come to the crease, and I think that when the captain comes to the crease, he doesn't kind of come just to watch.
Yeah.
So Kumar maybe going to get himself a friendly batting position in the next game by giving Hiramahe, the skipper, the chance to hit the winning runs.
Yeah, and Junaid is the bowler, just moving around the field a little bit here. Junaid Afzal. Smashed hard, and this will go to the boundary. A couple of bounces and 4 runs, and that will be the end of this contest. He just needs 1 ball, the captain, and Vinod Kumar gets the thanks and the appreciation from the skip to give him the 1 ball required to finish this match off. So they do it in style. They do it inside the power play, which I suspected, and it's going to do them huge favours as well, because not only do they register their first win, that'll take them on to 3 points, but the net run rate will be looking pretty rosy now as well. So it's going to be very, very quick highlights. In fact, we could probably run the whole innings again.
You're pretty much good, I think. You're an hour away from the next game between these 2 teams. But I tell you, the news from the toss as well was that Grathia will be batting first in the next game. So they'll be happy to continue where they left off. I mean, that was an incredible catch from Usman Mohammed out there off the free hit. And then this, just a big swing and a miss. Then he realises he's in the danger zone with the feet. So he couldn't even touch it anymore. That was one that he had absolutely smashed. I don't know what it hit, but it made a loud noise. Then he got lucky with a 4, but didn't matter. And he could have picked up a world record for a fastest chase with this ball. Instead, he went to a very good catch. Well, they do get something out of it. That's a real highlight for Hassan Raza. And when it came down to it, the captain came out and he put the finishing touch on. So it didn't last too long. Just 14 legal deliveries, and Grathia win this one. That means they win it with 46 balls to spare. And yeah, just get the feeling with them batting first in the next game, they would really like to send a message to the competition that they are back.
Yeah, absolutely. Look, still though, I mean, Gracia have to be wary. They still don't want to take anything for granted. I mean, quite often you can underestimate your opponents and they come back well and skittle you out. So Gracia, no, points on the board. They'll feel good about it. Net run rate, feel good about it. They'll just need to. I think the approach here is going to be what the captain, Hiramahe, would be saying to the guys. Is look, go out there and pretend that we're chasing the score around about 140 and let's go and get those runs on the board, and then let's try and skittle the Tigers out again cheaply or contain them and really boost that net run rate even more. But you got to say, Gracia, they're performing a little bit like the champions we know that they are.
Yeah, for sure. So an extended break, but we'll be back in just under an hour's time at 11:30. It's 1:30, pardon me, GMT, which is 2:30 in Central Europe. And it will be 7 o'clock in India, 7:30 in Bangladesh. Join us then for the last match of the day, match 84. Gracia will be out to send a message. Until then, it's Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo with Rico Full. Hope you're having a great day. Day 21 will continue just around the corner right here on ECM. You're watching the FanCode European Cricket Series. Hello and welcome back to Barcelona. Time for the last game of the day. It's match number 84 on the calendar. And Cieda Tigers, once again, they have to contend with Gracia in this one. Let's go over to Rob Kemming. He has the two captains. They're there for the coin toss. Let's see who wins this one.
Your call. Heads is called. It is tails.
So the Cieda Tigers, they win the toss again. This time they say we will have a bowl first. I know they won the earlier toss in match 83. It didn't really work out the way they wanted. I didn't mind the theory of batting first, but they were really just shut down by a bunch of bowlers for Gracia that just had too many questions that the Cieda Tigers couldn't answer. So I think probably need someone to stick around and try and bat a long innings and also score at a good rate. So how you do that and how you improve the batting so much, I'm not sure. I suppose they will be chasing this time, so they'll have a fair idea at the halfway point how realistic a chase is and what they'll need to do to pull it off. Well, Gracia, we saw some interesting hairstyles, didn't we, from them, but a change of luck for them. Let's see if they can really finish things off against the Tigers this afternoon. Time for the start of match number 84, and Rico Full will take you through the first couple of overs of this one. I can tell you that is the Tigers. They won the toss again. The Cieda Tigers this time, they want to have a bowl. So we'll see Gracia batting the 10 overs. It's over to you. Let's get ready for the first ball.
Hello, thank you very much to Mr. Maximo as we return to the Montjuic Cricket Ground. Well, that's a different look of the ground. Well, I'll tell you what, that shows you the direction that a lot of the Kookaburra balls have gone, especially some of the left-handers have been smashing them out of the park and down the hill, all the way down to the road there at the bottom. But what a marvellous setup it is. Looks absolutely beautiful. We had a little sneak preview of Roberto, the groundsman, earlier today. We had him in the comms box as he was bringing us some well-needed coffee early morning when it was, well, very, very cold. Let's just put it that way. But it has warmed up a little. The sun has just put its hat on for the moment, but I'm hopeful it will come out again. So you just see a little bit of cloud cover, but still a lot warmer than it was. About 13 degrees as we get ready for this match. Gracia 115 to 84. I get the feeling that Gracia will be eyeing up a bigger score than 115. They'll be seeing if they can get around about the 150 again, which they managed to get against the Eddie Young Stars before. That match for them unfortunately got banned because of the rain. Well, they've done the job over the Cieda Tigers quite easily here as they bowled them out, or restricted them, I'd say, to 39 for 9 and then knocked them off with 46 balls to go. Now they're batting first, so the Tigers are electing to put Gracia into bat, and they'll be hoping to pick up some early wickets, because otherwise, well, this Gracia batting lineup can certainly make them pay and put big runs on the board. And here the Tigers, the one issue that they have had is with the bat. So they're going with what they believe they're better at. As the batter there just sorting out a little bit of an itch. That's Kuldeep Lal, and he's probably itching from all of the chemicals that he used in some of the hair of some of his teammates, dyeing them blonde. But he kept his hair the same. He was having a chat with the Gracia boys. They're much happier after that win. Like Simranjit Govinda Bajwa and their captain Hiru Mahey were glad to get their campaign off and running. Vinod Kumar is at the non-striker. And here we go, first ball from Junaid Afzal. Kuldeep Lal. No, I think he's a very early sort of swing and miss at this one. Kuldeep coming up to open the batting ahead of Yadav. He's probably saying, well, Yadav, you've had a go. It's my turn to open up with Vinod Kumar. Sees the first ball and get past him. We know Kuldeep Lal is a very explosive batter. And well, he could be gone first ball. It was a real miss hit and he's gone. Kuldeep Lal will go for a... Well, he doesn't play at the first one at all. He sort of totally misses it. And then here, he just completely stops his shot and he just gifts his wicket away. What a start. And well, the Cieda Tigers, maybe there is some roar there after all. And he's totally lost his Kuldeep and dejectedly walks down the pitch. He knows there's no way he's going to be surviving this. Ashan Raza makes no mistakes taking the catch. So what a start. Well, they changed the opening bowler. They go with Junaid Afzal. And Afzal does not disappoint the captain, Mohamed Abu. And so celebrations as they remove the dangerous Kuldeep for 0. And just like that, Gracia a 0 for 1. And it looks like it's Hiru Mahey who's coming out. He's in no particular hurry to do so. Taking a long time to make his way out there to join Vinod Kumar. Do they believe? Can they believe? Again, they can keep this brilliant start going. Mahey just needed the one ball to hit the winning runs for Garcia in the first match. And welcome back to everybody as well. I hope you've made the most of the extended break. About an hour that you had to yourself. This one could be another. Oh, it could have gone anywhere. Could have gone anywhere. This is all about the late swing that Afzal is getting. This one, Hirumay thinks he's going to be clipping this down the leg side. It comes back in at him. Ends up hitting the outside edge. Could have gone anywhere. Just dropped short off the man at point. Making some noise here, the Tigers. There's a little bit of a roar around this ground. And this time, Hirumay defensively plods this away. Still no runs on the board. Amazing what a wicket can do. Almost started this match in silence. Did the Tigers. And now getting that wicket called it Lal, they're probably thinking, hey, you know what? A few more of those, and we could get an unlikely victory. This one's been nicely played. Work to be done here by the fielder, and he lets, well, himself and his team down. Needs to stop this one, really. And gets past him. And disappointment for the bowler as Muhsin Raza is not able to deal with this. And I have to say, there's really no excuses on this outfield. So Hirumay gets Gracia up and running. That's the first runs. And it would come courtesy of a boundary with the ball to go in the first over. This time is played out on the offside. Will take a single. And Hirumay negotiates that pretty well. And, takes the score to 5 for 1 at the end of the first. It's a very good over from Afzal. Again, they keep it going. Kumar will have to wait just a little bit longer before he gets on strike. A little bit of a chat, a fist bump with his captain. And remember, a number of ways that you can stay in touch with us, not just through the website, europeancricket.com, but also through numerous social media sites, including Facebook, Twitter, and of course, there's... oh, it's gone blank for a moment. Oh, what's going on? Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. That's the one. That's the one I was thinking about. Thank you all very much for staying in touch with us as well. And, well, we like to get in touch with as many of you as we can. As this one has been smashed away. This, I think, will go all the way. It will. Manos arriba from the arbitro. 6 carreras. Yeah, Instagram, Facebook, Twitter. And, yeah, thank you all for all of your support. Not just support for us, of course, and all your lovely individual comments, but comments for the European Cricket Network. We love what we're doing, and we love that you, our global cricket audience, are following us. And this is our platform. Really, thank you all for all your lovely messages and all your support. And please stay with us, and please spread the word as well. Nice to see that Sujit Yadav, Keanu and James Stewart are on the chat as well. Hello, gentlemen. Tries to find the gap here. Hirumay, nice looking shot, but not able to pierce the field. Sajjad Ahmed into the attack. I mean, one thing that the long break would have done, it would help the Tigers to regroup a little, I suppose. Think about things as this one has been launched into the air. It won't go all the way. 1 bounce as it gets over the boundary. 4 runs. Well, this has gone a long way up in the air from Hirumay. And then watch this. Well, he's Naveed Riaz chasing after that one. Can't do nothing about it. Just thinking about maybe leaping from inside the field of play and trying to somehow knock that back in. Not able to. Hey, he's now finally got Garcia up and going in this one. And well, Vinod wants to take on the fielder's arm. He does get there. And, well, for a man who's got a bit of an injury to his leg, this is dangerous. I think if this hits his adios, yeah, look, he's not in the picture. And he does get home, but only because the ball doesn't strike the stumps directly. Otherwise, he would have been run out without facing the ball. So he gets there. He's got to suck up some oxygen after that dash. Now takes guard. So Vinod Kumar was the not-out batter in the brief first innings, 17 of 7, to get to the 40 required for victory. This is a wide ball, hits the edge of the pitch. So one more to go on to the total. Moves on to 17 now. Sajjad Ahmed, better delivery to Vinod. Nicely played, good cricket, liking that. So prepared to just play this out. He knows he's running to the danger end, gets going straight away, and his captain responds to the call, takes a single, back on strike now. 16 of 8 deliveries, again 200 strike rate. Short, whips it away. I think he was looking to get this a little bit finer, but couldn't quite get the wrist rolled in time. But does get the single, and that will also be the end of an over. So a more productive over. 14 come of it. Score moves to 19. 19 for 1. They picked up the prize wicket off Kuldeep Lal. Got him without scoring. And well, that's what happens, Kuldeep, when you're a naughty boy. Dyeing everybody's hair gold. Well, you're going to get your comments, and he does. Look at the tables. Catalonia Tigers, 2 wins against the Ellie Young Stars earlier today. Puts them on the same number of points as Raval. Behind them on net run rate. You can see Garcia picked up their first points. Genuine points. The other 1 point they've got was from the abandoned mat. Looking to go into the safe zone here, if they can pick up a victory. Short, and doesn't get hold of this. It gets away with it, does the bowler. Ira Mahay will be disappointed that he couldn't work Naveed Riyazway. Naveed, he's the bowler that's had issues with where he's been placing his feet. A number of times he's been overstepping. And well, the umpires will know about it. They'll be watching him. Let's see if he's able to get it right. Again, short. Go for the single, and he'll get there pretty easily, despite the screams from the Tigers. They've got a 6-3 field here, just 3 men on the leg side, and there have been opportunities for both batters to get hold of the shorter deliveries, not able to do so at the moment. So the field working for now. Riaz once more. Short, this time short outside the off. A good change of direction and angle from Riaz. Gets a dot ball in. Dot balls, as we say in this format, are like gold dust. And if you're going to bowl short, well, bowl it at the body or just outside the off, not down the leg side, and that's what Naveed Riaz manages to do this time. And no ball called, so more issues as this is whipped away. They'll take a single. So the same bowler guilty of the same error, overstepping. No ball called, so it will be a free hit. Yeah, and he's just, I mean, not being able to get this right. I'm surprised that 1 or 2 of the senior players from the Ida Tigers haven't been able to get hold of him and just got him to get this run up right of here. So free hit, courtesy of a front foot no ball. Kumar swings hard, catch is taken, it won't be out. And, well, I think we've seen this a few times, particularly from Naveed Riaz. I don't think that's the first time where he's either got a wicket from the ball that's been called the no ball or from the free hit. I mean, the free hit, you can probably understand the batter is just going all out for everything. One thing is, at least he's able to get away with it. No run comes from the free hit. clips this away, beautifully timed, and the fielder with little steps to chase it, and Ways he's not going to get there. It's going to be 4 runs. A nice little shot here from Vinod Kumar to gets himself in a very good position, and a little delicate, exquisite touch takes at the boundary. The perfect shot, a good time for the ball to go in this, the power play to bring back into our commentary position. It's Mr. Maximo.
Yes, hello to everyone. Nice to be back. Last game of the day. And Naveed has his issues with no balls, doesn't he? Bit of a repeat offender. Nice ball of his over, hopefully. Short, hit, long chase. It's a bit of the magic man down there. There's Mohammed, who took a great catch of a free hit earlier. This time he won't catch it, and that's going to be 4 to Kumar. Finishes the over, and it's 31 for 1 after 3.
Yeah, nice shot, a little bit too short. I was saying, you get a bowl short, it's got to be sort of outside the off. Well, you've got to tuck up the batter. He doesn't need that. He gives the batter a good free swing and hit at this. And, well, Mr. Kumar, who's not going to miss out on it, gets another boundary to his name. 31 for 1 at the end of the power play.
Yeah, 31 for 1. And so now we move into over number 4. I want to say quick hello to everyone in the chat. Hey, it's random question time, so why don't you throw some random questions in. Ronnie's got a good one here. Hello to you, Ronnie. Hopefully you're well. He's asking, could timeouts be introduced into ECN cricket so teams could quickly discuss ongoing match tactics? An interesting one, Ronnie. Come back to that in a second. First, let's have a look at Junaid Afzal, who's going to bowl the 4th over. That's not a good start down the leg side. What I would say is sometimes when there's heat, we do have a kind of strategic timeout after 5 overs. Personally, I just don't think there's that much time for it. That's the thing. And to be honest, talk is cheap. I think most of the time you see timeouts in these T20s, it's more a chance to get more commercials in. It's actually not so much about the tactics. The tactics are try and whack as many runs as you can. Sometimes people overcomplicate things. But yeah, I mean, you have to try and be able to talk tactics within the existing structures, I think, of the game. You've got the time going. We really don't have a lot of time between games, so it's hard for us to kind of extend in between innings. What do you think about that?
Yeah, interesting one. Good question. I have to say, I think in a lot of sports, of course, you do have the timeouts. This one's been hit pretty well, but it's a chance. And it gets dropped. And the fielder, well, I suppose the one good thing that he's been able to do is keep it into play. Well, that's Usman Mohammed, who earlier in the last match took a one-handed blinder of a no ball. And this time, using 2 hands, he's not able to take it. What he does do, I suppose, the only blessing, if there's any, he said that he keeps it in play. The bowler, well, he's knocked down. Well, he can't believe it. It's like somebody stuck a bit of dynamite underneath him as he explodes to the deck. Can't believe the catch had been put down.
Yeah, that's crazy. He steps on the line, but he'd already fumbled the ball by that stage. How different is it when it wasn't a free hit, the pressure was on? That one was actually much more difficult than what he caught before.
Yeah, with timeout, I mean, don't forget, with the batting side, there's always a way around it. You know, you take out a pair of gloves or something. So you can always get a tactical message across that way. Fielding side, I mean, look, there's nothing stopping the fielding side getting together quickly anyway. And don't forget, while action is in play, this is a slow delivery. It's up in the air a long way. They'll get another chance with it. No, it drops short as Naveed comes in, but can't get to it. So a little bit of luck, double luck for Hira Mahey, who was dropped genuinely on 19. Moves to 20, and now with this one, takes him to 21, but could quite easily have gone to hand. So I think there is always a way to get that little communication in. I think in cricket, you don't need a lot of time anyway. So it's a good idea. I think there's ways around it.
Yeah, I think so. And so I know Keanu's asking to franchise cricket have that. Some of them do, but really, to be honest, it's nothing to do with tactics. It's more just a chance to get some more commercials in at the 10 over mark. Yeah. Full disclosure, as an organisation.
I always find it interesting. I mean, as you know, my daughter plays a lot of handball, so I go and watch her play. And in fact, a couple of days ago or last weekend, Saturday, I went to Sabadell, which is about, he's bowled it. It's a beautiful delivery, the slower ball, and isn't he happy about it? Afzal takes the pace right up this and gets Vinod Kumar committed to playing a shot, but he beats him with the pace. Really good delivery. And Raza Afzal, he's really up and about, picks up the second wicket. And you know what? He's got 2 very good batters out. He's got both the openers now back in the shed. He got to Kuldeep Lal with the beauty before, and then now is his turn to get to Vinod Kumar. Bowled absolutely beautiful. Chucked their foot there, style. Good bowling.
Yeah, very good bowling. It was a slower rolling off cutter, wasn't it, from Afzal. He gets a good player there. So that's the end of the 4th over as well. 35 for 2. Yeah, so Yada Tigers, certainly their bowling, their fielding hasn't let them down too much. Didn't get to a chance to see too much of their bowling in the last game because only survived pretty much 2 overs before Gracia chased it down.
Yeah, what do you think of that when they have these timeouts? I mean, I'm going back to handball, for example. So you got the you got the coach there, got the players around him. Then you got the cameras right on them, listening to and showing you even the board what they're doing. And you just think, well, look, if there's a scout out there, just relay that onto the other team.
But the thing, I mean, at least in basketball, handball, those kind of sports, in American football, they're talking about something specific, like a specific play they're going to do next. It's not really like that. This is smashed away. And this is going to go straight over us, straight over the cube. Maximo. And what a start that is. Here Mahe goes bang.
Yeah, thank you very much. As Mahmood, well, his first ball gets smashed. Lovely shot.
Yeah, protect the equipment, rule 1. Almost coming in there, but it sailed over our heads. Good shot by the skipper. Brand new ginger top. Now it's a little bit shorter and he crunches this as well. That's disappearing. And that's 6 more. Maximo back to back. Yeah, sometimes you drive a bowler down the ground, you have a bit of an idea, the next one will be shorter. You just feel that Mahe was waiting for that one. He puts that one away as well.
A crunching shot. Well, he's absolutely mullered this. Lovely jubbly. And Rashid Mahmood, welcome to the party. 2 balls, 2 sixes. And the sun comes out. Well, maybe the sun is shining on Gracia finally. Well, it's certainly shining on their captain at the moment.
Just pushes away. It's intelligent batting. So move to 34 in pretty quick time. Yeah, so yeah, I suppose in those sports there's some specific play you're running, whereas at cricket's not really like that. Cricket we kind of talk in more of a we have more of a macroscopic view. So like in a test match, for example, you're saying, okay, for this session we're just going to take it easy. We're not really talking about, okay, the next ball I want you to run across your stumps, and and also depends on what you get. So yeah, we don't really have those kind of microscopic set plays in cricket because there's just too many moving parts. So that's why I don't think tactical timeouts probably not that useful in cricket. Most of the time, all your strategy, you learn it growing up and through your experience. So you should have an inkling of what to do and how to weigh up the risks yourself. You don't really need a coach in your ear saying, okay, now this ball, I want you to skip across and hit it to the leg side. It's just not how cricket works. Hey, so I'm talking about the real vote at the moment, which is to do with the Rico beard. As this gets smashed down the ground, I think this is going to go out of the ground as well. It does. Maximo. And right now, the captain making the most of some good form. And again, nice free swing of the bat.
Yeah, it's a very, very good player. I was told about this guy when he was captaining Gracia at the EC10 in Cardamom, and they said, watch out for him. And well, after scoring a few scores in the 20s, he did bring up a 50 in one of those games. And I saw his abilities then, and I'm seeing them here in this series as well. He's one of those, remember, Vinny, we were saying that when he's out there, it doesn't really look like he's going at a real pace. But when you look at his strike rate, it's quite amazing. And just here, once again, he's brought up his 41 now, with just 20 deliveries.
He's a slick mover, isn't he, here Mahe? A question from Bajendra Yadav in the chat. Vinny, are there any games tomorrow? Well, funny you should ask, Bajendra. Well, you should know by now. You've been watching for a while. We have cricket 6 days a week here in Barcelona. So we will continue tomorrow, which is, I'm going to say Thursday. And it's actually the first day of December tomorrow. So tomorrow we'll see Ripoll Warriors versus the Jaeger Tigers. So Jaeger Tigers on first up. And then, again, more Tigers coming your way in the afternoon. Fateh versus the Catalonia Tigers. That starts 7:30 a.m. GMT. It's 8:30 in Central Europe, 1 p.m. in India. We have matches Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, and Saturday during this series. And the best thing is an extra day at the end of the tournament. So we'll do a Sunday to finish the season, Sunday the 11th of December. So that's why we are going to stick around a little bit longer. He just said the ECM page not showing any further games. That's why he asked. Well, that's weird. I can check that. Sometimes on your computer, maybe you have to clear the cache or something like that. Might be a computer issue, but for me, maybe the reason, I know what he's thinking. You're probably on the general scores page, which does it by month. So you see, you're probably looking at the November games. So that'll click over tomorrow. So there you go, Bajendra. Hopefully that makes sense. And if you go on the website to the key events on the left-hand side of the screen and you click the FanCode ECS Spain Barcelona, and then you click scores, you'll have everything for this series. So yeah, rather than just going to the scores at the top, you can go to the tournament homepage, and then you'll be able to see all the fixtures, including ones in December.
Rodriguez back in the attack. He'll be hoping not to give any extras away this time. Keep his feet behind that line.
Maybe I should work in IT. I think I saw that one out pretty quickly. No ball called.
Oh,
Ay, 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 ay.
What did I just say? He ain't listening to me. I'm even giving him the advice, and still he gets it wrong. It's another foot fault, no ball. Oh,
Yeah.
no.
It's just one of those things. Some bowlers, no matter what, he'd be trying to make these adjustments, right? For me, I have the opposite thing. When I'm bowling, I'm often too far back. And no matter what I try to go a bit further forward, it's can't. So yeah, it is a hard habit to break. Free hit, free miss, and free miss by the keeper. This is running away. I think he might have got a little finger on that, which stops it going all the way. That'll be a bite. And yeah, so I know a lot of people talking about the app and the website. Look, something we're always working hard to improve. Again, given the resources and what we started with, it's something that it's unprecedented what we're doing in cricket. This amount of games, this amount of tournaments. These amount of players as well. So yeah, from time to time, we have to fix up a few things on that. But hopefully you're able to navigate it all right. Here's the lead. No ball called.
Oh dear.
You know, it's almost at the point where, even though he's a good bowler, you can't afford to bowl him if he's going to give 3-4 no ball.
Yeah, he gets away with the free hits, but it's not the point. It's extras. Remember, his time comes into it as well. And just there.
Yeah, you can kind of get a good view of it there. And he doesn't have anything behind the line when he lands. So.
Yeah, he's getting a little bit frustrated as well.
I'm frustrated, so he must be really frustrated.
Yeah.
And then his captain, Muhammad Abu, well, he's frustrated as well. Runs over, delivers a message. So you want to talk about talking tactics. Yeah, the tactic there's.
Yeah, and
so I think it's pretty blunt tactics from Abu, saying there's a line there. Make sure you have some part of your foot behind it.
Okay, free hit. Will this one go the distance? A license to go to full Monty.
Pretty good reply. I guess he gets plenty of practice at bowling the free hits. So, yeah, I mean, it's costly, not just in runs and the extra ball, but also the time. We know that's been an issue from time to time. But, you know, especially because it's been a reasonably good performance. Okay, they haven't really handled Hiramahe that well, but what can you do? But, yeah, it's unavoidable, isn't it? We talk about it sometimes if your team gets beaten and your team gets beaten by the other team, that's fine. But when you're beating up yourself, it's not great. This is a false shot, hanging in the air, should be gone. And yeah, well, I take it all back. Maybe those extra balls are handy because one of them is going to get rid of Hiramahe, who won't get to his half century. And Riaz does the trick. And what the key here, keeps his foot behind the line. And when he does that, I think he's a really good bowler. Anyway, it's the third wicket of 4. It's 64 for 3.
Yeah, does well. So does the fielder. And does Talha Mahmood. Not an easy one. It's a dropping short of him, so he's reaching. It's always very difficult to hold on to these because you're off balance. Look, he's pumped. He's happy the fact that he's able to take a catch. Yeah, I mean, you're absolutely right. I think he is a good bowler, and you can see he gets frustrated with himself when he bowls those extra deliveries and the no balls, which end up being the free hit. But what he's been able to do is that none of those have really been punished. So credit to him for that. And, well, as a result of the no balls, I suppose he's had to bowl that extra delivery, which has resulted in a wicket. So a good innings of Hiramahe comes to an end, 44 of 24 deliveries that he faced in total. He's put his team in a good position, and not a bad time for this man to come in, Govinda Bajwa.
Yeah, Govinda hasn't really clicked in this series yet. A really interesting interview with you in the break between matches, which you may see the light of day at some point. Anyway, here we go. Just pitched outside leg stump. The umpire right to walk away. And this will be the end of this 6th over. So at the moment, Grathian having it all their own way. They lose the captain during that over. So he's always got something behind the line. But anyway, 6 overs down, 65 for 3.
Yeah, we were talking about it the other day. Somebody should design them so the back part of the foot, as in the heel part, is a bit like the front part of the shoe. So it sticks back a little bit. And, well, you couldn't turn around and say it's a no ball then, could it? It's always part of the heel on the line. He needs to invest in some of those.
I wondered about that. But, I mean, imagine having to walk around in them. We could have special bowling shoes with big tails.
Maybe you can have a clip-on heel.
Clip-on heel?
Clip-on heel. When you go into bowl, you just clip the heel on it. It just extends the back part of the foot a bit.
Yeah. I just think some bowlers seem to have problems with them at all levels of the game. It doesn't help that when they're practicing normally, they're miles over. Oh, but it's okay. It's not a game. Anyway, let's get back to the action. And Sajjad Ahmed is going to bowl over number 7. Yeah, talking about the beard pole, you're still 80-20 ahead. As Marshall tries to go up, and he just goes up not too far. Luckily for him, falls safely. He's just frustrated, I think. The harder he tries, the worse he's been hitting them.
Absolutely. Too right. I mean, he's trying to hit this one over cow corner, and it, on the leg side, it ends up going nowhere on the offside. I think that's what it is. I think he's trying to hit the ball too hard. He's trying to hit himself into form. I think he needs to stroke himself into form.
Well, Yadav goes large here, and this is going to just get over the boundary. Maximo! People Yadav's another one, which has just kind of been fits and starts, had one significant innings in the series so far. This is down low on the bat, but just finds enough.
Yeah, what they've been managing to do, I mean, especially when Kuditlan and Yadav have been the openers, one always clicks. One goes early, one clicks, and they sort of take it in turns. So he's been there and hasn't had too much of the strike, but opens his account in terms of boundaries with that one. Nice shot. He's looking to go for a few more here now. He'll know that they want to get the acceleration in here. They'll be wanting to look for about a 120 score. They've been around about the hundreds a few times. Only one time they got to the 150. That was a match that eventually got abandoned. So that's what they will be eyeing up. A good response from the bowler.
Yeah, it's a good comeback. Yeah, I think the bowler has been decent most of the time, the Ada Tigers. Just have to sort out the batting and try and find some runs from somewhere. Yes, I've just noticed you've dipped below 80% for the first time in a while with the beard, 78%. Come on, get your votes in if you haven't already. Should Rico keep the beard for the rest of the series? It's in the chat, ECN European Cricket Network. Keanu's got a random question. What do you think the Football World Cup outcomes will be? Well, I can't tell you all of that, Keanu, but I know I'm excited to watch Australia starting in about an hour's time. Again, no contact. Well, it's a dicey one. And I think he might be run out here. I think we might have some trouble for Yadav. He decides he wants that run, but it never got that far from the wickets. Let's have a look at it on the replay. You see that second touch? It just puts it back in line with the wickets, and he is going to be
in.
Oh, just in.
Yeah, he backs him. I mean, when he gets there, I mean, he's got no worry on him at all, does Yadav. He's confident he's made it. He's not interested. He says, yeah, I know. I mean, you can see here, the body language says he's already said, I'm going nowhere.
See, I saw the puff of chalk after the stumps had gone down. It was just a slight delayed reaction from the chalk getting disturbed.
Yeah, but again, Bajwa, it's just not happening for him.
Oh, yeah, thinks about it, thinks against it. Well, these two are funny, aren't they? I mean, at their best, these two are unstoppable. But that's cricket, isn't it? You're not always in 100% form. And I think also someone like Vibha Yadav, I think it's the first time he's played on a surface like this. So it takes a bit of getting used to, I think.
Yeah, I mean, he's played some good knocks on this already. I think he's just, again, trying to hit too hard, totally misses it, and the ball hits him.
This time he goes for it and he gets it a lot better. This is out of here. Maximo! Vibha moves to 16, and that was a sweet shot to take him to 16.
Yeah, this is beautiful. The more like it, see, it's balance, it's shape. He's not trying to hit it too hard, not losing his head, not losing his posture, and he puts this one away. Nicely hit. Well, he'll have a bruise to show for the ball before. That was in his rib cage. So not only has he got a coloured head, he's going to get a bit of a coloured body as well at the end of this one. But look, it's all on whether Bajwa can go in. I think Bajwa needs to take note of this as well.
Yeah.
Start to stroke the ball around. Go back to basics. That's what he's got to do.
It's early
back
days.
to basics.
Early days for him. 3 balls faced. Let's have a look at the ECL. This is coming up from the 27th of February. And maybe after this ball, we'll put that up again. And I'm going to roll a virtual dice, and I'm going to pick a group, and I'm going to highlight it, okay?
No, good idea, as Usman Mohammed is going to come on the ball. The man who took the best catch you'll ever see for what didn't result in a wicket. Starts with a no ball, surely. It's down the leg side. And Bajwa still trying to bring the boundary up. I suppose what he does do here, probably the good thing, is he gets a single off a no ball and puts... Yadav on strike with a free hit.
I rolled a 5, which is Group E, and that's probably good because Gracia, they're actually playing in this game. So they'll be playing against Roma CC in Group E with Italian Summer Champions, Prabath Nalagoda, and Dinadu Miraghi, and a few others, including Kalagamagay, who plays for Italy. And so, yeah, Roma CC will be one team that they'll face, and also they'll have United CC Bucharest, which will feature a few Romanian nationals, including Resta Thiessen, the captain of Romania, as well as Zagreb Sokol, which you saw fairly recently. I think Zagreb Sokol, they better find a couple of wild cards because they were underwhelming in that series in Croatia, which included a few non-Croatian teams as well, or one Serbian team, one Slovenian team. But they could quite capably pick up a player or two and be reasonably competitive. And then Star CC from Luxembourg. This is smacked. Absolutely smacked. And it wasn't that high, but it was hard. Maximo and a 6 to Yadav, who's starting to warm up.
Yeah, finally they do get a free hit away. And Holtz hit again, holds his shape. I like the way he's balancing that bat. It's nicely balanced, nicely shaped, and it hits through the ball. He's eyeing up that area, and so far, even though there's 2 fielders back there, he's clearing them.
All right, here we go again. Now this is asking for it as well. It takes one hand off the bat. It's all he needs. It wasn't a good delivery. The margin of error is getting slimmer to Yadav, and that's out of the ground as well. Back-to-back double 6s.
Yeah, this time he says, who needs 2 hands when you got one powerful one like this, as he smashes this one over cow corner. Another big 6. Well, I tell you what, the golden here has brought him luck. He bowled pretty well and batted pretty well in the last match, which was a very short one. Now this time round, he is going big, so 6 more. And well, the bowler is under attack here is Usman Mohammed. And
yeah, ready to bowl to him now. Got to get full and straight. Length again, and once again, you get the same result. Maximo, 666, the Devils numbered. Right now, it's getting up, and it's getting hot here because Granthia, they pass 100, and they do it with 3 consecutive 6s.
Yeah, 3 consecutive. Now look at the score here, because don't forget, there was the no ball, then there was the wide, and then the free hit 6, and then we had another. So 3 illegal deliveries, 21 on the board.
I think he wants more. That's better ball, gets him reaching. Yadav gets into the gap. Fielder comes around, they'll want 2. And they'll get 2, so I'll get back on strike. Better ball, at least with something different, wasn't it? Yeah, so the other team I didn't mention in Group E yet, Star CC from Luxembourg. Yeah. And look, Luxembourg, if you look at their national team in the ECC, they were one of the most improved teams.
Oh, they were amazing, weren't they?
And I think they got a couple of people back and certainly looked very, very competent there. And the question will be, again, they'll be allowed to have a couple of players that don't ordinarily play for the club. So that's really a thing for every club to look at, because for various reasons, it's just practical to allow players, to allow teams a couple of players that don't ordinarily play for the club. That's partly because sometimes there's availability issues with clubs, and so we just want to make a level playing field for the clubs. So, I mean, it also goes for teams like Gracia. Now, everyone that's playing here, they should be eligible, because the eligibility says you just have to have played a game in 2022 for the club. So players like Simran, like Vibor, should be fine. Oh, another missed time shot from Bajwa, and it's going to be all over. Curtains for Govinda. His horrible run continues here. Just can't find the old mojo. He's the 4th wicket to fall, and this is one, I think, ordinarily short. Okay, it's maybe not down leg side, but it's still very pullable. In the end, he skies it, and he's going to have to go. And that's the end of 8 overs, 104 for 4.
Yeah, Usman Mohammed, it does go for 24, but he does pick up the wicket of Gurinder Singh Bajwa. Yeah, you're absolutely right. He just cannot get anything to go his way. Look, there was a year ago, these ones were going downtown Barcelona. They were disappearing. This time round, he's coming back from injury himself, but just can't find any sort of form or rhythm out there. And he's going to be a little bit concerned and disappointed once more. And Gracia, well, they'll probably be thinking, well, okay, do we stick with him there, or do we start to make some changes? Because don't forget, they've got Siramjit Singh, who comes out now in their lineup, and really, Siramjit is not a man that you want sitting on the bench while somebody else is playing and missing.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, Simran, I'd like to see him maybe one game get up number 3 or something like that, maybe even open, just because yeah, we haven't seen too much of him with the bat. Yeah, so what I was saying is Gracia should be able to play anyone that's played for them this year. So that would include everyone you see out there now. Plus, they could have 2 players from anywhere. And so, yeah, that's going to be interesting to see who they target or who they might be able to get. So again, that's an extra dimension to the 3rd edition of the ECL. There's Rashid Mahmood. He's going to start with a wide. Over number 9.
Yeah, Yadav quite happy and content just to step inside this and take the wide and not have to play at it. Ooh, this is a big wild swing. I think this is the first time that we're seeing Rashid Mahmood bowl, isn't it? I don't seem to. Maybe the second time. I think he may have had one over before.
I think so. Yeah, before he's seen enough, and he's going to smack this one out of the ground. Maximo. And it's funny, even Yadav, he didn't really hit his straps early in his innings, but once he's gotten going, he's really gotten going.
Yeah, I like this. He just, even though he knows this ball is going down leg side, he gets himself in a good position to be able to muscle this over the boundary. So 6 more. And he's not done yet, as this is another one, goes all the way. Balle, 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 brashaka, and just like that, Yadav, well, he's eyeing up a half century. Well, his captain, Hiram Mahey, fell short. Yadav now on 49 of 16.
Yeah, for someone that I said didn't start very well, I think 49 of 16 is a pretty good strike rate. I just know how good he can be. Going to get his 50? Yeah, maybe. No, he will, because it's a one-hand effort in the end from the captain. And actually pretty good effort. He does save the boundary, but he can't save the single. So, well, Yadav, maybe a bit fortunate that time, but he does get to his 50 off 17 balls. And, well, I'll tell you what, he struck the ball pretty well during this innings.
Yeah, struck it pretty well. I mean, yeah, he stops the boundary. I think the captain there, when he looks at that again, will be thinking he should have gone for 2 hands and taken it. We just saw...
Don't know how happy Govinda would be about his... There you go, his wagon wheel being on there.
Yeah.
Probably not the most impressive wagon wheel you'll ever see. Actually reminds me of something when I used to score for my little brothers when I was probably 18, 19.
Yeah.
As you see, this powerful shot out of the ground. Well, no one's catching this. Going to bang off the warning fence. Maximo, 125 for 4 after 9 overs. Gracia out flying, and it's all thanks to Vibor Yadav.
Yeah, well, Vibor Yadav has certainly got them on the move after Hiram Mahey gave them a pretty good start when they... Well, don't forget they lost Kuldeep Lal just at the second ball. He went for 0 at that point. Well, Gracia were 0.
Well, I mean,
no runs on the board.
Hira made 44, right? Yadav got 56.
Yeah.
He's on 56 right now. So there's 100 runs. That's 100 out of the 125. So, yeah, the heavy lifting being done by those 2. Yeah, I remember. So I was umpiring my little brothers, and they were twins. So I was scoring, I should say. I was scoring their games, and the kids always say, please can you do a wagon wheel for me today? And I used to do them by hand. And, of course, if they were out for 1 or 2 or none, I'd have great pleasure. I'd say, here you go. You know, just the confidence of the kids. I used to try and do these little extra things. Anyway, you saw Yadav's wagon wheel there. He's been pretty strong through the mid-wicket region. Okay, time for over number 10. And it's going to start with Simran pulling away and pulling away firmly. That's another 6. It's been raining 6s here in the last match of the day. And Simran gets his first.
Yeah, I mean, this is just a short delivery. It's down the leg side. It's a bit of a long hop, to be honest. And when you're bowling that from around the wicket, you're bowling it into east swing zone. And Simran is saying, give me more of that, please. Well, the bowler straight away decides he's got to come over the wicket. I think it's a better move from Mohsin Raza. Let's see if he gets it right now.
Yeah,
not really.
Still asking for trouble, isn't it? It's angling in, and that's going to be helped on the way. So, yeah, this is the thing you learn as well when you're pretty inexperienced at a certain level of cricket is, you know, sometimes you can hold it together for short periods, but you know, in this form of the game, you need to try and find out the 10 overs. They certainly have had their good moments in here at the Tigers, but now you can see it's just getting away from them towards the end of the innings.
Yeah, it certainly is. And they're certainly racking up the runs here now. Gracia looking to make it 2 out of 2.
This is in the same region. Guess who? Well, he can't pull off a one-handed stunner. He did earlier on. I think this has gone all the way as well. It has Maximo. And Simran, well, he's getting his cameo now in the last over.
Yeah, I mean, just like we suspect. I mean, he's too good a batter for me to be coming in so low down. I like to see him open. I think he gets better as he's out there. So really, I mean, maybe Hiro Mahei there and be watching this and thinking, yeah, maybe he's a good guy to have. Maybe open with him and somebody like Yadav, Kuldeep Lal could come in at 3, Hiro Mahei at 4 maybe.
He's technically pretty solid, Simran. That's the thing as well. This one probably not his best effort, but it is the last over. Probably just get the one here. So Andrew Smith, just before we get to the end of the innings, he had a question. Did I manage to get to the Paella place last night? And the good news is, Andrew, yes, I did. And I had it. And it was delicious. Got to say, it was really, really good. Had to be careful with the black ink because I had my suit on, right? Which can be a little bit dangerous. But yeah, what's more, as we see more from Yadav, and well, he just has not seen this. I don't know exactly what he's lost it in, but he doesn't pick it up off the bat. He must have lost that one in the clouds. And well, might have gone over him anyway, but Yadav will get 4 somehow for that one.
Yeah, well, he loses this completely. He's pointing at the sun is sort of behind the clouds over there, so it's a mixture of greys, whites, and different shades of white. Maybe he's lost it in there somewhere. Ain't picked it. 4 more. They're looking to bring the 150 up.
Yeah, just quickly, the waiter, he knew cricket, and the guy next to him knew cricket. And I tell you what, this guy knows cricket. Vibor goes bang, and he puts that one upstairs. That's top level, the camera tower stuff. Maximal, he leaves the scene of the crime. There's nobody left. He scores 66 of 20 balls. Gracia, well, they hit the 150 for the second time in this series. And Vibor, well, he waves at the camera saying, well, sorry about that. That's a hazardous place up there at the moment. Well, they hit the 150 for the second time in the series, Rico. This time, they don't see any rain clouds. I think they'll get the chance to defend it. And Gracia really making a strong statement here in the first half of match 84. But didn't start very well for them. Kuldeep going early.
Yeah, it didn't start well at all. Kuldeep Lal just not seeing this at all. Played a miss at the first, loses this one, gives the catch away. And, well, then when they had, that's the thing you made a point about this, Vinny. When you've got teams sort of tied down, you've got to keep the pressure on them, not let it off. And I think fielding like that did leave it off and allowed someone like Vinod Kumar and Hiro Mahei to get game. Hiro Mahei, though, he was the one that really did kick things up. He was dropped, though, wasn't he, on 19? A man who took a one-handed beauty, which wouldn't have counted because it was a no ball in the first match. He drops a much far easier one. This was the wicket that I think it was a great bit of bowling there from one man, Raza Afzal, who really did bowl well. When you look at the carnage from the other bowlers, Afzal, you think he was bowling in a different match. He bowled brilliantly. Great wicket to get Vinod. But then, well, that brought Hiro Mahei and Vibor Yadav together, and the two of them really piled on the wrong pretty well. But then we saw a really good catch. That was an excellent catch, getting the captain Hiro Mahei out on 44-24 when he was eyeing up a half century. But then, I suppose it was a little bit of the Vibor Yadav show. But Govinda Bajwa, he just couldn't get going. That was a close call, though.
Yeah, it was pretty close. It was a dicey one. I don't think he realised how close it was at the time. But, yeah, Yadav, he hits 9 sixes off his own bat. So, I mean, that means that's 54 runs right there, plus 1-4. And, you know, we talk about the Maximo count. It's been a little bit down. It's been more like kind of 6 sixes per innings on average in Group B. Well, I'll tell you something, there were 15 sixes in that innings. So that was pretty much a typical day on that record-breaking day. It was a typical innings. But, yeah, you can see once guys get in, this is the difference, I suppose, between a team like Gracia and maybe some of the more inexperienced teams. They don't have guys that just do it for 1 or 2 overs. They'll have guys that can do it for an extended period. You can see that Hiro Mahei, he did bat well, 44 off 24 for him, but Yadav even quicker. 66 not out of 20 balls. So between them, they get 110. Simran with a nice little cameo at the end as well. 18 off 5. Probably Kuldeep. He'll be a bit disappointed that he won't score any runs here on day 21, but I think that he'll be pretty happy with his team's position. And it does look like Gracia are in a very good position to go 2 for 2 this afternoon. You're right, Afzal looked like he was playing on a completely different game, 2 for 9. Got to say, Navid Riaz, if he can sort out his no balls, he'll be a good bowler as well. He took 1 wicket. 1 wicket was Mohammed, but yeah, fair bit of damage there. And Gracia, they were like a runaway freight train there. Once they started hitting those Maximos, it was really hard to stop them. Yeah, I mean, a solid performance. Gracia just showing there what a talent they are. That's more like it from the twice we've seen them bat first. And, well, when you put those combined scores together, that's 302 runs in 2 innings batting first. One of those, unfortunately, wouldn't count because the rain came and spoiled the party, but it shouldn't spoil this one. Yeah, that's exactly right. We'll be back in around about 5 minutes, and when we do, it will be time for the last innings of the day. Can the Ada Tigers pull off a minor miracle? Let's see if their bats can be clicking, and they need plenty of luck, and they need plenty of sixes if they're going to chase this down. Ready sound to hear Mr. Maximo. Last game of the day with Rico 4. We'll see you just after the break for the final innings in this FanCode European Cricket Series Day 21 right here in Barcelona.
Hello and welcome back for the final innings of the day, and it needs to be a good one and it needs to be a big one, as the Ada Tigers are chasing 153 for victory. Garcia really did turn on the style. Their captain, 44 of 24, and then a super knock from Vibayadov, 66 of 20, helping them to another 150 plus score. And expecting a team that struggled to get to the 40s in the first match against these two. Made 39, now they've got to go all the way. Well, this is going to be close, you know. Well, it's more than close. It's out. It's the first baller. The batter doesn't look happy, but I think when you look at this again from Chulachan Singh, I think this is right on the money. I don't think this is pitching outside off. It pitches on. The batter goes right across. It hits him in line. This is out for me, no doubt about it. Yeah, plump. Boom, that's going on to hit the middle stump. And adios to Junaid Afzal. Chulachan Singh picks up the first wicket. Well, he is happy on the back, and happy he is. Well, he's going to be happy performing well on this day as well. Well, it certainly is a great day if you are a Singh, a huge day for Sikhs all around the world. Guru Nanak Dev Ji Day. It's a day that celebrates the birth of the first Sikh Guru, and that is, of course, Guru Nanak, and one of the most sacred of festivals in Sikhism. And one of a few Sikhs in the side here of Gracia, and they're hoping to make it a double celebration. They can get 2 victories here. So it's the first baller for Junaid Afzal. He'll go LBW. Another duck in the Montjuïc pond. This one's right on the money as well from Chulachan. He's going to have to do the fielding himself. The first one's on the board as Raza, Jan Raza, that is, gets not just himself, but his team off the mark. The first one's on the board. And, Mini Sandhu, hey, look, there's one of the dogs you've been going on about. There's one, it's loose.
Oh, what's going on
loose.
here?
He's come, he wants to be in the action. He said, I've had enough of being on the other side of the fence. I want to get here. I want to get involved. Give me that ball, give me that ball. Give it to me now, he says. Oh.
Well, Spring Productions want to keep it already. If anyone's got 4 small pads, maybe strap them on that dog, because they need some runs. It's another first here on the European Cricket Network. It's dog cricket. Rico wants to get out there. Tell you what, for all the dogs that could invade the field, this is a pretty cute one. We've seen it all now. And, well, we may have our mascot. That's all I want to say. And, well, what should we name it? It's looking a little bit lost, but don't worry. I'm sure we'll reunite it with its owner. But, well, this wasn't in the script anyway. It goes through one gate, leads through another. Well, as far as pitch invaders go, I'm all for that type. Rico tried to chase it down, but I think it was a bit quicker than he realised. And there you go. It just shows if you put enough dogs on TV, and before too long, they want to get out there in the middle of the action. And Rico Fool's got a dog update here. What happened there? Sven saying, "Why is the third umpire on the field?"
It's gone in the nets.
Can we get a camera on the dog? I mean, that would have been a really, really good up close look. Anyway, let's have a look at this one. It's actually a pretty good shot. It's going to get over the infield, and the captain, Mohamed Abu, he's probably said enough of this. Someone needs to stand up, and who better than myself? Throws his hands at this one. That's a really good bit of timing there. 4 runs.
Yeah, well, a bit of a pitch invasion. I think he or she didn't get that close a look. We'll be back. Hello. Here we are. It's on the other side of the ground at the moment. And,
looks like he's got a collar, right? So
it's
just gone wandering away. Probably see an owner coming through the gate pretty shortly. That's a good ball from Chulachan, who seems away.
I think that's the owner saying, look, this is where all the balls are coming from. Go and say thank you for the collection of kookaburras we have at home. He's got a kennel full of them, you know. Raja there is closing the door on the dog. He closes the door and said, you stay in there. Oh, everybody says, oh.
Come back to that in a second. This is a shot as well. Yes, good batting from Abu. I'm liking it. Back-to-back boundaries here. Finishes the first over. Bit of fight out of the Ada Tigers. I like that. as the score at the end of one is 9 for 1.
Yeah, Chulachan did pick up a wicket off the very first ball, and then this time round, after that, there's a couple of good boundaries. Nice shot, and we saw this from Mohamed Abu, the captain, before. He can play some nice shots, but the thing last time round, he's got himself out after playing a couple of goodness. Got to stay there now. 20 matches without a golden ball.
Yeah, hard to believe it's already 20 matches since we had that golden ball. It was an exciting one the other day between the Rippon Warriors and the Hawks. And yeah, we're talking firsts. Yeah, I actually find it hard to believe that in like 2,800 matches or so that we haven't had a dog on the field before. I mean, it's something we always used to have problems with in local cricket, that's for sure. Oh, this is high. I think this is going to be a no ball. Almost a run out. Yeah, it's been called at square leg, so yeah, this will be a no ball for non-pitching ball, waist high or above. Yeah, it's a good call. Hassan Raza gets away for a single, but it will be the captain, Mohamed Abu, that will get to cash in the free hit. Bit of a loosener there from Vinod Kumar.
Yeah, Vinod Kumar.
There we go. Look, he's waiting to get that.
Ah,
Let him back here. Let him back out there. Tell you what, would dogs... I know Corey doesn't like foot fielding, but dogs only have feet. They don't have hands, right? So you'd have to foot field, I imagine. Yeah, that was great. I mean, I'm glad it wasn't a big nasty dog that tried to bite everyone.
yeah, he seemed friendly enough, didn't he? Bit of
Ooh, just heading down leg side, but almost straightening. Yeah, I'm a bit surprised. We only ever really had one other pitch invader. That was a gentleman that wasn't wearing too much at the ECC.
Yeah, actually,
last year.
Actually, there was another, but it wasn't. I mean, you couldn't. It was a pitch invader, but not while the game was on. Can you remember what it was?
I'll think about it. First, I'll look at this cover drive, and that should get to the boundary as well. So, yeah, nice shot by Hassan Raza as he gets his first boundary, and I'm liking what I'm seeing from the Tigers.
Yeah, looking at it. Looking like he's struggling a little bit here on a Kuma.
It's not like the wind storm we had in Rome, was it?
No.
There we go. Hold on. Guess who's back? And I think he's just decided that
he's
going to leave the stadium now.
He said, I didn't go, there's no point locking me up there. I came in from this side. I want to go back where I came from. There he goes. Adios, amigo. It was nice having you. And he's looking to find his owner now.
I love it that
he's clever. He knows
somebody
where he's
over
going.
there's just reading the mind of the dog, and the dog's saying, well, I'm not too happy about being stuck out this side of the field. So if you open up that gate, then let us I'll get out of here.
They didn't open the gate. How did he get out? How did he? Did he dig a tunnel? Good shot. If he gets it past the field, it doesn't. Bajwa's there. Gets the throw in. So come on. Can you remember?
Are you talking animal?
Yeah.
Give me a country. Give me a location.
I'm going to give you a clue.
Okay.
I'm going to give you a clue. It's
horses.
You got it.
In Bulgaria.
Yeah.
Oh, this one's going to be 5 wides, and Kuldeep just couldn't quite get across here. It's a difficult one when you're up to the stumps. He basically goes with his hands. He probably had to try and take an extra step sideways. So it's be 5 wides, 5 bonus runs for Yoda Tigers.
Yeah, Vinod Kumar's got it all wrong here. He's normally a very, very good wicket-to-wicket bowler. And he's really seen him struggle here. It's not like him at all. And that takes it to 13 of the over.
The thing with the horses, that wasn't during the match though, right? It was before the first game of the day in Bulgaria earlier this year. Better ball this time by Vinod.
Yeah, more like it.
That over goes for 13 and 4 buys. And at the end of 2, it's 22 for 1. A much better start for the Tigers. Still not quite where they need to be rate-wise. Yeah, the wild horses just came running across the field.
Yeah.
Luckily, they didn't run at us. They kind of ran around us. Let's have a look at the table. Now, they can jump. There, the way they jumped the Hawks already today. And after today, actually, all of these teams will play 6 matches. So it gives you a good idea of where everyone's at. And at the moment, Ruffle Sporting and the Catalunya Tigers, they are undefeated at the top of the table. So they seem in the best position for that automatic qualification spot. Of course, only the top team automatically qualifies for the final Sunday. And teams 2 to 5 will fight out for one other spot. Here we go with Vijay Kumar. This is good keeping from Kuldeep down leg side. It will be called a wide. Yeah, so the horses, we didn't have them interrupting a game. That would have been interesting if it was in the middle of a game, because I don't think I would have fancied it. It would have been a bit like the running of the bulls. Dragged away to the leg side. What are the other things that have interrupted matches? I've heard like a cat has done that cat on the field in
Cat on
Test
the
cricket's
field.
happened.
What about in
Pig on the field.
What about when you were in sporting alphas? Did the ducks not come and walk across the field several times? And the swans?
Yeah, short interruptions for the ducks. Are they actually geese though? Or are they ducks? I'm not never
The
quite
combination
sure.
of ducks and geese there. This
Well,
is a chase on.
Long chase does well. Pulls it back. This is Karandeep. He's in the side. Apparently, a year ago, an eagle came and picked up a mouse off the field. That's
Where?
what Elvira's telling me. Where was this, Elvira? And why didn't we know about this?
Gone. Is it? It's
Yeah.
got to be gone. He's standing there all paused. That's got to be a
Yeah.
wicket. He doesn't want to go.
He doesn't
he's
know
having a
where
look. He's having a look at the pitch and saying he's not allowed to do that. Is it?
He didn't know where it went off his bat. Look, he turns it right off the toe.
Yeah.
And well, how's your luck? That could have gone absolutely anywhere. And it nestled straight into the hands of Kulwant Singh. So Abu, I liked his hustle out there. Gets to 11 with a couple of boundaries. He still can't quite work out how that went from the toe of his bat to the man at kind of floating slip. And to be honest, I'm not really sure either, but that's what happened. And that will be the second wicket now. So it's 26 for 2. Sven
Come on,
saying,
I want to hear more about the
yeah, I
eagle.
want to know more about this. Is Elvira, our director, who's pushing the buttons. She said that an eagle snatched a mouse off the field. I know that when I was playing once, and I was batting in a first grade game in Perth, and a swarm of bees came over the field. And that was so funny because everyone was tough talking. Oh, they were giving me a real roasting, right?
Yeah.
Out there, as is usual. And next minute, we're all just on our bellies, completely down, trying to get as low to the ground as possible. And we were all big sissies, and these bees just came from nowhere. And we heard them coming first, right?
Yeah.
We heard them coming, and then
Everybody has to get down. Yeah. Well, we had. I mean, they didn't interrupt play, but we had the hawk, didn't we, in Malta?
Yeah. Yeah, maybe that's what Elvira was talking about. Anyway, this is going to be off the hip, and it's a pretty good shot. This will be 4. So he's a bit all over the place at the moment, Vinod, but give credit to the batter. Sajid Ahmed's come out. I think that it's a decent-looking shot. And pardon me, it's not Vinod Kumar, it's Vijay Kumar who's bowling this over. Vinod bowled the last one, but still, not too much margin for error,
Hey,
no matter who you're facing.
We nearly had. In fact, we didn't actually quite see them, but we know they were there, and they popped up now and again. We had the moles, didn't we, in Hungary?
Yeah, they do pop up now and again.
And the moles came into play in Hungary a fair few times because they used to be the mole holes on the pitch. They used to flatten them out, and as they flattened them, they popped up in other places. So that was interesting. It was like that game. You know that game you have in the arcade where you have the mallet and you have to
Whack-a-mole. That's what it's called. It's true. 31 for 2. Not the worst power play from the Ada Tigers. Good to see them having a little bit more success with them out this time around. They look like they'll go past their score in the last game comfortably. Let's see if they can put an innings together against a learning curve for them, no doubt about that. And Grathia, like I said, they're trying to work their way up the ladder slowly but surely. You can see that Grathia innings really cut loose in the last 3 overs. Hiramahe and Viboyanov doing most of the damage for them. So Sven Prinsloo saying seagulls on the field in Australia, they can interrupt things. I remember in the Big Bash a few years ago, there was one seagull that got hit with the ball. Actually, my old headmaster, when he was playing for Western Australia, he got bowled off a ball that hit a sparrow and then bounced into his stumps and hit the sparrow in mid trajectory. As Hero comes on, bowls a Gundy ball, gets away with it, just a wide though. Yeah, and then it was Greg Chappell that was bowling it, and they ended up calling him back. They said, no, we're not appealing for that.
Yeah, I think in the new laws that came in to play on the 1st of October this
True.
year, that is now that would now be called a dead ball, right? They've changed.
Yeah, that's
changed
true.
that.
Yeah, that's true. Would you have to ask the sparrow, did that hit you, as it was in the middle of the pitch? I don't think the sparrow survived. And James saying we had wild pigs running across the ground at his home club. Wild pigs. Crazy. Another wide down the leg side. They won't get an extra. Yes, spider cam, although it's not a real animal. It's named after an animal. Spider cams, you know, the camera on the cables above the ground, that can sometimes cause you problems. We actually have real power lines on the ground in some places. In Bulgaria and also the second ground in Khartoum, which we don't televise, but I played there and I hit them. It's a bit annoying. But yeah, what other instances have you got of unscripted pitch invaders? Well, this is in the air, hanging, safe. Watch out the trampoline tour too. Go now, they might get second. They take it on. Oh, this is close. Let's see if this is out.
Well, you got to go upstairs for this.
I mean, you couldn't be quicker than Kuldeep was here. And I think he either deflects it onto the stumps. I think he might just be in. Still, the bails haven't come off there. I think the ball actually hits the stumps. Oh, it's close. I think I'd be giving benefit of the doubt on this one, because the moment that the bails are actually off, I think he's just in, which is the next shot after this.
Yeah, I think he just makes it.
There, I don't think you can say the bail's dislodged yet. I think it'll be not out.
Yeah, he just makes it. I think before the bails are broken, the bat is on the line, so the next shot would be the bat past the line. So yeah, I think this will be.
This shows you how quick the bails eject. Yeah, it's actually a pretty good piece of work from Kuldeep.
Yeah, I think the ball was probably going to. I mean, he doesn't know that, of course. But I think the throw was hitting the stumps directly.
I don't think he really slows it down that much, though, to be honest.
Yeah, they're still looking at it, but I think just gets it past the line.
Well,
still having a look. They're not sure. Well,
if they're not sure, it shouldn't be out.
Yeah, I think they've. Yeah.
Also, the Australians are starting in 20 minutes, so probably a quick decision is a good decision here. I just think if you're taking this long, you can't be short. See that? The ball's hit the stumps. I don't think the bails are off, though. I'm going to say not out. And for once, I'm right. Beauty. Let's get on with it.
You're on my hate to continue.
Better ball. Does he hit this or not? Well, I think he... Well, now...
Oh, now he could be gone.
Could have more problems. Well, number one, I don't reckon he has hit it because he looked guilty, and that's why he takes off for a run that's not there.
It's not LB. It's going down leg side.
Oh, I don't know. This spins.
Now have a look again. Look where it pitches.
We'll look again
in a
minute.
Pitches.
First, I think they're worried about...
He's run out, though, I think. Oh, hang on,
he might have made it again. He's a master of a sneak back, isn't he?
Watch the bat.
Here he comes. I think there's a shot where he's just in.
Goes down, but does it go up, or does he slide it?
Safe.
Slides it. He makes it in. What about the LB? I reckon it's pitching on...
I reckon he actually rips this down the line. Oh, he may be pitching outside leg stump. Give you that one.
You're getting excited.
I only had a quick glance at it.
I'm getting excited. Anyway.
All right. That's a better ball, though, from my hate. Oh, it's the wrong, and this time he's got him. Wow, it's clever bowling. We set him up with a bunch of fruit. And then this one is a proper wrong-un. It's definitely not picked. So he survives a couple of close shaves, but fortunately, Sajjan's going to have to go. Watch this, back of the head. Oh, in fact, it's a genuine off-spinner. It's not even a wrong-un. So, yeah, comes back, hits him in line. Yeah, I think he's so far back that you have to give that one out. So Hira gets his man in the end. And so it is the third wicket to fall. And Yater Tigers, 35 for 3.
35 for 3, and the other. Very clever bowling from Hira Mahey. He impresses me every time I see him. He gets it to go both ways.
Yeah, well, I mean, that's a genuine...
And you can't pick it. You can't pick it.
I wasn't watching his hand, and I just assumed that he's continuing to bowl the wrist spin, in which case that was a fantastic wrong. And as it was just an off spinner, which is finger spinning delivery that spins left to right. But yeah, certainly did a bit. There's been a bit of turn in this pitch with the spinners. All right, here's Naveed Riaz, who's going to come out at number 5. Run rate required, climbing past the 19 already. Hira Mahey having a good game, 44 runs in the first innings, and now a wicket. Last ball of his over. Another off spinner. And this will be the end of the over, 35 for 3 after 4. Bajendri Adams saying Vinny's excited because of the Australian game tonight. Yeah, a little bit excited. I think Australia's definitely underdogs against the Danes. And yeah, normally a bit of a fan of the Danish team as well. But yeah, tonight I'm obviously hoping Australia can get a draw or a win. That should be enough to get them through. And then potentially I think might be facing Argentina, but who knows? Argentina, they got beaten by Saudi Arabia, so anything's possible. Anyway, Wayne's saying maybe Naveed to save the game. Well, let's see if he can save their blushes. I just think any experience is good experience for these guys as well to get out there, even though the game slipped away. But I think, yeah, the batting is the one area they really need to improve, and quick. Paramjit Singh gets it over here and starts with a dot. So random questions, throw a few random questions at me, and Rico as well. People still getting over the pitch invasion. It was pretty cool. I'm trying to think of any other animals that have stopped the game. And in an Irish women's game, in a club game there was The dog that actually ran off with the ball while the ball was in play. The ball went to the keeper. You see the dog in the background running on, and the ball went to the keeper, then flicked to the stumps and flicked it back.
Yeah.
And then the dog picks up the ball and runs off with it. And yeah, they got the ball back. But it was quite a funny one. And then the poor kid that was walking the dog, he's running on with his lead. Anyway, this is an amazing catch. Great catching. And well, Gracia, we know they're capable of the spectacular. And that was a fantastic bit of work by Vinod Kumar. One hand climbs the ladder, and poor Riaz, he has to go for a duck. It's 36 for 4.
Oh, this is absolutely fantastic. Well, you've heard me mention Vinod Kumar. I told you before, I think he was probably one of the best fielders in Spain when he was at his peak, and that's why. What a great catch that is. That is a proper jalebi catch. Well, Laddu Kalau on this a very auspicious day for Sikhs around the world, and Guru Nanak Dev Ji Day, and well, Vinod Kumar takes a spectacular jalebi catch. What a great catch that is, a magical moment. I think that'll be appreciated by everybody.
Fantastic work though, isn't it? I mean, he gets everything right. He times the jump perfectly. He even kind of twists his body to get a little bit extra height there, even though he has to take his eyes off the ball. But that's the only play he had, and he did it very, very well. And for a guy that's coming back from a serious leg injury, I think that's a really good sign for him. You know, he's really happy about that, Paramjit Singh, because he's got a wicket now.
Yeah, Paramjit.
Very clever, Sven, in the chat as well. So, yeah, always like unexpected interruptions. We had a power cut here the other day. What other things? Okay, let's not think about pitch invaders. What other things have held us up here on ECN? Occasional, we've had the power as one, because we're going to all these different venues that you don't normally have a broadcast of this magnitude from. Yeah, sometimes there are some logistical
There
things.
was a worrying time in Germany, wasn't there, when we had that security alert?
Yeah, of course. Yep. The chemical spill.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was in Krefeld. I was just off that week, but I was wondering what was happening. I was watching it on the television, and everyone just kind of wandered off, and there's no one left.
Yeah, that was a strange one. Well, everybody said, right, okay, drop everything you're doing, leave everything where it is, and get off the field. We thought, what's going on? And yeah, there was an accident nearby on one of the roads, one of the main roads, not far from the ground, and well, they were worried that there was a chemical spillage, so everything had to be evacuated. Fortunately, the tanker itself, there was no damage, so we were back on within 10 minutes, but that was worrying.
Thank you to everyone for your suggestions and your comments in the chat. Frank Johnson's got one. I noticed that. As we see here, coming back, and yeah, he bowls a fantastic leg spinner this time. Yeah, so this is one that he actually spins out of his fingers right to left, so it's over the wrist. Frank's saying Sunday League in Glasgow, that sounds cold, many years ago, social even in the bar, and a streaker midway through the second innings, a streaker with a four-length leg cast and walking aids. Well, come back to that in a second. First, Bajwa doesn't quite get to this one on the full. So a streaker with a leg cast and walking aids, that sounds crazy. I mean, they'd be easy to catch, you'd hope so. I don't know if in Glasgow on a chilly day, I wouldn't be probably rushing out of the bar to get the game going again. All right, who's getting this one? Hero wants it. Is he going to get there? Not quite. I'll make it 1.
He does so well. I mean, Hero Mahey, I mean, when you look at him here now walking back, he doesn't look like a man that can run too fast. But when he has to, for his own, of his own bowling, he went.
Well, they say red goes faster. Does that apply to hair as well?
Maybe. Go faster hairstyle for Hero Mahey.
I mentioned before I was playing in an indoor game in South Africa when the guy bowled it and I was keeping, and he's a pretty quick bowler, and then the lights went out, bang, like literally as he let go of the ball, the whole power went out. Luckily it didn't hit me, but I was worried. Anyway, this is going to sail away, and that's going to be 4, square of the wicket into the gap. Nice shot. Hassan Raza, he's been there for a while. He's just trying to fly the flag for his team. This is a nice shot.
Yeah, nicely played. I'm not sure if Hero Mahey was trying to get a huge bit of turn on this, or whether it was just one trying to get Raza out of his crease and get Kuldeep Lal there to whip the bowls off. But either way, whatever the plan was, it doesn't work. Nice shot there. Nice to see that Hassan Raza is still there and keeping things going for his side. He was probably the highlight The only batter that got a few last time round as well.
This time it's in the air. We'll hear it. Won't have a go at this. It is taken. Great catch by Simranjit Singh. Oh, he is so fast and he's flat out after that burst of energy. And he catches that well in the circle. That just shows you how quick off the mark he is. So some very good catches from Grathia here. He might have a little bit of a rope burn after that, but still, Simran, first class stuff. That finishes the over 44 for 5.
On the Eva. Meep. He has no right to get to this. That is an outstanding catch from Simranjit Singh. Well, he's come all the way from Italy. Well, he is an Italian stallion. He gets there so well. And not only is it getting there, but to take that catch, look how low down he takes that. That one, I want to see again. What a great catch that is. Absolutely sensational. Just watch him go. And look, he still has an awful lot to do to take the catch. Tremendous. Absolutely brilliant. Well, he's another one who's got a new hairstyle. Well, the new hairstyles are working. Well, colour your heads and things start to work for you.
Yeah, it's working for him. Why not? Anyway, new player comes in. Almost another one. Well, they say things happen in threes. They go all the way to the warning track. They'll hustle back for a couple.
No, it's the same player again who already took a one-hand jalebi catch. Vinod Kumar, this time, he's just out of his reach. Looking to get to the 50 mark here in the 7th over. Pramjit Singh, this has been whipped away. Goes to the fielder. He's a specialist fielder, this guy out here. Give him a shout. I tell you what, Karandeep Singh hasn't been called upon to do too much with ball or bat. But in the field, he's been a shining star. Really has. He's worked hard for his team, patrolling the boundary. Straight bat defensive shot from Muhammad. Wants to get off the mark. Muhammad Raza, the new batter.
They've already improved on their previous total, Yada, which really they should have. This is in the air. It's in the gap as well. Need a little basketball stop here. That's a really good effort. It's just a pity they both were kind of equally distant to that ball. Because I think if one of them went for it, either one could have tapped it back. But as it is, it was almost collision time. Boof.
Yeah. I mean, Simranjit Singh does amazingly well. I mean, he's just taken a fantastic catch. Shows how much agility he has.
Good thinking, though.
Yeah, he gets a flick on, but he's saying to Govinda, if you'd stay there, maybe you could have grabbed that.
He hadn't gotten away. And probably Govinda could have said the same thing, to be honest. This angle's in. But again, Grathia all over the Ada Tigers this afternoon. 50's come up, though. That's something that they weren't able to achieve before. Yada?
I'm liking that from Karandeep. I just mentioned how he's been working hard there on the boundary. Hasn't had to have a bat or a bowl. And he bowls that one in. He's trying to get the attention of the captain there.
So.
He's saying, hey, have a look at this. Have a look at this. I've got a good arm. Maybe I can have a bowl. Oh, maybe give him a hey. May give him a bowl.
Great keeping. Kuldeep's been good. Kuldeep keeping very well. I will tell you one thing. That for four, no, it wasn't 4 byes. The 5 wides you missed on the offside before. As good as you were there, going to your left, just make sure you can go to your right the same way as well. Get your head a little bit close to the line of the ball rather than just reaching with your hands. Ooh. Like this. This time he's got heaps of time to get it though. It's going to be a no ball. It's the change up gone wrong from Paramjit.
Yeah, look, I mentioned about Guru Nanak Dev Ji Day. Also, remember, it is St Andrew's Day today, so national holiday in Scotland. So all the Scots out there, I hope you're having a great day. Look, it's not only in Scotland, known as patron saint of Scotland, and Romania, Greece, many other European countries celebrating that today as well. This one's in the zone of Vinod, gets the throw in.
That's a free hit after the no ball off the pitch, don't forget. Yeah, of course.
Take, yeah. And then also, it's Independence Day in Barbados. So I know sometimes we get a few Barbadians.
I saw him bowling for West Indies that day one of the test against Australia today. It's from Barbados. Anyway, into the over. Score is 55 for 5 after 7. 3 overs to go on the day. This is what's coming up tomorrow. Once again, wall-to-wall Tiger action. And so, yeah, the Ada Tigers, they've got a couple of games against the Ripple Warriors in the morning. And Warriors been a bit hit and miss. They've been relying a lot on Prince Demand. If they can get him, and we know their bowling is decent, then maybe they'll have a chance to get on the board. Fateh versus the Catalonia Tigers in the afternoon. Again, Fateh, they've been super inconsistent in this series. Anyway, this is a real hack to the leg side. It's going to be 6. Maximo. What a nice shot that is. Because Mohsen Raza takes a bit of a risk. I think if he misses this, is LBW, but he doesn't miss it. He gets 6 runs.
Yeah, nice shot. Liking it. Picks it up beautifully. All about the timing. So they get into the 60s here now.
I like this question from Awoken Nightmare in the chat. Okay, that's a tough one to get. And yeah, Kuldeep, he throws his gloves off and he's annoyed. Again, it's a tough one because it's full. So you see, he goes with his hands before his feet. It's not an easy take at all. Just have a look here. He's just hoping. Throws a hand and hopes that it's going to hit him, and then throws the glove down saying, hey, what are you doing to me?
Yeah, I don't know what's happened with Vinod Kumar. I mean, it was he that was involved in the 5 wides last time as well. He just, I mean, he's normally so good wicket to wicket. A Kuldeep line now going back. I wonder if Vinod had said to him, hey, you're putting me off, get back. It can happen to some bowlers. He's picked this up beautifully, and this is another one that's going to go all the way. Balle. Ginna Sona Shaka Lagawaraza just steps across and says, thank you very much. Sweet hit out of the middle, sweeter than a bowl of rasmalai. 6 more.
Yeah, I'm liking it. You see, they're capable of doing it in bursts. I just don't think they've had anyone be able to do it through an innings. And then if they can do that, get a 120 on the board, I think the Gator Tigers can win some games. So they're bowling. Okay, when they put their foot behind the line, I think is pretty decent. Anyway, I promise I'll get back to your question in a second. Woken Nightmare. There's Vinod. He's gone for plenty so far. That was in the plan for 30 off 8 balls. Good catch though that he took. That'll be worth it. And once again, steps a long way across, gets a bit about on this. So no run. Yeah, he says if a ball was hit into play and a scary dog ran onto the pitch and just sat near the ball, then the fielders were too afraid to approach. Could the runners keep scoring, or would time be called? It would be a dead ball.
Dead ball.
I think it's dead ball because the dog's affecting the play.
Yeah.
Doesn't have to actually touch the ball.
Yeah, again, that comes under the new regs.
Yeah.
Only coming this time around, though, but yeah.
The mere presence.
Yeah.
But I mean, again, laws can't cover everything. It's like if a meteorite hits destroys the field, will it be a dead ball? It's like sometimes some things are a bit obvious.
Yeah, I think on something like that, once the initial play is over, the umpires would just say, hey, okay, ball is now dead, and wait for the dog to finish whatever he's doing, I suppose, or somebody brave enough to take the dog away. Look, it is the last match, last innings. It's normally food chat, so I've got another tip for you.
All right, sounds good to me. But Frank's just saying, just following up to that, if it was a used kookaburra in Barcelona, someone better go get it because there's a bit of a ball shortage. Luckily in Group B, hasn't been as bad, but yeah. So, okay, give me your best food chat because I'm definitely interested.
Well, one thing here is one great Catalonia dish out here is, well, we'll go back to that because first Vinod has finally got his radar right. He does get a wicket. He's been very expensive, but off the last delivery of his spell, which has cost 31 runs, he gets the wicket, and he gets the wicket of Mohammed, who will now have to go. And Vinod is pretty happy about that.
12th time lucky for Vinod. And I don't know if he's pointing at Kuldeep or he's pointing at the batter or he's pointing at the stumps. And this one, Mohammed turns around. It's kind of like, what happened? And he's like, oh, okay. That didn't go how I planned at all. Anyway, it's the end of the 8th over. 2 overs to go on the day. 73 for 6. Hit me with the food chat, Rico.
Okay, you got to go with the Barcelonians here. They love their cannelloni. Slightly different to normal cannelloni because whereas most places you'd have mincemeat, here they actually use proper chunks of meat. So cannelloni with a difference. And actually, it's actually quite traditional this time of year, particularly at Christmas time because, of course, you've got the advantage of using up a lot of the leftover meat from the feast from Christmas time. So, yeah, cannelloni. It
sounds good. Yeah, I actually did have...
I know you like the carbonara, so very similar.
Yep. I'm down. And what's that called? Is that the name?
Just cannolis.
They're cannelloni.
Yeah.
They're
very similar.
All right, here we go with over 9. It's Vijay Kumar. This is in the air, hanging, but couldn't triangulate the drop zone there. And they can take on a 2. Good throw will have him down, and that's a very good throw because that's hit from side on. And, well, that's unfortunate because Mohsen Raza has actually batted really well. Look, I still think if this throw goes to the keeper, he's probably going to be short, but there was no doubt when that hits the stumps from side on. So another brilliant piece of fielding from Gracia. And the result will be the run out of Mohsen Raza.
Yeah, I mean, that's brilliant. And the one man who is pumped, is Vinod Kumar. Well, he takes a wicket and he was pointing at somebody and they sent him to the boundary. And then from the boundary, he gets this throw in. That's absolutely incredible.
Such a good
so
piece of
Vinod, he's taken a one-hand jalebi catch. He did take a wicket of the very last ball of his spell, though he went for 31. And then he gets his throw in direct hit. Absolutely superb.
74 for 7 then. Hey, throw your scenarios at me then. I like this. Let me know your scenarios in cricket. I like these sometimes. What do you think if these scenarios, like if this happens, then what would happen? If this happens, what would happen? It's even think of one I've never thought of, because to be honest, I've thought of most of them before, I think. So this is new batter coming out now. It's two Mahmoods out there together. And guess who? It's Vinod Kumar that does the fielding again. That was such a good throw.
Yeah, sensational throw, direct hit from the deep. And got to say this, I mean, all right, they're going to get well beaten here again. The year the Tigers, it's been better from them, hasn't it?
Yeah, for sure.
But still, we've got a lot to learn. And there's been some highlights again with the bat.
It's weird, the timer seems to have disappeared. Well, it went to 0. I don't remember having any problems with that before. Anyway, yeah, the Tigers probably want the runs. It's a bit of a strange one. Maybe it just has that. It was doing something strange. But get an update on that. Sure, that's being tracked in multiple locations.
Vijay Kumar doing the bowling here now. He's been pretty tidy.
It's back up to 8 minutes now. I didn't think they had any trouble. Just 8 balls left in the day now. Hacked away, and look, oh yeah, he's gone right hand now. He's going to go left hand, and Vinod Kumar putting on a show. Well, he might not be able to hit the side of a barn door with his bowling most of the time, but his fielding has been top class.
Oh, don't make me angry. That is what Vinod Kumar is saying. They made him angry. He took a wicket, and then, well, how about this? Is another jalebi catch. And he just keeps on running, and he turns around and says, what, you want some more of me? You want some more of me?
Well, he looks over at Paramjit Singh, and that's actually why he ends up going kind of semi-tentatively, because he's worried about a collision. He actually glances while this ball's in flight, and he's saying, okay, hold on, we're not going to crash, are we? Okay, now I don't have as much time as I think, so I'm just going to stick out the hand and hope for the best, and guess what? Works out pretty well, 76 for 8.
He's absolutely pumped recently. As you get back to the action, and it's well, another great delivery, another one bites the dust. So, well, it's the last ball of the over, so he's not going to get a chance to get the hat-trick. But well bowled. And
it's the Kumar show, isn't it?
So, yeah, and Vijay Kumar, look, we had a look at his name on the team sheet the other day when I was saying, well, I don't remember Vijay Kumar, and you look back and said, well, he's played a few games, he's bowled occasionally. He hasn't had too much batting, but this is what he does. He bowls wicket to wicket, doesn't try to do too much exciting. And this one, well, is in the gap. It catches a bit of the bat on the way through. I think just probably a bit of bat pad maybe on the way through. Good bowling, and just like that, it's 76 for 9. And now, all of a sudden, they're in danger of being bowled out here.
Yeah, they sure are. 6 balls to survive. Look, what I will say, they pretty much made twice as many runs, so that's something. Still really only halfway towards what they needed, but yeah, you're always just looking for improvement, I think. And yeah, the only way you get better is playing better teams, learning off them. They've competed in patches this afternoon. Yeah, the Tigers are just probably not the consistency that they'd need. Here's Trilochan Singh in over number 10. This is just heading down the leg side. So an opportunity for Fatal Mahmood to bat with Ali Shan, who's coming out at number 11, not facing right now. Again, you just got to look for the little wins. I'm sure Ali Shan would like to get a run before the day is done. Pitched up, and he might not get that chance because Simran is going to finish the day. It's a regulation catch. Trilochan will get a second wicket. He'll finish with 2 for 9. And the Ada Tigers, disappointing for them. Again, their batting is just not quite there yet. There were fits and starts, just not the consistency they required. They're bowled out for 76. And the final score in match 84, it's 152 for Gracia, 76 for Tigers. So exactly half the score. And unfortunately, the Tigers outclassed, but I'm sure they learned a lot this afternoon.
Yeah, they've been outclassed. I mean, they're up against a team that's been right up there as one of the top performers here in Catalonia, part of Spain. Gracia, we know they were the champions in the EC10 weekend tournament in Cartama. They're the team that will be representing Spain as the champions of Spain in the European Cricket League 2023. So they're a team that we expect a lot for. They didn't make the best of starts. We saw snippets of what they can do, but today here they were just far too good for the new team. I think the Ada Tigers got a lesson on what they need to do to improve. Well, there's somebody that enjoyed it. And,
Player of the match.
Player of the match. He's a happy chap. He wasn't a little wagging his tail saying, "What's this all about then? Tell me more about this game." And he had a good sniff, a good look. And, well, we see a bit more of him. He had a look. He had to go and sit it out for a while. But he came out and made his way home. There he goes. Adios, amigo. Thank you for coming.
Seen enough.
Well, he enjoyed it. But, yeah, it's a good day for Gracia. They finally get their campaign going. And what they did it well as well. And what they did here is not only did they win, but they won comprehensively in both games. So they certainly will have improved their net run rate. So they started in a zone when there were all sorts of trouble in the table. They've now got themselves into the top 5, and that's important if they can stay there. But it puts pressure on some of the other teams. It means that we got some really tough games coming up tomorrow. But, well, Gracia, they came with a new hairstyle, and that new hairstyle certainly did them good. But it did Simran good. He said, "Don't show me head to anybody. I don't like it." Well, I tell you what, he was jumping with joy most of the time and taking some great catches. And talking about great catches, well, don't forget the Vinod Kumar show, and that is coming up soon. And, well, here he is, Vinod Kumar. First of all, and, he takes a wicket off the very last one of his spell. Somebody had said a few words to him because he went for 31. Well, he knocked them over here, chucked their foot, their style. Then he says, "I'm not done yet," because there was a throw from him. Spicy knocks him over, direct hit, gets the run out.
Fielding.
And well, if you thought he was done, and if you thought he'd calmed down and cooled down a bit, you're wrong. He was still spied up when he takes this one, and he says, "There you go, thank you very much." And well, Vinod Kumar just showing what a class act he is.
Yeah, and so then no luck towards the end of the innings either. A little chop on very next ball. It was 9 out. And then it wouldn't be too long before this one was done. Mahmood caught down by Simranjit Singh down long on at the end of the game. So, yeah, 76 all out. A little credit to Gracia. They jumped 2 spots. I think they leapfrogged 2 teams, which is important. All teams now have played 6 matches in this series, and they will play 14. So still plenty of time to move and plenty of time for Gracia to work their way even higher into at a minimum, the playoffs, and who knows, they may even be able to push all the way to the top. And we know that the teams at the top, they could falter as well. So, yeah, not even half the matches have been played so far here in Group B.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be interesting because tomorrow I know that we have got Fateh coming back. Fateh were a team that were ahead of Gracia. They now find themselves behind them. And Fateh got difficult matches tomorrow against the Catalonia Tigers. So Gracia winning those 2 matches here today, will be hoping that the Catalonia Tigers continue in the good form they are and keep Fateh behind them. So everything to play for, but to get the Tigers, it's going to be hard work for them.
It's going to be hard, but I mean, I hope that they can take heart from some things that they did well. And I think, you know, it's obvious, you know, they weren't quite in the same league as Gracia this afternoon, but there were some things they did well. I think they just need to do those good things for longer. And also, for example, when they had a good period in the field, they weren't able to sustain it over the 10 overs. So I think they're the main issues that I take away. But yeah, you only get better by playing better teams and gaining that experience, and especially in this form of the game, you only need 1 or 2 of your players to fire to win cricket matches. I want to say a big thank you to everyone out there. Thanks for the interaction. We really loved it once again. I want to say thank you, and hopefully you can tune in tomorrow for more action, tiger to tiger action, wall to wall. We had a few first, didn't we, this afternoon? We had the dog coming on the field, and I've got to say that was a bit of a highlight. I enjoyed that one.
It's good, yeah, I like it. You know, look, the more the merrier. We want everybody to be enjoying the European Cricket Network, and well, that dog's going to go and tell all his friends.
Yeah, why not? And look, as mind, you can go to our social media at European Cricket and check out some of the best bits of the day. I'm sure some of those bits of fielding will find their way into the social media, I'll tell you that much. If you haven't already, make sure you thumbs up the video on YouTube and like this video, but also subscribe to the channel. I think we're up a few more thousand subscribers since I last checked, so that is really promising as well. Okay, for now, we are going to take a break. If you're enjoying the football tonight, make sure you cheer for Australia because they're on around about now. But for now, right here in Barcelona, it's Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo, with Rico Full. Hope you have a happy and safe evening. We'll leave you with some highlights of the day, thanks to our partners at Swing Production. We love you very much. Thanks for watching ECN. We'll see you tomorrow right here for more FanCode European Cricket Series. Good night. Hasta mañana.
Adiós, mi familia. Hasta mañana.